Hey guys, get in here, y'all. I'm gonna give y'all a minute to get in here. This is crazy. I wasn't gonna come live tonight, but I was like, I have to watch this. I mean, I already watched it, but we're gonna rewatch this again together. Okay, maybe you haven't seen this. This is crazy. This is really crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. All right, 20 more seconds. I'm starting the video. Oh, Lord. All right, let's go.
It's about Michelle Obama has to say, unless Barack Obama is associated with it. Michelle Obama is going to go off a cliff if she somehow divorced Barack Obama.
We finally discovered what Michelle Obama wants to do besides attend inaugurations and funerals.
We are so excited for you to listen to our brand new podcast. Whether you're navigating the gray areas of marriage and raising kids, or dealing with a little friend drama, or even figuring out how to put yourself out there in the dating world.
This video is brought to you by TatumStore.com. TatumStore.com, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what, we got a bunch of brand new products, and we also got some products we're trying to get about. And this is my theory. I think Michelle and Barack Obama will get a divorce. Do you think that?
Oh.
Y'all think that? Hey, chat, do y'all think Michelle Obama and Barack Obama get a divorce?
Oh, my God.
Because the weird thing is that every major event that Barack Obama has been to, Michelle was not present. And you can't say that it's just because Donald Trump, because all the other presidents' wives were there with them.
Ooh.
Michelle Obama has missed out and haven't been traveling, or it didn't. Maybe I missed it. It doesn't appear that she's been traveling with Barack Obama. She hasn't been to any of the presidential events that Barack Obama's gone to. And now she's starting a podcast with her brother. Now, did y'all know?
I'm like, why would a first lady want to have a podcast? Like, I'm like, this is beneath you. Like, that's just crazy. A podcast? That's crazy. For what? I'm like, run a non-for-profit, like a podcast. Why?
Put the screen on. Did y'all know that she had a brother? I mean, maybe y'all know Michelle. I had no idea Michelle Obama had a brother.
Where were you?
I haven't heard about this guy. Have you heard about Nick?
Yeah.
Nobody's heard about Michelle Obama's brother.
I have. We have.
They're brothers.
Yes, we
Nick
have.
said they're brothers. Okay. I don't know. Maybe she is a trans.
Oh, my God.
But anyway, Michelle Obama is doing a podcast with her brother.
Mm.
You would think that she would do one with Barack. Now,
No.
I'm just telling y'all the truth. If Michelle and Barack had a podcast, I would be interested in listening to it. I'd want to hear what they got to say. I like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they got some cool stories, and maybe they're more down to earth than one would think.
Oh, my Lord.
I'd be at least willing to react to it or tune into it.
Oh, my
But Michelle and her brother is a nothing burger. Nobody's going to watch that.
Woo.
But anyway, I want you to play this Jesse Waters clip, and then Scott Jennings. I want to play those two clips, and then I got a separate something to say about Van Jones. Anyway, but let's go to Jesse Waters' clip about this. Roll the clip.
To do besides attend inaugurations and funerals. Podcasts. Michelle's starting a podcast with her brother.
I am Michelle.
And I am Craig.
And Craig here is my big brother.
And you all know my sister Michelle, or Mish as our family has always called her.
We are so excited for you to listen to our brand new podcast. Whether
Who would
you're
listen to
navigating the gray areas of marriage and raising kids, or dealing with a little friend drama, or even figuring out how to put yourself out there in the dating world.
And look, we're not saying we have all the answers either.
But we do have plenty of opinions.
Hold on.
Now,
Put
if you're
yourself.
Barack,
Hold on a second. Put yourself out there in the dating world. Why would she say that? I'm telling you, if Michelle Obama divorced Barack Obama, that's going to be insane for two reasons. One is because all these Black Lives Matter and black people.
That would really be insane. I don't know why. Why does she want to have a podcast? Like, for what reason? I'm like, that is so beneath you, though. A podcast. Like, people have podcasts to get known. You're already known. Like, have a non-for-profit. Run a non-for-profit. Like, do, like, meaningful documentaries and things like that, you know? But I'm like, a podcast, though? Nah. That's crazy.
The Black Queen. The second thing is that means Barack Obama's a bachelor. What y'all think he gonna do? That's all I want to know. You think he gonna have a little candy on his arm the next time he going to Martha's Vineyard? Let me make a prediction. I'm gonna predict this, and somebody owe me some money if I'm right. I think that if Michelle Obama divorces Barack Obama, he gonna end up with a white woman.
Of course.
You heard it here first. He gonna be with a white woman. He gonna be with a white woman. A fine one too. Probably a supermodel. He got the salt and pepper going on. He probably grew his beard out a little bit. Barack Obama gonna be somebody else. They gonna be like, he used to be the president of the United States of America. Barack Obama gonna be pimping if Michelle leave him.
To be some momentum picking up in the rumor mill about their marriage. First, on January 15th, in the Substack of Jessica Reed Krause, also known as House and Habit, she posts the following. Michelle Obama's absence at Jimmy Carter's funeral certainly raised some eyebrows, but yesterday's announcement that she won't be attending Trump's inauguration confirms something is definitely going on between her and Barack. Whispers about cracks in their relationship have been circulating in D.C. for over a year now, but this feels like the first public proof.
I mean, when he was running, I remember when he was running the first time, though, she did say that she wanted to file for divorce. So she wanted to file for divorce, and then they realized, I guess he was going to win the primaries or whatever. So that's why I guess she didn't file for divorce, because there was a good chance he could have became president, right? But I remember like years ago, I mean, over like, I don't know how many decades, like 2 decades ago, I don't know. It was a long time ago. But I do remember that the lady said she wanted to file for divorce. She didn't want to be married to that man anymore, okay? She did not want to be married to him. But then I guess he could have won. He was going to win. He was going to be the first Black president. She was going to have a chance to be the first Black, lady of America. So maybe that's why she was like, you know what? I can wait. I can put up a farce, and pretend that I love this man when the love has been gone for a long time, There are a lot of people who are really, really famous, like really popular and stuff like that. Their marriages are really like political, okay? It's business, it's political, and also it's what people want to see. I think the whole thing about Barack Obama that got him elected and that got so many Black people to vote for him, it was the image that he was selling. Black man, even though he's biracial, he is biracial. People call him Black. His mother's white. A white woman cannot give birth to a Black child, okay? It's a biracial, like he's mixed. His mom is Black, is white, his daddy Black African, okay? But you have Michelle, you have the Black daughters, you have the Black wife, you have the Black grandmother, right? So that image really made people want him to win. A lot of people wanted him to win, right? But it could have all been branding. It really could have. It really, really could have. I mean, I guess we'll never know. But there have been rumors for like the past month or so that he's been seeing Jennifer Aniston. Okay. So I guess Jennifer Aniston came outside and she was like, no, it's not true. I don't know that man. I've only met him once, And I'm like, do we expect you to be honest about that? You know what I'm saying? Like, probably not. But that's crazy. Because it's like, why you of all people, though? Like, why Jennifer Aniston of all people? There are so many white women in Hollywood. There are just a lot of people in Hollywood. Like, why you of all people? So maybe it is you, actually. Maybe it is you, okay? But I'm like, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's really crazy.
Of a marriage on the rocks. If I had to guess, they will wait until after the inauguration to announce it. Timing, is everything.
Right.
And yet the story doesn't end there. For months, I've heard Jennifer Aniston's name tied to Barack.
Ooh.
Then Jessica cites a DM she received the day before. Quote, he's with Jennifer Aniston.
Ooh.
My old manager, now a friend, is connected to her inner circle.
Yeah.
At a gathering with Jennifer's friends, the affair came up casually.
Ooh.
Jennifer herself admitted it.
Ooh.
They were sitting with a psychic, which makes it sound surreal, but it's definitely not a secret among her closest friends.
Wow.
Then yesterday, Meghan McCain had a discussion about this on her show, suggesting she is hearing the same. She had on Tara Palmieri, who's a reporter, saying, fast and furious loud, I've been hearing this rumor about the Obamas getting a divorce from reputable people. I'm not talking about TMZ, she says. I'm talking about very serious journalists telling me they are hearing that the Obama divorce rumors are true. And Tara, who's a senior political correspondent for Puck, says, I've certainly heard it for a while too, even before Michelle said she wasn't coming to the inauguration. I do not know whether this is true at all, but if it is true, it truly would be a political earthquake in Democrat circles. Never mind America. I don't remember a presidential divorce in modern history.
The magazine that came out a couple of weeks ago, in fact, said the truth about Jen and Barack.
That was Of all the calls you get from your publicist where you're just like, oh no, what's it going to be? Or the email saying, some cheesy tabloid is going to make up a story. And then it's that.
Yeah. Does your publicist ever go like, is there any...
Did you hear what she said? She said of all the calls you could get, a cheesy tabloid making up stories, and then it was that. And I was not mad at it. So she's not mad at the fact that people think that she's messing with Barack Obama. My Lord. My Jesus.
Any truth to this? Or is it...
No, that is absolutely untrue.
Well, I know it's not true. Yeah. I just don't know if everybody knows.
Well, it is untrue.
Some people, it is untrue. So the truth about Jen and Barack is that there is no truth.
There is no truth.
Untrue. You know Barack Obama.
I've met him once.
Met him once.
I know Michelle more than him.
What is there a truth about you and Michelle that we should know?
That is not true.
I can tell that Barack Obama is the charismatic part of the group. She's out of her league with Barack Obama. I'm just saying. And I'm not a Barack Obama fan. He was a terrible president in my opinion. But Michelle Obama is out of her league with Barack Obama. Mm-hmm. I think Barack Obama is a good looking, smart, achieved. He was the president, all this. Michelle ain't really working with nothing. It's not like she a looker. And she a big goofy looking mother. She ain't got no real charisma. Her teeth all messed up. It's like, Michelle, y'all worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You can't get no Invisalign in there. They can stack that up real good. It's modern technology. They can do that in probably 10 weeks. You can't get your teeth done? Barack Obama, I can't wait to see this happen. I ain't gonna lie. I don't want nobody to get divorced, but I do want to see how this turn out. This can be talk show worthy. All right, let's go to the other clip. Let's go to Scott Jennings. I think that's an interesting clip. Roll it.
If you don't like the Obama bros, how about an actual Obama? Michelle, the former First Lady, and her brother, Craig Robinson, are launching their own pod where they promised to save nothing but to provide plenty of experts, special guests, and opinions. And the people want to know, Michelle Obama, what is her future? Because last we checked, Democrats are in the deserts, they're in the wilderness, and Michelle Obama, she is at the top of the pile. Choice for president. There's really no one else who is more popular than her in this party. What's she going to do?
I think she's living her best life. I think she's doing whatever the hell she wants, wearing whatever the hell she wants, putting her hair in whatever she wants it. Look, I think that I've always thought that the messages and the shape of a political party come from the people. And when you see those people that are doing impromptu protests, or those thousands and thousands of people that are showing up to see Bernie Sanders speak truth, people who are showing up to Republican town halls and holding those folks accountable, I think that that's where the future of the Democratic Party is going to come from. Folks who think that there's going to be some sort of magic bullet, some sort of magic cohesive message that drops like manna from heaven or from the mouth of Michelle Obama or Schumer or you are wrong.
Yeah.
They're going to set the
tone. I don't think the Democratic Party has a problem with the messenger. I think they have a problem with the messaging. Yeah. I think that people aren't buying what they're selling. People don't want open borders. People want law and order. People want jobs. They want economic development. And I think basically that's why President Trump won. And I think that's why we held the majority in the Congress. And I think that basically it's not their messenger, it's their messaging. People don't like their message.
Who are better at being the messenger and the message than Michelle Obama. I mean, she just is a better communicator than most people.
And I think people see her as incredibly authentic because she always is true to who she is, right? And I thought what was notable about the podcast description is it's not politics, right? It's about life, how you deal with life and bringing on guests who are helpful with that. And we live in a time that's very uncertain. People are scared. There's division. And I think there's a lot of need for authenticity from Democrats and Republicans.
I got news for Michelle Obama. Nobody cares. We need Michelle Obama to say something that is going to make us feel okay with how things are going right now.
Why?
If I give Donald Trump credit for one thing, he completely deprogrammed the right. He deprogrammed them. He reprogrammed them to speak to their constituency in a way that moves the people. There's got to be somebody that does that for the Democrats. Michelle Obama is the most trusted voice on the left.
Pay yourself for what? It's just so gross sometimes. It's just so gross how they give people all these praises just because they see them on TV. Do you know this lady personally? Like, what are you even talking about? Like, what are we talking about? What the heck? She was first lady. Of all the things she could have done, she chose to focus on school lunches and obesity. Like, let's be so for real. Not even literacy. She was focused on, we got to make sure that the kids eat more vegetables, okay? She was on the Ellen show doing push-ups and pull-ups, okay? Like, as a first lady, you're going to take on a cause. It could have been poverty. It could have been childhood poverty. It could have been literacy. It could have been science. It could have been math. No, it was food, okay? Food and dancing, okay? So I'm like, stop. Like, stop. It's just so gross to me. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's like insecurity. I don't know. Like, yeah, eating better cereals. I'm like, is it insecurity? It's just, I don't know. To me, it's just, I don't know. It's just gross to me. Like, we got to give her all this adulation. Like, we have to dote her with all these goofy ass compliments, like these empty, vacuous compliments. Like, you don't know this lady. You don't know this lady. The lady was first lady. And now, like, what she aspires to do is a podcast. Like, is she actually bright, or does she go to Princeton or Harvard, like, because she's a DI? Like, make it make sense. Like, can you imagine me, Marlene? My husband's a former, like, first Black president. I'm doing a podcast. That is so beneath me. I'm not doing a podcast, okay? Like a non-for-profit, like a big non-for-profit that's making, like, big changes. Or maybe you open, like, I don't know, like some kind of crazy office that's going to help, like, write better policies for the government. You know, like something meaningful where you can actually have a real influence on, like, society, law, you know, like the daily lives of people. I'm not sitting here with my brother talking about dating and what else, raising children and marriage and stuff like that. I'm not your therapist. I am not your therapist. Just like what's his name? Van Lathan. He was like, we need Michelle Obama to tell us everything's gonna be okay. She's not your mother. I hate when they do that. Like, every time they see like a famous Black woman, it's like she has to be maternal and doting, and she has to say, everything's gonna be okay, my baby. Everything. No. You're grown. You're gonna be fine. Why would you not be fine? Like, seriously, Trump was president before. Did you die? No, you did not. You'll be just fine. That is crazy. No, you need to tell yourself you're going to be okay. You're an adult, right? Do what you have to do. I don't know. Do what you must do, but you have to know you're going to be okay. Like, imagine me sitting here, oh my gosh, I'm waiting for Michelle Obama to tell me that everything's going to be okay in my life. I don't know that lady. I don't need that. I don't need her to tell me everything's going to be okay, because I already know it's going to be okay. Hey, Diana. I don't know that lady. It's like all your life. Like, how did you live your life before you knew this lady? Like, what the heck? It was just so gross to me. Like, what the freak? Yeah, it's just so bizarre. Like, we need Michelle Obama to tell us everything's gonna be okay. Words. It's like, you know, a lot of these people, man, they remind me of like Matthew 24:24. Like, just bunch of people looking for signs and wonders. Like, tell me I'm gonna be okay. Why? You have to actually do the work to be okay, right? It could be, I was listening like the whole stuff with Trump and like the recession, you know, it could be that there's like an impending recession that falls upon us because they're deciding what to do, right? We could have a recession. So it doesn't matter, people say. If you don't move accordingly, you don't save your money, you don't, move in a smart way, you're not diligent, it doesn't matter what somebody says. You're going to have a hard time, right? Imagine somebody that has $100 million in the bank. Hey, for me, a person that got $100 million in the bank, and you want her to tell her you're going to be okay. How does that make sense? Like, what? Like, what? She be lying to you. She has $100 million. What do you have? Okay, like, no, it's okay. I'm fine. I'm straight. Like, that's crazy. No, that's just weak.
By far, it's malpractice if the people that are wondering and uncertain about the trajectory of this country don't get something out of her podcast. She's got to do it. Another lifestyle podcast.
She can't stay out of it. She can't stay out of it.
She's making money and having fun. We all.
I guess you not stay out of it. I'm so confused. Yes, she can. She can mind her business. It's like, and they have this thing they do out here. Like, it's like they want to turn every Black woman into an activist. It's like, no matter your level of fame, success, like what you've achieved, it's like Black people can't wait for you to be an activist. Like, no, I don't want to. I want to live a soft life. Like, what the fuck? Well, yeah, we need a serious reset, right? Because they were talking about that, like Main Street versus Wall Street. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm like, stop trying to turn every Black woman into an activist. It doesn't matter who she is. Doesn't matter how much status she has. She has to be an activist. For what? For what? Like, they just can't wait to see you, like, oh, have an opinion on everything, speak on everything, you know, be angry about everything, tell us that you feel our pain. Like, leave me the fuck alone. Like, imagine me, Marty, if I ever become like super rich, I'm not an activist worth a damn. Because I promise you, you will see my Instagram, my TikTok. I will live my best life. I am not an activist. I was not born to be an activist, right? Learn to stand up for yourself. Like, I'm not responsible for you. You be responsible for yourself. And most importantly, you got to be responsible for your own mental resilience. Like, that is insanity. They've turned Beyonce into an activist. They turned everybody into an activist. Oh, you have to get involved. Oh, you have to say something. Oh, you have no, I do not. I do not. Right? They turn every person, even influencer, like, it doesn't matter. You do makeup, they'll turn into an activist for shades of foundation. You a fitness person, they'll turn you into an activist for body positivity. You do your garden, they'll turn you into an activist for food desert. It's like, leave people the hell alone. Stop trying to turn every Black woman into an activist. Like, it's like, leave me alone. Like, I'm not doing this. You are insane. You are seriously insane. And I think it really has to do with the fact that a lot of Black people just don't have boundaries. People just don't have boundaries. Not every Black woman wants to be an activist. Not every Black woman wants to have an opinion, or even if she does have one, it doesn't mean that she wants to share her opinion, right? People have the right to keep their thoughts to themselves. Like, not everybody wants to take a stand. You have people who naturally want to take a stand. More power to you. Like, if that's what you feel led to, like, God bless you, sis, right? But you see, look at all these Black women who have ruined their lives. They have ruined their lives. They have ruined their careers. They have ruined their finances. They have ruined their public image. They have ruined even their beauty, like, just everything. Because there's this like pressure from like the community. Oh, be an activist. Like, look, Joy Reid lost her job because there was pressure for her to not even just be a news person, but to just be a blatant racist on TV. Now she lost a whole $3 million, right? Who else? Give me somebody else. Angela Rye. Instead of being a lawyer and a news person, she became extremely radicalized. So then she gets fired from CNN, and then she loses all her millions. Tiffany Cross, same thing. She was on MSNBC, making all kinds of money, right? Be a freaking news person. No, they turned her into an activist. Jamel Hill, she was on ESPN, making all kinds of good money. They turned her into an activist. It's like, what is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? It's like they can't stand the fact that you have something good going for yourself. They can't stand the fact that you're making good money, you're making great money, and you have a nice life, you have a soft life. No, they love to see you in the struggle so you can prove your Blackness. Oh, yeah, whatever. I am not Black. I'm invisible. Leave me alone. Okay? Yeah, I hate that. So many Black women, they've ruined their careers. They have ruined these people. Beyonce used to make all this kind of sweet music, whatever. They forced Beyonce to be all kind of pro-blackity black. Her music went super dark. She's out here threatening white people. She's going to bring out Dillingers for these white women. She's out here calling white women all kinds of Karens and Beckys. You know what I'm like? And now it's affecting her music. It's affecting how she can sell it. They can't stand you being at peace with the world. It's like, no, leave me alone. You know, but if I ever become rich, I am not becoming an activist. Like, leave me alone. I don't want to be an activist. Fight for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Everybody does not want to fight every single day. Every Black woman does not want to have to carry some kind of crazy mantle. Every Black woman is not trying to be over here angry all the time, speaking her mind all the time, you know, messing up her beauty, messing up her skin, messing up her hair, right? No. It's like this morning I saw an old video of Doichi, right? That's how you say her name. Because she has this one remake, like, anxiety keeps on chugging me, right? She was so cute and adorable. You see, this is what happens before you get to the culture. Before the culture got a hold of Doichi, she was so cute, you guys. She was just so cute in her room, like with her little pink tubs, having the time of her life, okay? Then the culture gets a hold of you, and they turn you into an extreme person. They radicalize everybody. You mess with these people, you become radicalized. It's insanity. It is insanity, right? Leave these. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett, you're so right, Mary. They radicalize her too. They're just out here destroying these Black women. Come to find out, Jasmine Crockett went to a private school. You know, she grew up really well, right? But you see, look at what they're doing to her. She's making a fool of herself. They're going to destroy this lady. And before we know it, she's going to get ousted just like Cori Bush. She's going to be ousted. Cori Bush, another one, had a good thing going for herself in Congress, right? Radicalized Cori Bush. Ayanna Perry, that's her name, right? The bald one. They radicalized her too. They just radicalize every single Black woman. As soon as she has something good going for herself, she makes great money. She has some kind of exposure. Oh, no. We need her to be radicalized. We need her to hate white people. We need her to grab a microphone and cuss out white women and this, and that, right? They want you to lose it all. They want you to lose everything you have. They love to radicalize people. And you have to say, no, I will not be radicalized. Leave me alone. No, I'm not losing my job. I'm not losing millions of dollars. I'm not going out here fighting white people on your behest. You go fight these white people. If that's what you want to do, you do it. Go fight these white people. You start a YouTube channel. You start a podcast. And you insult white people as much as you want. But I'm not giving up my check, my anxiety. Ooh, no money. Oh, my anxiety, okay? My anxiety with no millions of dollars. No. It's unbelievable, you guys. Think about it. They've done it to so many people. Even Marilyn Mosby. Marilyn Mosby, I'm sure should have had a great career. They went and radicalized her too and made her feel as though for her to be blackity black, she had to go after the police. She had to try to arrest police officers in Baltimore, right? And then all of this, it just went left. It just went left. It went left. All this pressure on her, because once you go after the police and you arrest police officers, and then they don't get convicted, you have this giant target on your freaking forehead. Okay, destroyed that girl. They want to radicalize Fannie Willis, and they got Fannie Willis involved in this foolishness, and they made Fannie Willis feel as though it is your responsibility to fight the white man. You got to fight the white man. You got to put Trump in jail. Not Trump ain't even in jail. Yes. You like Marilyn Mosby, they radicalized that lady. Kevin, this is what they do, Kevin. It is a real thing. They find these really pretty, innocent, hardworking, well-stationed Black women, and they just, I don't know how they find these people, and they just radicalize these ladies. You know what I'm saying? They want to radicalize, what's her name? Fannie Willis. You know they seduced Fannie Willis to get involved in this Trump foolishness. And now this lady could really lose her license. She could really lose her law license. They went and radicalized the one in Letitia James in New York. Oh, yeah, you got to take this white man down. And it's always a bunch of white liberals who are always like cranking up the battery too, because they sure do love that, right? They love a trope. These white liberals love themselves a trope, like a sassy, you know what I mean? Like kind of, ooh, you know, type of Black woman. Oh, they love that. They love themselves a sister girl, okay? I'm like, leave her alone. You see? But today, I think Stacey, what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard came outside and she said that she's removing like a is it like Secret Service kind of thing? Like she's removing certain kind of access to Alvin Bragg and Letitia James, right? But I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. This is what they do. They radicalize these Black women. Let the people do their job. Let them do their job. Let them be at peace. Like, let them live their lives and let them make their money. They don't have to be radicalized. They don't have to become activists. Every Black woman should not have to feel as though if she's not being an activist, if she's not turning her job into a position of checking white people, that she's not Black enough. You are insane. You are insane. Okay? Like, they want people to crash out in real time, like in real life. Like, they really want people to crash out and they want people to lose it all. This is insanity. It is insanity. Nobody is required to be an activist. You're responsible for you. If everybody takes good care of themselves, we're all going to be okay. But it's not fair to tell people who have achieved something really, really amazing to risk it all to quote unquote prove their Blackness. And when you lose it all and you end up on YouTube and you have a podcast on YouTube, they're not even watching your stuff. They're not going to watch your show. They're not going to send you super chat. They're not going to sign up for membership to your channel, right? They want you to just crash and burn. And you still have a target on your back because you cussed out all these white people. You cussed out all these white people. And we know a lot of these jobs and these corporations out here, white people are in charge. So if you lose your job and you're known for cussing out white people, then how are you going to work? They own pretty much everything. They're responsible for pretty much everything. So it's like, you got to be smart about this. You have to be smart about this. They fall for this stuff, Mary, every single time. But I'm like, these people they just like sit here and just destroy people. They just destroy people. They want you to lose it all. They want you to lose it all. Crank the battery. Be an activist. Go cuss out a white woman. Go cuss out a corporation. Go cuss out this company. Complain about this. Complain about that. Complain about this. You know what I'm saying? And after a while, you become persona non grata. Like, nobody wants to deal with you because you're so, like, you bring so much drama. Like, oh, hell no, not her. Not her. But I'm like, these ladies are losing, like, they're losing so much money. You know? How many people can say, oh, yeah, I make $3 million a year? Like, $3 million a year, guaranteed? You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, they want you to lose your job because they're so emotional. Oh, yeah, cuss out this person. I don't have to cuss her out. There are other ways to get to white people, you know? My Lord. Like, it's just crazy to me.
Are sort of all, it's like programmed to talk about how great she is and how smart she is. I mean, she campaigned a lot for Kamala Harris. She was a key speaker of the Democratic National Convention. Barack Obama was a key strategist for this whole thing that happened last year. And yet somehow Donald Trump still won. So I'm rethinking the premise of that she's the answer to the future, or that any politician is the answer to the Democratic Party.
I mean, she's so good that Melania Trump stole her speech.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
She's so good that Melania Trump plagiarized her speech, or do you not remember?
And you like her,
at the
Scott?
Republican convention.
Scott, you like Michelle Obama?
Yeah, I think she's fine, but just after the, and I think, I thought she gave a wonderful speech as far as convention speeches go. I'm just looking at what happened last fall. The Obamas helped engineer Biden's ouster. They put in Harris. They ran the campaign. She campaigned for him, and it was a total failure. I'm just wondering how good they really are.
I think people like her because why she is staying out of it.
I think people like her because she's
knows that there are
conducted herself with great dignity,
and she will,
since she has left the White House. And I think people on both sides of the aisle appreciate that, even though that she's partisan.
I want to hear great dignity because she didn't. She made mention that this is the most racist country of, you know, that she's never been proud of America and all this so crazy stuff that she said. And she's a dingleberry. You know,
I mean, listen, she said that before she became first lady. My only issue is when the man said, that, what did he say? That she conducted herself with great dignity. I'm like, why would she not? Like, is the bar that low for white people, black people in your head? I'm like, she's like in her 50s, 60s. Like, why would she not have class and dignity about herself? Like, that's the bare minimum. Like, what do you expect her to do? Like, start a rap group and start twerking? Like, I'm so lost. I'm like, what? Okay, that's the bare minimum. But I'm like, to me, just like any other first lady, like, do you hear of any other first lady? Like, no, they're out the way. They're out the way, right? So it's like, no, it's not your job to save America. Okay, it's not just time to save democracy or save this. It's like, just take care of yourself. Just take care of yourself, right? America was before you were born. America is while you are here. One day you're going to die, and guess what? There's still going to be a place called the USA. You're going to be just fine. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, okay? Because I'm sure you have a lot to do. So take good care of yourself. Save yourself. Save yourself. Save your money. Save your life, save your health, save your beauty, save your energy, right? Save yourself. Nobody needs black women to save them from anything. Save yourself. Worry about yourself, right? Come on, they keep saying that to them all the time. Oh, it's your job to save democracy. It's the black woman's job to save democracy. No, there are 300+ million people in this country, I think, you know? So I'm like, everybody should take care of themselves, right? You can't save democracy. Matter of fact, this country it's not even democracy. It's not even democracy. It's a constitutional republic, so I don't even know what that's about, okay? You gotta take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Be there for yourself. Love yourself. Nurture yourself. Get some rest. Get plenty of rest. Drink your water. Exercise. Trying to eat healthy, you know, mind your business, right? If America goes left, everybody has to save America, not just you. Like, how you gonna do that? How? Make it make sense. Like, it makes no sense to me. So it's like, no, it's okay to rest. It's okay to chill, right? It's okay. Do your part. Do the best that you can do, and that's it. Because everybody else got to be involved. But nobody needs black women to save them from anything. Save yourself. Take care of yourself. That's it. And like, people want to have main character energy so badly. Like, I gotta be so heroic. No, you have to be sensible. Gotta be sensible. You're a person. There's only so much you can do. If God himself is not trying to save America from, like, save democracy in America, what can you do? Hello? You got to be reasonable, right? Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. And make sure that you live the life that you want to live, and make sure that you are as successful as you can possibly be. That's it. You only have one life to live. Why would you waste your life trying to, why would you want to like waste your time? Oh, I got to go fight for democracy and it's safe. Why? You get nothing in return. So take care of yourself. Take care of yourself and live your best life. You know, and I've come to realize that even sometimes, like, it's just really nice to just chill, you know, and not have anything to say like, oh yeah, I have thoughts about that, but I don't really have to share. It's not a big deal, right? You don't have to save anybody. You have to just make sure that you have a good life, you enjoy your life, and that, you know, you have peace, harmony, joy in your life, and that's it. But you don't have to save anybody. People are going to be okay. And those who can be saved, like maybe it was their destiny not to be saved. You know what I mean? Like, you can't save everyone. Like, it's like, you know, there's a passage in the Bible where when Mary Magdalene came in there, and she had all this, she had like really expensive perfume. She had alabaster perfume, and she used the perfume to wash the feet of Jesus. And so Judas complained. He was like, oh my gosh, it's so expensive. Mind you, he was stealing the whole time. But he was like, oh, it was so expensive. It's so expensive. We could have used that money and fed the poor. And Jesus said, the poor shall always be with you. Okay. Even Jesus, he came here. He didn't stop poverty. He didn't stop all diseases from hitting people. Like, you know, he did what he could. But he said the poor will always be with you. And he told Mary Magdalene, please continue. Okay. So sometimes you got to have a soft life. You can't always be out there just trying to save and trying to perform miracles. Like, nah, everybody needs to rest. There's a season to everything. Right? But who can live a life and like your whole life, your entire adult life is just like, oh, I got to be on savior mode. No, you don't. No, you don't. And I even feel like all these Black women who always have this little savior complex foolishness, I think deep down inside, because there is a need to feel wanted. Like, I need to feel like people want me. I need to feel accepted. I need to feel like I have value. I need to feel like I'm important, you know? I think it has to do with like, I do believe it deals with like insecurities, narcissism also, you know, and also like the fear of being alone. Maybe I'm not good enough. So I need to find a pet project. and the project is just so ridiculous. Like, it's just so massive. Like, how can you ever conquer this? Like, this is insanity, right? There's no need for all of this. Right? You got to take care of yourself. You're not a savior. You will never be a savior. You're a human being. Right? You got to take care of yourself. You got to do what you can for yourself. Like I said, it's okay to chill. It's okay to lay back. It's okay to not always have an opinion on things. Like, it's okay to not always be involved. And it's okay to trust the process. Like, hey, it is what it is. Right? Because the way I look at life is like, God knows everything. Like, we as human beings, because we are very limited on how much we know. So when things happen, we're surprised. Oh my gosh, right? But nothing surprises God. So if God is not surprised, if God is okay with what's going on, then I'm going to be okay. Right? That's it. You got to have peace in your life. Like, because I'm like, this, to me, is just not sustainable.
I don't have no respect for Michelle Obama other than just that she's a human being. She is an abject failure. Like, they didn't win anything. She hasn't had an impact since Barack Obama was out of office. Donald Trump won after Barack Obama. So she didn't have an impact in stopping Trump from winning the first time. And she definitely didn't the second time because they cheated. And then the third time, Donald Trump won by a landslide. So she really haven't had any impact whatsoever. Nobody cares about what Michelle Obama has to say unless Barack Obama is associated with it. Michelle Obama is going to go.
There's a reason why also, like, people don't care about Michelle. There's a reason why Michelle Obama cannot sway an election. What has she killed? You know what I mean? Like, what has she killed? You know, yes, academically, like, she went to the Ivy Leagues, whatever, but I'm just saying, like, career-wise, like, what has she killed? Like, what has she done that you can be like, dang, like, that's monumental, right? I feel like if you compare Michelle Obama to Oprah, right, I could say Oprah is a self-made billionaire. You know, Michelle Obama is known because she was a wife. That's not really an achievement, right? Like, you didn't build your husband from scratch. You didn't make your husband. You didn't put the dreams of becoming president to him. You weren't responsible for how he conducted himself, right? Like, Barack, he gave himself that, right? He gave himself that. Did he get it the right way? Did he have, like, was there like lots of finessing behind the scenes? I don't know. But my thing is, ultimately, he made that dream happen for himself. She didn't give him anything. She didn't give that man anything. If anything needs to be said is that he made her first lady of America. He made her the first Black lady of America. He put in the history books. And all, for the most part, I will say, what it does, especially recently, what it does feel like is like all she does is try to embarrass that man. So if you ask me, I think she's a narcissist, but I also think like not just as should narcissist. I think she's probably jealous of him. I think she's envious of him. And I think like a lot of ladies, and I will even say a lot of Black women who are married to very successful Black men, I think they're in the competition with these men. They are truly resentful of how successful these men are. You know, they really struggle with being like, wow, like everybody always talks about him. And you can see it because sometimes people will ask her like, oh, how's the president? How's my president? She's like, oh, he's okay. He's okay. Like it really gives like Kelly Rowland. Like every time you ask Kelly about Beyonce, she becomes like extremely like, oh, here you go asking about Beyonce again, right? And like I said, to me, that's just from a place of jealousy, envy, and also being ungrateful. I think you are extremely ungrateful because you have to realize like, hey, had my husband not worked this hard, I wouldn't have all of this, right? She'd have been just another Michelle Obama, Michelle Robinson, who went to Harvard. Like plenty of Black women have gone to Harvard. Okay, big deal, right? That's what I'm gonna say it again. Kevin's here, so I'm gonna say men are the prize. Men are really the prize. You know, most women who are incredibly successful, most women, there's always a man in the background. It's always because she's attached to some kind of man who made the road a lot easier for her, right? But people have a lot of esteem for Michelle Obama because she is the wife of Barack Obama, right? So besides that, it's like, what else do people really know about this lady, right? People look up to her. They admire her because of who her husband is, because he's an incredibly successful person, right? And of all the people in America, of all the Black people in America, for him to become the president, right? That's no small feat. That's quite incredible. That's really incredible. And not just that, he won twice. Right? So it's like, yeah, that's crazy. So it's like, that's to me personally, I'm like, yeah, this is why you will never be able to sway an election. Whether you like Trump or not, Trump also is a high achiever. Barack Obama's a high achiever. So if those two get in the ring, there's going to be respect there. But you as a woman, what do you bring to the table? You're just a wife. When it comes to Oprah Winfrey, she built her own business. Yeah, exactly. But I do feel like she's jealous of the man. I think a lot of Black women who are married to very successful Black men, many of them are in a competition with those men. One woman I will say I don't believe has that kind of mindset is Miss Pauletta. I think Miss Pauletta Washington, she is completely comfortable with the fact that she is married to Denzel Washington, right? I have never seen Miss Pauletta, oh, I'm writing a book. Oh, I'm going to start a movie. Oh, I need to go on every single TV show. Oh, I need to do this. You know, like, give me attention, please. Give me attention, please, right? Miss Pauletta, you have a beautiful Black woman right here who also went to a prestigious school. She went to Juilliard, also incredibly, you know, academically highly decorated, right? You know, even when she met the husband, she had more money than the husband. Okay, remember? He ain't had no money. Okay, I think the first date she paid for the date. Okay, didn't have no money. But I'm like, Denzel Washington will go on to become this great Academy Award winning actor. And I'm like, when have you ever felt like Miss Pauletta is in competition with her husband? You understand? She's really confident in who she is. But I will also say this, though, is that when you pay close attention, Miss Pauletta does not live for the sisterhood. Like, how often do you see Miss Pauletta engage with the sisterhood? Okay, and that's why you understand the sisterhood is full of miserable people, right? She is confident in who she is. She is comfortable in her role as a wife, helpmate. I mean, whatever you want to call it, she's just fine. You don't see her saying, oh, well, now that I'm older, I got to start my acting career because I missed out and I had to raise my kids and wumpty wump wump ba-dum. No. Of all the years I've known Miss Pauletta, does she even have a book? I don't know. Like, you know, I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen her on a show, on a TV show, on a podcast, or on a radio show. The lady is extremely private. And usually when I do see her, I see her with her husband, right? And I don't see her engaging with the sisterhood. I don't even know if she has an Instagram, to be quite honest. I need to check. Don't even know if she has an Instagram, right? But I'm like, to me, there you go. There you have a woman. Oh, she has 2 books. Yeah, okay. But I'm like, there you have a woman who's like, I'm okay. I'm comfortable. I'm confident. Like, that's it. Like, I know what I want. He knows what he wants. I have my lane. He has his lane, and she's happy. And every time I see her, she always has a beautiful smile on her face. Right? Michelle, sometimes stink face. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, there you go. Right? But I'm like, Ayesha Curry, same thing. Ayesha had this weird thing like, oh, I wish men would look at me the way girls look at Stefan. I'm like, girl, what? What are you even talking about? You actually okay? Right? That's crazy. That's really crazy. Stefan Curry is Stefan Curry. Are you willing to go to a gym and like work out for 12 hours a day, every day, for like 4 years, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 years? Yeah. Right? You understand? But I'm like, Stefan is incredibly gifted. He's incredibly talented. And not just that, the work ethic is insane. You guys, the man, he just like throws the ball. He just walks off. Or he goes like this, and the ball goes in. Bloop. Like, oh my gosh, how do you do this stuff? Like, this is crazy, right? Even his peers in the league, like, people are so impressed. When they went to the Paris Olympics recently, if he was not there, they wouldn't have won. The boy is crazy. The man is crazy. He can't be stopped, right? So I'm like, to me, if that's my husband, I'm going to be proud of my husband. Like, wow, look at me. Like, look at God. The fact that I married somebody that is so committed, that is so gifted, that is so hardworking, I'm so happy for him. So I understand why people, every man and woman, people go crazy over him because he works really hard. How can you sit there and say, oh, I wish men would look at me the way girls look at Stefan? Girl, for what? Are we in a competition? Right? She was all about all this Jesus stuff. We turn around. She got all kinds of plastic surgery. Her face, her boobs, her belly, her butt. To the point that she even had a botched boob job. And I'm like, how do you have access to all this money? And you can do enough research to get the right kind of doctor. You could have died behind some boob job. Are you actually okay? Right? Competition. Always in competition with people that are extremely gifted. Instead of just being grateful that, you know what, of all the people I could have married, or of all the people he could have married, he married me. I'm good. You know, be comfortable in your lane. You're going to be okay. Savannah James, out of nowhere, she wants to have a podcast. Don't even know what the hell she's talking about. Oh, hey, Pearl. Oh, well, that's sweet. You know, like, why do you have the podcast for? Because she also wants the spotlight. Right? Gabrielle Union, another one, fiending for the spotlight. Saying all kinds of foolishness, only to walk it back. She'll say this, 3 months later, she's going to walk it back. She'll say this, 6 months later, she's going to walk it back. Right? They are like these egos. And I'm like this, I don't know, insecurity, jealousy, and envy. I don't know. But you got to get to an age where you get that stuff out of you. Got to get out of you. Right? If you're married to someone that's extremely gifted, why do you feel threatened by that? Be grateful. You could have married somebody, you could have married a bum, or you could have not even been married at all. Right? But you have to learn to be happy for people without being jealous of the person, especially when that's your Jada, another one. Jealousy instead of being grateful, right? Like, what the heck? He didn't take anything from you. Like, the way she acts, you would think that because of Will, she couldn't make it. Girl, you couldn't make it because you just couldn't make it. You didn't have it in you. And maybe you didn't want it bad enough. Because like, you have money for nannies, right? So if you really want to pursue your acting career, you could have done that. He took nothing from you. Everybody has their favor. Sierra's another one, right? Everybody has their favor. And that's why I've come to realize, and that's something I'm also going to tell my sons, because I'm like, if you're a high achiever, you really have to make sure that when you decide to marry a woman, you have to marry a woman who's not going to try to compete with your limelight. You have to marry a woman who's going to be comfortable being your wife. And when you become extremely successful and she sees all that light that's on you, she's not going to be triggered. Instead, she'll say, wow, I'm happy for my husband because he works so hard. He deserves this. You understand? Like, always triggered, like jealousy, trigger. Oh, he has too much attention. He has too much this. I got to do something too. I got to do something. No, you don't. And when you do something, actually do something that's like, that has a real purpose behind it. Not just vanity because you just want attention. And for the most part, it's cheap ass attention. But I'm glad, because there was a season, Ayesha she was a liability. She really was a liability. I mean, we thank God for Jesus that, You know, I feel like in the past couple of years, Aisha has really calmed down. Like, you don't hear her. She's not tweeting anymore. She's not making no weird comments. So for that, I'm really, really grateful. I'm like, thank God for the maturity. I really do. You know, it's like, it's a lot. It really is a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to calm down. You really have to calm down. He's not your enemy. He's not your competition. It's not, well, if he does this, I got to do this too. That's your husband. Like that. Whatever he gets, oh, if he was able to achieve that, it's like I achieved it. So I'm happy for him. You know what I mean? His success is my success. It's not like, oh, well, since he did this, well, I got to do this too. And that's why so many of them resent motherhood, because they feel as though, well, I'm giving up something, or I'm here with the kids and he's out here being his own person. I'm like, my thing is, even if you were out there in the world fighting for your career, nothing guarantees that you would have made it as far as he did. Right? And I get it. When you're married to someone that's extremely driven, dedicated, hardworking, they probably make success look so easy. They make it look easy, right? Because they work so hard, so they make it look easy. So you're thinking like, well, if I was out there too, I'll just be able to do it. Maybe not. Because why haven't you done it yet? Right? I know. I'm just saying, I'm like, that's crazy to me. But I just felt like, I just feel like if your husband worked really hard to achieve something that especially no other Black man has achieved, I think no matter how you feel, no matter how upset you are, I think you have to look at the bigger picture. And you also have to think about his feelings. Think about his feelings, think about his brand, think about his manhood, and think about how that makes him look in front of his peers, in front of other men. Right? I'm like, do you want to be the reason why other men in his league are laughing at him, or, you know, talking crap about him, or like cracking jokes behind his back? You know, that's crazy to me. That is crazy to me. That really is. That really is. Because I really don't get that. I don't. Hold on. Let me play the video. Hold on.
Off a cliff if she somehow divorced Barack Obama.
What?
Women, not all women, but women sometimes forget. They let the world pump them up.
They do.
And act like they stuff don't stink. But a lot of times.
Tia is another one. Tia comes to mind, because to this day, do we even know why Tia divorced Corey also? Right? But I'm telling you, these ladies, it really has to come down to insecurities. Because I believe as though when you don't know who you are, it's very easy to let the comment section tell you who to be. Right? If you don't know who you are and you read these comments, you will try to mold yourself to please people in the comments. Understand? You have to know who you are. You know, but when you're a woman that's insecure, when you have low self-esteem, when you care about external validation, you care about the sisterhood, you are fiending to be accepted by these people. And I'm like, I don't even know these people. Right? Who are these people in your comment section? And my thing is, who's to say that if you were to actually meet these people, you would actually even want to be their friend? Like, oh, I really like you. Like, let's be friends. You're like, oh, hell no. Right? Who's to say that you would actually want their lives? And this reminds me of like one of the fables of Fontaine, the French writer, about the crow and the fox, right? Like the crow was up there with a piece of cheese, and the fox was like giving all these compliments, and he fell for that. And because he wanted to thank the crow, he wanted to thank the fox for all the compliments, he dropped the piece of cheese. So he was like, oh, Mr. Fox, can you bring it back? He was like, no. Okay. Right? These people in the comment section, they are not your friends. They're not your friends. Right? A lot of people who follow you, people have to realize this. A lot of people who follow you don't even like you. Right? Hey, boo-boo. A lot of people who follow you do not like you. A lot of people who follow you, they want your life. Right? A lot of people who follow you, they want bad things to happen to you. They're not your friends. Right? Oh, yeah, girl, you do it, girl. Yeah, whatever. Why they do it? Right? Why they do it? It's so easy to give people advice that you don't have to bear the brunt of the repercussions. Yeah, sure. Why don't you do it? You go do it. Right? No. And that's why you have to know how to post your content and detach from the content. right? You got to detach from the content. You can't be so concerned. Oh my gosh, they have to be my friends. They have to like me. I have to be their favorite influencer. I got to be their this. No, I got to be shit. It's content that I'm posting for free. Leave me alone. Okay? Leave me alone. Right? You have to know how to detach from that foolishness. Because what's happening in your home, it has to take precedence over everything else. Right? But a lot of people want you to crash out. They want you to lose your life. A lot of people are miserable. And they want you to join the ranks of misery. Like, oh yeah, come join us, right? And all the advice they're giving you is advice for you to end up just like they did. No, thank you. No, you're crazy. You're really crazy. It's just like, like, like what we saw yesterday with, what's that boy's name? DDG, right? Like anytime a woman has an issue with the father of her kid, they're like, oh, he's trying to control you. He wants to control you. Control. I'm like, that was like, what the heck? I'm like, even this whole DDG and Haley stuff. I'm like, what is there to control? He does not need to control her. She's the mother of his child. He won. Like, what control does he need? She will forever be tied to him. He already won. There's nothing to control. For what reason? The boy goes on dates every single day. You don't care about that girl. Right? Like, he ain't told you. He said, yeah, we broke up a long time ago, but he just couldn't come out and say it. Because I guess he didn't want to embarrass her. Like, oh, damn, like, had the baby and got dumped. Right? But I'm like, what is there to control? They're like, what? Hey, bag. Control Haley for what? She's not richer than him. She doesn't have more followers than him. She's not more culturally relevant than him. Like, control her for what? To go, like, for what? For what? But they just say these things like, oh, he's trying to control you. He's trying to control you. Because once again, there's this need to have main character energy in somebody else's life. He does not need to control this girl. Okay? Like, he doesn't have to. She's more in love with him than he is with her. She's already controlled. She agreed to have a baby with this man out of wedlock. She's already controlled. Okay? For the rest of her life, she will always be the mother of his child. He won. Game over. I'm like, control her for what? Control her for what? That's crazy. And I'm sure if that boy said, let's get back together, she'd be run to the house. Okay? That's why she's mad. Right? If allegedly your entire relationship you got cheated on and you stayed and had a baby, you are truly, truly in love with this kid. That is crazy. That's really crazy. So I'm like, control her for what? To get what? Right? But this is what the sisterhood does. They lie to these girls. Girl, he's trying to control you. The boys moved on. You were in a relationship with him and he had moved on already. You didn't know. You were delayed, but he already moved on. Right? You're arguing with this man. He said, I'm going to text Ruby Rose, and you stay. You're in the house. You're wearing clothes that Ruby Rose used to wear. You already control. You are already controlled. Like, he lives in your head. Like, he lives in your head. Like, I'm like, what exactly? What, like, control her for what exactly? For what? That's crazy. And I'm sure he knows her finances because they were together for a while, right? I'm sure he knows how much money she makes. And I'm sure he knows how much money she could make had she not signed that stupid contract with Beyonce, right? So I'm like, control her for what? That's crazy. That is insane. That it's really insane to me.
Sometimes women are admired or revered because of the man they married to.
Yep.
Nobody would. Michelle Obama in her own right, I don't think could do anything greater than what Barack Obama could do. I don't think she could. She would never be the president. I don't think she's a very clear communicator. I don't think she's, like I said, she's not very good looking. So she don't have a lot going for her outside of the fact that she's the president's wife. And then that adds a little bit of value to her. She's not like Melania that speaks 7 languages. I mean, and she's incredibly beautiful. She's incredibly well dressed. I mean, she obviously has children and successful children. They've raised children. I mean, so Michelle Obama, in my opinion, is not even as, she probably have a little more weight than Melania, because Melania is still got that immigrant feel to her. She can't speak clear English. And let me just say this last thing and I'm gonna be done. When they say that Melania plagiarized Michelle Obama's speech, you got to be stupid to think that Michelle Obama wrote her speech and that Melania wrote her speech. They have speech writers. I think the person who was writing Melania's speech stole the speech that somebody.
She's not. No, I don't think she's light because she's not. That's false. You see, that's the delusion speaking again. She's not light because she's intelligent. People have never seen intelligent Black women before. And honestly, what has Michelle Obama said that's intelligent? Tell me a time when she said a thing that was intelligent. What has she ever said that you're like, wow, that is so profound? Tell us. I would like to know. Yeah, I would like to know. Like, tell me a time when Michelle Obama said something and you were like, damn, like that was really, really deep. I'm waiting. You know, if you say, for example, people like Oprah Winfrey because she's intelligent, yes. Because her tenure on TV, there was the Oprah Book Club. People were reading books. Like every new episode, it was a new book. All kinds of books. You were like, Oprah had us reading books out here. When I tell you would go, I don't know how old you are, but like for me, you would go to Barnes and Nobles. Every book that was featured on the Oprah Book Club, you go to Barnes and Noble, number one. Like Oprah really had us reading all kinds of books. We read so many books. Like Oprah is known for reading books, talking about books, talking about growth and development and things like that. So yes, Oprah Winfrey, she really built an intelligent brand. Like Oprah's brand is built off of her intelligence, right? She's incredibly intelligent. She's an Aquarius. She's just manipulative. I told you this. Okay, she's a manipulative Aquarius. But that's an air sign. She's really smart. She's just incredibly manipulative, right? Michelle Obama, she barely talks for people to be like, oh my gosh, she's incredibly intelligent. No, she barely talks. And when she talks, they're never deep, meaningful conversations. It's never deep. I've never heard Michelle Obama and be like, wow. You know who has made me say wow, like in my life? Mariah Carey. If you listen to any Mariah Carey song, it's like this girl, like she knows all the SAT words, like ubiquitously, you know what I mean? Provocatively. But I'm like, bro, where do you get all these words from? Like you'll listen to a Mariah Carey song, you have to go get a dictionary. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's the SAT word. Right? Yeah. Like Mariah writes incredibly well. And it's always like these big words. I'm like, she always has big words. It's always big words. Like, what the heck? But the one that always stuck with me was ubiquitously. I'm like, what the heck? What kind of word is that? That's crazy, you know? But you can listen to Mariah Carey and you'll actually hear like SAT words. Like, that's insane, right? But I'm like, Michelle Obama, she barely speaks. Michelle Obama, she barely speaks. And when she talks, yeah, Mariah Carey is insane. You listen to a Mariah Carey song, you have to have Webster by your side. This lady and her big words. I'm like, she's incredibly articulate. She's incredibly eloquent, right? Mariah is not ratchet at all. Like she is extremely, extremely articulate. Like it's insane. I'm like, wow, how did you fit that word in that song? That's crazy, girl, right? But like we have people like that. If we're talking about Maya Angelou, we know Maya Angelou for her brain because, okay, right? We talk about Toni Morrison, another Aquarius, right? Yes. Toni Morrison is like, she's impeccable. Like she really is impeccable, right? Alice Walker, another Aquarius, but she's crazy though, right? So I'm okay, like there are people you're like, yes, they are known for their words and they're known for their convictions and they're known for speaking eloquently and they're known for speak like they speak from the soul. Like it's not some foolishness. And you know they're not just doing it because, oh, now it's trendy to be a Black activist and things like that. Like when Toni Morrison was saying, like, I will never feature white people in my books. Like she meant that shit. What the fuck? And it was not even a time where it was cool to be Black and it was like Black Lives Matter and DEI. No. She's like, not doing it. She said that. I don't care about white people. I'm not putting these people in my books. Like, what's going on? I'm not doing that. Right? Maya Angelou, there are videos out here. You can see Maya Angelou said, all I've ever known from white people was evilness. She was like, they were wicked, okay? Because she used to call white folks poor white trash. This lady was completely unapologetic. Like, to me, Joy Reid, she's performative. Okay? This whole, like, oh, white women and calling people Karens, it's performative because that's what's in right now, cussing out white people, right? But Toni Morrison, she meant that shit. Maya Angelou, she meant what she said about these white people. She was not apologizing for that. And they still made it. And the thing about them, like if you compare Maya Angelou or Toni Morrison, when they would cuss out white people, they would do it so graciously. She would just say it. It'd be like, I said it. Now what? Now what? right? When you look at Joy Reid, it's extremely performative. That one interview with Toni Morrison, the white lady said, would you ever write about white characters? Toni Morrison picked up her glass. She drank the water. She said, do you realize how racist you sound? I'm like, this woman is crazy, right? But she doesn't care. She does not care. Nina Simone, another one. Do you want to kill white people? Oh my gosh, you gotta say these things. This is just too much, right? But I'm like, it was real energy. It's not performative. But I'm like, let's be so for real. From the time she ran for office, like her husband ran for office, it was verbal gaffe after one gaffe after the other. Oh, I'm not proud of my country. I've never been proud to be an American. Like, all kinds of foolishness. I wanted to divorce my husband. I'm, oh my gosh, this lady is crazy. Okay. They had to tell her to shut up. Right. And you fast forward till today. Her last speech was not even her last one, but the big one at DNC. She said, oh, let your kids love who they want to love. I'm like, okay, so you want parents to like let their children like do all kinds of nasty stuff? Like, what is going on with this weirdo? Right. But I'm like, when have you ever listened to Michelle Obama and you were like, wow, this right here has touched me? No. If you are I don't know, I feel like maybe if you're not familiar with a lot of great Black minds, then yes, Michelle Obama can impress you, right? Because it does happen. A lot of young Black people don't know a lot. So she could definitely impress you. But I'm just saying, like, if you grew up at a certain age and you know a lot more, you cannot be impressed. There is another Black lady here. What's her name? What's her name? Her name was Giovanni something, right? Light skin like that. Like, she's crazy. Even her, she's crazy. She's like a crazy ass feminist. When I tell you she is way more convincing, she's way more compelling with her craziness than Michelle Obama. I used to listen to her. Like her old videos were like James Baldwin, and they would talk about like the relationship between the Black woman and the Black man. But I'm like, hold on, let me see if I can find her. Because I gotta find her full name. Hold on. Giovanni something. What is her name? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, it's her. Nikki. There you go. I don't know if you ever heard of her, right? Nikki Giovanni. That's her name, right? There you go. Nikki Giovanni. She's insane. This lady is crazy. She is crazy. She is so crazy. I'm like, this woman is insane, right? Because I would listen to her, like, you know, her and James Baldwin, like, going back and forth. But I'm like, Nikki Giovanni, to me, she is way more. She is way more convincing. She's way more articulate. She's stronger in her position. She's like, even her little goofy ass feminist convictions, like she holds dear to her feminist convictions. I'm like, you listen to her, but okay, I don't agree, but I respect the energy. Michelle Obama, like what does she say? Oh, you're like, oh my gosh, like this is so profound. I've never heard this before. I've never seen even Candace Owens. I would argue that to me, Candace Owens is more enthralling linguistically than Michelle Obama. You know? I don't even think Michelle Obama can even do an hour or 2 hour podcast and make it as riveting as like when you sit here and you listen to Candace Owens talk about Monsieur Macron because allegedly the first lady of France is a man. Okay, but what the heck, Candace? Are you actually okay? Right? But Candace is way more riveting than Michelle Obama. You know what I'm saying? Again, yeah, Condoleezza too. But Condoleezza, she actually worked. She worked at the White House. She worked. She was Secretary of State. So she actually had a job. Michelle was just a wife. That's what we're trying to say. What, like she didn't have a real career. That's what we're trying to say. Like her husband is respected because of what he achieved, like what he killed. Like he is known for competing. Like, okay, you become a senator, then you have the election, you go against McCain, you go against like, I don't know, McCain. Even before McCain, he won against Hillary Clinton, then you go against McCain, womp, you do 4 years, you come back again, you fight again, right? Barack Obama, for as much as I'm not a fan of Barack Obama, but I'm saying like he competed, like he got into the trenches, like he got to the gulags and he came out the winner. So people have respect for him. It's the same reason why people also have respect for Trump, because after everything, the court cases, the convictions, the felonies, the this, the that, the raids, the Russia collusion, the fact that he overcame all of that to be president, like, but damn, right? People have respect for you. The vast majority of women do not compete. The vast majority of women do not want to compete. Look at the ladies of the WNBA. Right? What's the girl? The Angel Reese, right? So she's like, oh, if the WNBA does not raise their salary, they're going to walk out. You see? Because women are weak. They are weak. They are entitled. They're lazy and they're weak and they don't like to compete. When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Dr. J give me a name. What's his name? Larry Bird. All the founding fathers of the NBA, right? They were not getting paid $200 million. They were not getting paid $300 million. How much you think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was getting paid when he was playing for the Lakers back in the day? Right? But they played it because they loved the game. It was not about the money. Right? But these are the people like the Jordans and the Anthony Edwards, like they stand on the shoulders of these people. Because had somebody not laid the foundation, nobody be playing today. And nobody be making all this money today. Right? But there are people out here who have bigger contracts than Michael Jordan, but they're not even as good as Michael. Right? These girls are coming in, they're already complaining. Oh, I only make $75,000. I only make some. Shut up. Shut up. You dribble the ball. Like, be quiet. Because they don't want to suffer. They don't want to grind. They don't, and like they bullied that girl. What's her name? Caitlin Hill. What's her name? Caitlin Clark. Bullied her. Went all kinds of bigot, racist in that girl. Right? The girl got injured. The stuff is going down. Okay? So now they want to walk out. I'm like, y'all so damn lazy. When I was growing up, and we had Lisa Leslie, we had Cheryl Swoop, we had all these females playing. They were not even making half this money. Nobody was complaining. Nobody was complaining. Right? They don't want to do the hard work. They want to show up when everything's already made. That's what we're saying. So that's why most women are not going to have the same level of respect that men are getting, because most men, nothing is already made. They have to make it. They got to figure that shit out. They have to go out there and compete. Nobody's feeling sorry for you. We saw Trump get shot. He went back to work. Then they tried to shoot his ass again. He still went to work. Getting sued over here, sued over there. And he's still showing up and he's campaigning. Because that's what you got to do as a man. Because nobody's going to feel sorry for you. A woman, as soon as she breaks a nail, the world has to stop. Girl, stop. Oh my gosh, my nail. Right? Right? That's what we're saying. Like, women cannot be in position of leadership because the grit, the savagery, the suffering, the pain, the I don't know, the mental resilience it takes to be at the top. Most women will fall apart. They will fall apart. That's why they only want to have jobs that are safe, that have great carpet, air conditioning, and great benefits. You don't see these girls out here talking, oh, let's have equality to longshoremen. Let's have equality to firefighters. Anytime it's dangerous, it has low salary and things like that. You don't see these girls trying to compete with these men. They don't want to do that. They only want to compete with men where it's safe, it's well organized, there's a lot of air conditioning, there's great carpet, right? And all you have to do is use technology, right? But when you really have to go out there and get it out the mud, these girls will disappear because they don't want to suffer. They do not want to suffer. They just don't want to suffer. And they don't want to admit that to themselves, right? Look at Joy Reid. We're going to see if Joy Reid can get out here in the trenches and create a podcast from scratch and take that podcast to 1 million subs. We're going to see. They don't want to suffer. So I'm like, if you don't want to suffer, you will never have the same respect as a man. And that's what we're saying. So it's like Michelle Obama by herself, she would have been a regular woman. I guess she would have made some kind of money, but she never would have been icon level. But the fact that she had a husband that had a big vision and the husband made that vision come to pass, she benefited from that. It's the same thing with Tina Knowles. If Matthew Knowles had not had the vision of the girl time, then the vision of Destiny's Child. If Matthew Knowles had not quit his job, nobody would care about Tina Knowles. She would still be in Dallas somewhere, Houston somewhere, being a hairdresser, right? No one would care, right? But today, people have more respect for her and more love for her. Even though, what did she do? Them goofy-ass, tacky-ass outfits she was stitching, right? People think the outfits made Destiny's Child. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Who was training these girls? Who was helping the girls? Who was doing the marketing? Who was fighting for the girls? Who was working on their contract? Right? But it's because most women are just incredibly dishonest. Most women they're so pathetic. They're just incredibly dishonest. And I think because a lot of them hate men, they're misandrous. So it just hurts them to admit that, you know what? Men do something that is also really important. Because, especially when you're part of the sisterhood, especially for a black man, when you're part of the sisterhood, you don't have the right to say that black men do something positive. You just don't have the right to say it. So these women just carry on delusional as fuck, thinking, oh yeah, I did this by myself. I don't need a man. You do need a man. Everybody needs a man. Whether it's the government, whether it's the police officer, the firefighter, the people who pull the electricity into your house, men have pretty much built the world. So there's nothing as a woman that you're touching on your day-to-day life that a man didn't make. I'm like, we got to stop with that. There's nothing that you're like, there's no privilege. There's no privilege. There's no right. There's no technology. There's nothing out here that you're touching or you're eating, you're enjoying that a man has not created. Right? YouTube, man. Netflix, a man. Amazon, a man. You name it. TikTok, a man. Well, like, what the heck? We live in the world that's really built and sustained by men. We gotta stop being delusional. We really have to stop being delusional, right? So I don't understand, like, this commitment, this stupid, goofy commitment to deny the contributions that men have made to our society as a human race that have enabled all of us to have better lives is crazy to me. Hey, babe, it's crazy to me. Men built the world. Men built like all these bridges, these roads. Sometimes you see these bridges. Have you ever seen a woman build a bridge? She might help with the design. I'm not saying no, but actually go out there and build. Have you ever seen a woman try to on the scaffolding, try to help build a skyscraper? All these skyscrapers in New York. I don't know how many women were actually out there helping with the steel, helping with this, helping with that. Where? Just a bunch of like, it's just so delusional to me. Like, it's just so, like, how pathetic can you be? And that's why we should not live a life where we feel as though we have to be in competition with men. But okay, you know what? We're here to compliment the men, right? We don't have to be in competition with men. There's no need for that because we're not going to win. We are not going to win. We're just not going to win, right? We're just not going to win. You're not going to win. Yeah, we all need each other. But I'm like, women need men more. And it's okay. It's really okay to admit that to yourself, right? It's okay to admit that to yourself. Women need men more. Men don't need women as much. They don't need women as much. They really don't. The woman, because the woman is more vulnerable than a man, right? If you're out there in the wilderness, if there's a camp full of men and there's a camp full of women, and you have to bet your chances of survival, are you going to go with the camp that's full of men? You're going to go with the camp full of women. What you going to do? Okay? Most likely, you'll choose the camp full of men. Why is that? And it's okay. And it's really, really okay. We can watch all these goofy ass movies about Superwoman and the Amazonian and the whatever, the homie people in Benin, yeah, whatever. At the end of the day, okay? At the end of the day, right? The world can't function without men. Even when it comes to going out there on the ocean somewhere and they have to drill the oil and they got to bring the oil out the earth and all, it's men. It is men. Okay? When it comes to fixing our economy, good or bad, men gonna have to do it. Right? That's the thing. Like, it's the men. Who's out here running the little SpaceX, trying to get people to the moon, to the Mars, whatever? It's men. And it's okay. It's okay. It's perfectly okay. And that's why we don't have to lie to ourselves. That's why I can't stand feminism and say to ourselves that, oh yeah, we are in competition with men. No, I don't have a strong taste for losing. So therefore, I'm not going to compete with somebody that I know is going to win. I'm going to be a partner to someone I know is going to win. You got to be smart in life. You don't have to be stupid, right? You don't have to work hard. You got to work smart, right? So if you know that someone is a winner, a natural born winner, you become an ally to that person, not an antagonist to that person. It makes no sense, right? I mean, a lot of them can say whatever they want to say, but I think we also have to admit that some women are lesbians, right? In the sisterhood, you have a lot of lesbians, right? There are a lot of lesbians. There are a lot of lesbians who have daddy issues, this issue, that issue, you know, all kinds of stuff. And you have a lot of them who want to sleep with women. So because of that, there's a calculated desire to get the woman that you want to sleep with to have this disdain for men because you want to sleep with her. We saw that with Priscilla, but it's not just Priscilla. It's a lot more. You understand? Because why would somebody be so committed to making you have such a skewed view of men like this? Like, what do you get out of this, right? If it's not the fact that she wants to have sex with you, right? Because a smart woman who is not interested in playing with your lady part, right, is going to tell you exactly the truth, right? And even if it's inconvenient, she's going to say that to you. But a woman who says to you, oh, you have to hate men, you don't need a man, most likely she's a lesbian. And most likely she wants to have sex with you, right? So you got to be smart. But there are a lot of lesbians out here. And they're quite aggressive, if I may say so myself, right? But we're not stupid, right? So that's what it was. When B. Taylor starts her friendship with Priscilla, it was, oh, let's bash men together. Let's go after the red pill community. Like they came together on this accord of, we're going to go and fight off these men. We're going to fight these men. Next thing you know, in less than 3 weeks, B. Taylor goes from being heterosexual to being a homosexual. Well, there you go. And we see how that turned out, because I'm sure her relationship with Priscilla was way more toxic than any heterosexual relationship she's had before. Right? Because Priscilla is extremely toxic. But then again, you have another manipulative Aquarius, right? But I'm like, how did you end up being a lesbian like less than 2 weeks? That can make sense. You didn't even fight for your clit? That's crazy to me. That's hella crazy, right? But a lot of ladies are lesbians. They are lesbians, right? And that I hope you understand that, right? A lot of them are lesbians. So for them, it's like, I understand why she's competing with the man, because she has an attraction to women. So every time a woman chooses a man over her, I understand why there's so much scorn and hatred. But my thing is, if you're heterosexual, why would you then conduct yourself, or why would you allow yourself to be influenced by somebody who does not, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy to me. Yeah, it got to make sense. It has to make sense. It really has to make sense, because everybody wants something. And I think the problem, to me, what I have noticed, like when it comes to the sisterhood, what I have noticed is that a lot of girls are extremely oblivious. They are extremely aloof. Okay, aloof. All right, they're just so naive, and the fact that they don't recognize that everybody wants something. Everybody wants something. Nothing is free. Even friendship, there's nothing free. Sisterhood, everything will cost you something. Right? But the unfortunate thing is that in the steps of a neophyte, like somebody who's just like, very, very green, doesn't know shit, right? When you don't know shit, you think everybody that has your skin color and your vajayjay means you well. Why? Because you're a neophyte, right? You are not well versed in the art of psychological warfare. Because once you understand psychological warfare, you will understand that every human being wants something. Now, some people will be quite upfront. This is what I want. Other people play ruses, games, chicanery, you name it, right? But it is your job to have enough discernment. It is your job. Like I said, it's not even just the stuff that people say. It's the stuff that is not even being said that you have to actually listen to. Because what exactly is your purpose, right? If I'm a woman, you're a woman, and you're telling me, oh, have hatred for men and have hatred for men. Okay, so what is your end goal? What is that? Right? And that's why you got to be very, very careful and extremely suspicious of people who constantly meddle in the extreme. When somebody only gives you the worst case scenario of everything and of everyone, of every gender, got to be very careful. Right? Because what they're trying to get you to do is to be hateful. And they're not trying to get you to be discerning. Because, somebody could say, I'm concerned for you, so I want you to be aware. But in making sure that you're aware, I'm going to share the pros and the cons, because everything is not always bad. It can be bad. And this is how you watch out for that. Right? But when you're talking to a person and it's always bad, everything is just bad, negative. Okay, sure. Now that's propaganda, right? And the only reason why you are seeking to have me ingest all this propaganda, because you want control. And why do you want control of me? Because most likely you want to sleep with me. Because why? Why? I'm like, what are the reason? What is going on? Right? People are perverse. And the thing is also, I'm going to say this too, right? When you're dealing with women, you have to understand that not only are women excessively greedy, they want more than what they've sown. They want more than what they've contributed to, but not just that. They are extremely manipulative. The vast majority of women are extremely manipulative, whether it's telling you lies, crying their heart out. Oh my gosh, let me tell you, always having a story, always being the victim of something crazy, right? It's always them, right? And so you got to be very, very careful, because when she opens her mouth, she is more likely to be manipulating you than she is educating you. She's more likely to manipulate than she is to actually inform you, because most women are not capable of being truthful, because the vast majority of women, especially in the West, do not have self-awareness. They don't have self-awareness. So if you don't have self-awareness, how can you actually speak to me in a way that can actually be trustworthy? Because I am sure, because you are a woman and you're greedy and you're manipulative, your goal is to manipulate me, to take your side, to be blinded by your tears, blinded by your sob story, blinded by whatever happened to you 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I do not care. I do not care. I don't care. I sure don't. Right? Because I'm a woman myself. Right? So I know what my gender group is highly capable of doing. And that's why every time they say something, it's always question mark. And I said, nowadays, if a woman comes outside and she says, oh, my man did this to me, my husband did this to me, my ex did this to me, the father of my child did this to me, like, well, we also have to hear his side. Right? Because I know you're not going to tell me the truth. You're going to tell me a narrative. There you go. It's a narrative. It is not the truth, because the truth has multiple sides to it. You're going to tell your piece. You're going to tell his piece. We're going to take some time. We're going to breathe, and we're going to think about everything that was told to us. And we're going to start to see where it all comes together. And that most likely is the accurate picture of what exactly happened. And that's why you never rush to say, oh, because she's a woman, I'm going to take her side. Nope. We are going to believe people who are credible. And credibility is not determined by your XY chromosome or your XX chromosome. No, credibility is determined by character. And for me to know your character, I also need to have experience with you, because anybody can be anybody, right? But it takes time. It takes years of having a relationship with someone to say, I know this person. And if this person is saying that, most likely it's true, because I've had a long experience. I had a long relationship. I had enough time to get to know this person, right? We are going to believe credible people. Even the lady who started the whole Me Too movement, she said clearly, I never said trust all women, or what's called believe all women. So I never said that, because we understand that it was a woman who lied on Emmett Till. There you go. And I said the same thing. Oh, that's so crazy, because I said this before. I even heard her say that, right? We believe people who are credible. And credibility is not a sign at birth, okay? Credibility does not just, oh, well, you're born a woman, so therefore you're credible. No, you are the most vulnerable. Like after a baby, it's you. So you're like the second to be most vulnerable. So most likely you're lying. Why would you not lie? Right? And if you notice, most people who are strong and can do things for themselves are never seeking sympathy. They don't, oh, feel sorry for me. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you what happened to me. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sure. It probably did not pan out the way you wanted to. So now you're running to social media, because what you can't win privately, you want to win that publicly by destroying somebody's reputation. It happened today again, huh? I'll play a video for y'all. It happened today. I'm like, there you go. Right? Because they lie. In the words of Nicki Minaj, and you lied and you cried and you lied and you cried. So you get to a point in your life, you're like, yeah, sure. Whatever. Time will tell. Time will tell. And most of the time, the woman is found out to be a liar, because she was lying, because she was doing what? She was manipulating. Per usual. Per usual. It never fails. That's why if a woman tells you something, come back a week later and ask her to tell you the same story again and see if she can do it. And you'll see it's not the same story. Why? Because she lied. Because she lied. Okay. And I do feel like, I guess, like, what are we in? Aquarius and Pluto? A lot more women are going to be exposed for the liars that they are, for the people that they've ruined, the lives that they've ruined, careers that they have ruined, right? No, I'm serious. A lot of women, we're still, I do believe that we're still Aquarius and Pluto, right? A lot of women are going to be exposed for the lies that they've told. They're going to be exposed. And some of them, I even pray for their mental health, because I think it's going to be so embarrassing It's going to be so devastating how they will be completely repudiated from like society. It's communication, right? That I really do, huh? No, I'm serious, Kevin. I am really, really serious. I'm serious. You see it all. Kevin, even the Bible says that. When somebody is quick to run to you, to talk bad about somebody else, be very careful. Be very careful. Be very, very. Why are you so quick to talk about the person? Can we talk to him? No. You can't talk to him. Oh, there you go. The whole thing is a lie. Fabrication. Made that shit up. Made the whole shit up because that's what weak people do. Weak people lie. And because the vast majority of women, per genetics, are weaker than men, they're more likely to lie. They're more likely to lie. They're more likely to defame. They're more likely to have this goofy ass pride, destructive pride. They're more likely to be manipulative. They're more likely to be cliquish, right? If you notice carefully, most women, when they decide to do evil, they do it in a clique. It's a mob. They have to attack people as a mob. They can never do it by themselves because they're weak. They're scared. Right? So they have to wait to have a little bit of a following. They have to wait to have a little bit of a name, right? And then they come as a mob. They never come by themselves because they're scared. They're a bunch of cowards. They are scared. Grab a woman by herself. You'll see, she won't say shit. She won't say, and it's happened to me multiple times, right? I've met people who have said some bullshit. They won't say shit. You see? Because you ain't shit. Because you a coward. A whole coward. She's not going to say anything to you. But on social media, when she has an audience and she has her enclave of lace front blue idiots, right? Then the wig bandits will bend it away. Yes, that's what they do. But they always need emotional support for destruction, including their own destruction. They're a bunch of idiots. They're a bunch of idiots. They're a whole bunch of idiots. They're a bunch of idiots. And the sad part is they don't want to see that they're being idiotic. Right? And everybody laughs at them. Like people are laughing at you. You're not quite bright, right? But they always have to do stuff as a clique, as a amalgamation of idiots. Destruction. Right? There's never any strategy to the methods. Like they never have any strategy. Like they just do stuff because let's go destroy, let's go burn, let's go lie, let's go da. That's it. That's about it. Right. I've even said this before. I'm like, compare some of these Black female bloggers who are always saying hate men. The vast majority of those ladies, what have they built? Right? Then you take the Black manosphere, right? Most of these men, they can actually sit, they can actually sit in a chair. They have chairs, they have tables, they have microphones, they have the Rode mic or they have the Shure mic. Right? Many of them also have great camera quality. Many of them, they have that deck, the StreamYard, the deck, like there's a, what's it called? There's this kind of deck with the whole sounds, whatever, right? Look at how well organized they are. Look at how much money they make. Look at the quality of their production. Then compare that to the Black sisterhood. Right? You see? There's no strategy. It's just emotion, insulting man, they insult the man, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more, nothing less, right? That's it. That's about it. Because there's no strategy. It's just emotional. We hate men. We hate Black men. We hate the man. We hate the man. Okay, sure. Anything else? Well, me, honestly, the reality is, I think most women have to be honest with themselves and admit that the vast majority of women do not like other women. The problem is, once again, women are being pressured to be girls, to be pro-woman. They're being pressured, right? Because once again, women are bullies. They refuse to allow people to be themselves, right? If we allow people to be themselves and we respected people being themselves, we would have less hypocrisy. Right? The vast majority of women do not like other women. I was sitting here today doing my little TikTok stuff, right? And I was watching this live by Yanni, right? Once again, a girls' trip gone wrong. Bunch of Black girls trying to go on a girls' trip, and they went left. And I'm like, you see, y'all know very well that y'all don't like each other, but you keep wanting to be friends. You keep wanting to go on vacation together. You keep trying. It does not work. You don't like each other. And it's okay. Why are we forcing this on people? Why are we telling people because you're a woman, you have to be supportive of other women? I might not want to, right? Why are we telling women, oh, because you're a woman, you got to be a girl's girl? Maybe she's a tomboy. Maybe she doesn't want to do that. You have to respect it, right? But women need to have control. They need to have control. They need to control you. It's like a beehive. Control, 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 control. So what happens? A lot of girls become fake. They start pretending, right? They become somebody else in the presence of more women when deep down inside they can't stand these girls. Because we force people to be something they don't want to be. Because we don't know how to respect people, right? Let people be. Stop telling girls that you have to be a girl's girl. No, she doesn't. Let her be herself. Your job is to learn who she is, respect who she is, and decide how you're going to move. Stop telling people, oh, you got to be bestie. That no, they don't want to do that, right? There's another girl, another black girl also. She was involved in the whole like Keith Lee situation when he went to Philly, right? And there was like this lady, she had a food truck and he left her money, her and her son, and he put money on the thing, and he told her to split the money around, and the lady did not want to split the money up, right? You see? But anyways, so one girl was in there, she didn't get paid, right? Somehow the same girl is in a new kind of drama on TikTok because this one black girl had nowhere to stay with her son. So she's like, okay, you can move into my apartment. I don't know what happened. The girl could not pay the apartment, but that's one thing. But if you see how she handled that girl's apartment, how disgusting the apartment was. You might not have the money to pay for the apartment, but at least keep the apartment clean. Keep it clean, right? And like you see, this black girl also, she has to stop trying to save everybody on TikTok because it's just not going to work. You're a business owner. If you rent your apartment, if you do Airbnb, do your Airbnb. Don't try to be a businesswoman and then be like some kind of philanthropist. Like, it's just not going to work. It's not going to work, right? People have to be honest, right? And also, you have to support who you actually like. Just because someone is a woman, you are not going to like her automatically. There has to be something to like. But when you're forcing people to be supportive of people just because they're a woman, just because they're a black woman, yeah, it's going to go left because it's not sincere. It's coerced. People are doing this under duress. Or you're going to be shamed. There's, oh, you're not supportive. Or you're a pick-me. They're always putting people in situations of coercion where people feel as though I have no choice. I have to pretend like I care, like I like her. Stop doing that. Respect people. Let them be, right? Some girls don't like other girls, and that's okay. Some girls are not girls. Some girls are tomboys. Some girls are more comfortable around men. Some girls are more comfortable by themselves. Some girls find other girls quite stupid, okay? And that's okay. Like, it's just fine, right? Some girls are extremely selective. Some girls have no barometers. Like, anybody can be their friend. They're like something like, they're like an item like the lost and found. Pick me, pick me, pick me, right? You sure? Okay? So it's like we're all different. We are all different. But they keep trying to force you into this like woman clique and you're a woman, so therefore, no. Just because I have a JJ doesn't mean I want to be her friend. I don't know this girl. And even if I got to know her, I might not like her. And that is okay. And she might not like me as well. Perfect. Be your own person. Do not be bullied into like being in friendships, whatever, with other girls just because they're girls or because they're black. No. You have the right to say, hey, I don't like you. I don't want to support you. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to be in your movement. I want to be by myself. Leave me alone. Okay? And it's perfectly fine. Men definitely have more honor. They definitely do. Right? And most men will be honest. They'll tell you to your face. It's just that, once again, the ladies don't want to listen. Because if you're not saying what she wants to hear, she's going to have a problem with that. Right? Because a lot of ladies struggle with boundaries. They seriously struggle with boundaries. They struggle with being told no. They struggle with rejection. They struggle with like, okay, you're not a priority for me. Like, chill. It's cool. You know what I mean? And they also struggle with like, okay, it's over. Move on. Go. Like, bye. Vamos, go. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. You have to stop. You really have to stop. Hold on. What is it, yo?
Wrote for Michelle Obama. These people are not writing their speeches. Why would you? When you have experts and people who do this that can write a compelling speech that can translate what you think in your mind to a piece of paper. These people aren't writing speeches. It's not like Melania was like, dang, that speech was so good. let me write her speech as my speech. It's like, nah, a speechwriter either sabotaged her or they drawn from the same written speech. Like somebody wrote.
Let's come here. Okay, let's see this.
More fuel on the fire that there's a potential, maybe a divorce or some sort of rockiness going on in the Obamas' relationship. They both posted these mirrored, very choreographed Valentine's Day messages on X, but he was just seen at an LA, it's the basketball team. What's it called? I can't remember the name. The Clippers. Thank you. Game without her. And the LA Clippers. And then with Steve Ballmer, who's the owner, he's been on this show. And then on Tuesday, he was spotted eating out at a fancy dinner in Sherman Oaks with both daughters, Malia and Sasha. But again, no Michelle, according to TMZ. So
I think they seem to be soft launching their divorce. I mean, if it were the opposite and all of these rumors are flying, wouldn't they make a concerted effort to be seen together, or just absolutely issue a statement and saying there's no truth to these rumors? I kind of think maybe they're not even sure, or maybe one wants it more than the other. You know,
she didn't go to the inauguration.
She did not go to the inauguration. She never gave a really credible, solid reason why she wasn't at Jimmy Carter's funeral. That to me is the
previous engagement.
Previous engagement.
What?
Now, let's say, I'm trying to think how a publicist would spin it, or a crisis manager. Let's say she had had some plastic surgery and Jimmy Carter happened to die during her recovery. Could you not say health reasons?
Yeah.
And leave it at that. And most people will respect that. They're
That's
not going
right.
to go near it. But she didn't even say that, which made it seem a very petty, vengeful move on her part.
Well, when I first saw that he was seen at a basketball game without her, I'm like, well, that's no big deal. Doug would go to a basketball game without me all the time. I would say, go without me. But then when I heard, then he went on to meet with their daughters.
Right.
Like there was, you know how it is. Like every parent who's got girls who are in college is like dying to spend time with their daughters. And so this is an opportunity to see both of them. And she's not there. So I don't know why, but this just keeps happening. And that Valentine's Day message was so ridiculously, like I said, choreographed. Here was what they wrote. This is the last public acknowledgement of each other. She wrote, "If there's one person I can always count on, it's you, at Barack Obama. You're my rock. Always have been, always will be. Happy Valentine's Day, honey." And then he wrote, "32 years together and you still take my breath away. Happy Valentine's Day, at Michelle Obama." It just doesn't feel organic at all.
It reads
same photo. They both posted the exact same photo. So clearly staffers put all of this together.
Okay. And also, can we ask the lawyer in you to parse these statements? Because, okay, let's take Barack, for example. You still take my breath away. How?
Right.
With your fucking anger? With your complete inability to just get with the program and show up
at the inauguration, so I have to walk in like a lonely soldier.
Exactly. And then tell people you're mad because I was laughing with Donald Trump.
Right.
Maybe you're taking my breath away for that reason.
Interesting. So these are truthful statements, but you have to look beyond what you're actually seeing. I like that. If there's one person I can always count on, it's you.
Count on for what?
You're my rock. Always have been, always will be. In what way? Like the person who weighs you down?
Right. Are you weighing me down in the ocean? Are you the immovable rock around all that we all have to move around? Like your ambition is the immovable rock and we are the waves crashing against it. Maybe it's that.
You don't go out and buy a life jacket when the boat is sinking, and you don't buy gold when the economy has already collapsed.
I'm like, this is crazy. No, you're a little crazy. Go sell somewhere. Let's see that.
Barack Obama subtly squashing split rumors with a sweet birthday tribute to his wife, Michelle.
He's got a little swag, you know. That's okay. I mean, I'm proud of him.
The former president sharing this photo holding hands with his wifey on a date night and gushing about her in the caption, writing, "Happy birthday to the love of my life. You fill every room with warmth, wisdom, humor, and grace, and you look good doing it. I'm so lucky to be able to take on life's adventures with you. Love you. Michelle responding with a simple, love you, honey.
He's a stylish man who is healthy and he's smart and he's passionate and he's inspiring. And who wouldn't fall in love with that? You know, it's okay.
The divorce rumors started flying after Michelle was MIA at former President Jimmy Carter's funeral. That's Barack and President-elect Donald Trump sitting next to each other at the memorial. All living U.S. presidents and their spouses were there, except Michelle. Then, just days later, the Associated Press reported the former First Lady would also be skipping Trump's inauguration on January 20th. It's still TBD on why she's not attending the ceremony.
I would say be true to yourself. Because it's easier to live life being authentically you. You don't have to fake anything. And you never have to remember who you're trying to be because you're always yourself.
I really do believe they could be filing for divorce, though. This is crazy. This is crazy. Look at Jennifer Aniston. Because I'm like, why would they pick Jennifer Aniston of all people to talk about her? Why her of all people? But I remember, like, when he first ran, I remember her saying that she wanted to file for divorce. I have to look it up. She was like, yeah, she's going to file for divorce until I guess they realized he was going to win the primaries. And she was like, okay, I guess they told her, like, you just can't leave. You know? Lord have mercy. This is a lot. This is crazy. Well, I don't think I can play TMZ stuff. But time will tell. We shall see.
If you don't like the Obama bros, how about an actual Obama? Michelle, the former First Lady, and her brother Craig Robinson are launching their own pod where they promised to save nothing.
Yeah, for her. Yeah. Remember, she said she hated him for 10 years. Remember that, y'all? Remember she said that? She was like, she hated him for 10 years. Like, you hated him for 10 years. A whole decade of you hating your husband? She sure did say that for her. That's right. Yeah, she said that. That's true. She did say it.
People think I'm being catty by saying this. It's like there were 10 years when I couldn't stand my husband.
Michelle Obama is getting candid about love and marriage. The former First Lady doesn't hold back during a December panel with Revolt TV. When talking about her relationship with her husband of 30 years, Michelle reveals things with Barack weren't always picture perfect, especially for about a decade.
And people think I'm being catty by saying this. It's like there were 10 years when I couldn't stand my husband.
You know? You say that. You say
10 long years. And guess when it happened? When those kids were little, right?
Mrs. Obama opens up about the early days before the White House when she and the former president were trying to balance family and their careers, reflecting that their responsibilities weren't always split 50-50.
I really do feel like I'm going to say this, y'all. If people are mad, that's fine. I don't even care. I really do feel as though if you are a man and you want to be extremely competitive and you have this great vision for yourself, you are extremely ambitious, you should not marry a feminist. You should not marry a feminist. You should, if a woman tells you she's a feminist, you need to respect that. People have to respect people. Like, people really have to respect people, man. Like, just like if you're a man also and you meet and you know that you want a child, but then you meet a woman and she says to you, I don't want no kids, respect it. Because if you later on you try to bully her to have children and then she agrees to have the child, she could have a serious nervous breakdown. She could hate those kids. She might even drown the baby in a bath water. Okay. Yeah. A lot of people have that. Okay. So it's like, if she's a feminist, I honestly don't even think that feminists should be married. Because a feminist, like, she's really about like woman empowerment. I guess it's not an empowerment, but she's really about that woman toxic. She's like, it's toxic femininity. Okay. She believes in competing with men. She wants to climb the corporate ladder. I don't know where she's going, child. Right? Family is not a priority for her. She feels like raising children is holding her back. She's missing out on something. She's missing out on this. She's missing out on that and this and that. You have to. Oh, I'm serious, Kevin. Like, Kevin, one thing I love about you, Libra, I know that when I say things, you're like, what the heck, Marlene? But one thing I like about you, you ponder. You ponder, okay? I love how you ponder what I say. But it's true, because I can see how it could scorn a person. Yeah, because she is a career woman. And I do believe also that if you're a very smart, if you're a very ambitious man, stay away from girls who went to liberal colleges. Like Michelle, she had a double liberal college education from Princeton to Harvard. Yeah, that lady was incredibly brainwashed. Okay, that's why the vast majority of women who go to liberal colleges do not make for good wives. They make for good workers, because liberal colleges, yes, I don't know. It was like this week, right, you guys? Oh, I didn't mean to be here for too long, but yes, I don't know. It was last week, right? I had this thought come to my mind, and I was like, feminism, like, why? Because anytime they have a movement out here in America because they want something. Right? It's never really about empowering you. No. They make it seem like it's about you, but it's about the corporation, right? Because I don't know if you guys remember this, but I think maybe we talked about it before. But before, a lot of women were in the household, right? It's not until World War II, because so many men were going to war, you didn't have enough workers, right? Y'all got to think about this. There's always a bigger why. Feminism does not become a thing because, oh yeah, that's the right thing to do. No, you guys. Everything here in America is always about what the corporations need. And today, our current issue of our time for what corporations need is cheap labor. And that's why so many corporations are behind this illegal immigration movement. That's why so many corporations are putting so much money into the pockets of all these Democrat politicians to make you believe that, oh, we have to care about the illegal immigrants. They're separating families. They're only coming here to have a good life. One thing, whoop. They don't want to hurt nobody. They're not no criminals. You understand? You really think all these Democratic people care about them illegal immigrant people? No, they're donors who have these big corporations who are looking for cheap labor, want illegal immigration to continue. But if somebody says, well, I have a donor that owns what's it called? The chicken people, y'all. What the chicken people? Tyson? What do they call y'all? The people who make the chicken, right? Purdue or Tyson chicken. They're my donor. They just gave my campaign $2 million and they're looking for cheap labor. So I believe in let the illegal stay. Nobody's going to go for that, right? Because you got to remember, everything in politics is marketing. Everything in politics is about the marketing. It's about the story that you tell. If you tell a good story, you can get people to vote for their own self-destruction, right? You got to make it appealing enough. And we see it with entertainment. They have sold people on promiscuity. They have sold women on one night stands and casual hookups, and you meet a random man and you have sex in the bathroom. Like, what if he's a killer? Okay. You see, entertainment through the arts, they have sold women on some of the most destructive, degenerate behavior ever known to humanity. Right. So we understand that. This whole thing about illegal immigration and don't separate the family and we love the families, it has nothing to do about these politicians or these woke white liberals really caring about these illegal people. It's about their donors. And the vast majority of their donors are corporations who rely on cheap labor in order to have high profit margins. Come on now. Come on. Okay. And the other half, not half, but the other side of the donor, the people who care about illegal immigration, are also the Catholic Church, because a lot of the Catholic Church has a lot of different non-for-profits, and these non-for-profits receive billions of dollars from the government to help immigrants. So if there are no immigrants, then there's not any more grants, right? But they can't tell us about the money. So they got to tell you, oh, I care about Guadalupe. I care about Pedro. I care about Don Juanito. No, they don't care about these people. They do not care about these people. But these people represent a source of income that they cannot afford to lose. So what they have to do, they got to sell you a story that tugs on your heart, that makes you feel one thing, one. You understand? But when you look at World War II and the women are like now coming into the workforce, these corporations are realizing, well, these women, you know, they work really well and we can pay them less than men. So when the war is over, you think these corporations want these girls to go back in the house? And they're going to have to pay these men all kinds of money? No, they want to keep their cheap labor. So once again, corporations do what corporations do best. They find a politician with the right image, the right voice. They put money in that person's hand and say, okay, you got to convince these women that they want to be free. The man is an oppressor. The man hates you. The man wants to control you. You got to make your own money. Never rely on a man. One thing, one. This is why feminism became a thing. There's a reason to everything. It's up to you to have. It's up to you to have discernment. People don't care about these women, right? But at that time, it was cheap labor. It's a lot of women. It's cheap labor, and not just that. They're not trying to hire these men because if they hire these men, they're going to pay them higher wages. They ain't trying to do that. So now you got to find the right woman, the right politician with the right image to convince the woman, oh, your marriage is awful. Marriage is a dungeon. A man is controlling you. Being married is sex work. It's equivalent to sex work. A man wants to control you. The man, he hates you. You have to climb the corporate ladder. And then you start having these stories about women who work and women who are entrepreneurs and they bought themselves cars. And if you notice carefully, right, notice the messaging. Every time they try to seduce these women with working hard like a man, you're going to buy yourself a car. You're going to buy yourself a house. You're going to buy clothes and shoes. Have you ever heard these people say to a woman, oh, if you work hard, if you come to corporation and you climb the corporate ladder, you're going to become, you're going to be able to save money. You're going to be able to be a real estate investor, right? No, they always tell the woman, you want to be freed from the man, work like a man, compete like a man, so you can go and do what? Be a consumer. And that's why if you care to be honest, from the time of the early days of feminism until today, the vast majority of TV shows, movies, the lady, the main character, what she do? She's always shopping, right? And we know because for us, it was Sex in the City, right? Working, be a writer, get a job. Don't prioritize marriage. Don't prioritize a relationship. You know what I'm saying? And then you had Carrie Bradshaw for shoes, for bags. The girl was in debt. When you go back and you watch the Sex in the City, you got to ask yourself, how's she affording all this? Credit. The girl is bad with money. She got good taste, all right, but she is bad with money, right? And that's why you have a lot of women who enter the workforce. They go into debt to get these degrees. Oh, so I can be free from the man. Yes, because a degree is like your Emancipation Proclamation papers, right? If you get a degree, these are your freedom papers from the man because the man wants to control you. The man wants to control you, girl. Right? And they tell these women that men are coming, the men are coming, the men are coming. And the only place of refuge are the walls of academia. Oh, woo, I gotta go to school. The man is coming. The man is coming. Right? And the only place of safe refuge and solace is the walls of academia. You better stay in there as long as possible. Because the man is coming, girl, to make you a wife and make you fat and have your feet be swollen. Okay? So you see. And more, as you go from generation to generation, what they do? They keep increasing the price of the degree. They increase the price of the degree. They keep adding more credit. Oh, it probably, I'm sure way back in the day, for you to have a bachelor's, maybe it was like 40 credits, 60 credits, right? But in order to keep you there for long and take your money, they were, oh, no, it got to be 120 credits. Why? And they make you take English, French, all kinds of goofy shit. Like your freshman year and your freshman, sophomore year, it's all kinds of stupid classes. You don't even need these classes, right? There's no class on credit. There's just foolishness. And the whole time, tuition racking up, take all kinds of stupid classes. You don't even start taking classes that really touch your major until you get to like your junior year, kind of, right? It's all intentional, right? So you go into debt to get this degree. And we see now we see Black women are so afraid of the man. Black women get 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 degrees. My girl, when are you gonna start working, making money? Okay. Then you go to the workplace. They say climb the corporate ladder. You know, don't stop for relationships, right? Just have casual sex. Just have casual sex, right? So she's in debt. She doesn't have a stable relationship. She sleeps with everybody. So she starts drinking, smoking, partying, eating out, spending, consumer, right? But the message was always the man hates you, get a degree, work for the job, and then stop buying stuff, right? Oh, look at Mary Kay and Ash. Look at Mary Kay, the lady from Beauty Control, okay? Mary Kay. She bought herself a pink Cadillac. Right? Oh, they tell you about Madam Caesar Walker. She bought herself a fancy car. They always tell you when you're a woman and you made it, you gotta go buy yourself a car. Buy a car. It's always about you being a consumer. How often have you seen they have the messaging that says when you're a woman and you get your degree, you know, and you work hard, save your money, be an investor, be an owner. You've never heard that message in real life, on social media, entertainment. No. It's always about the woman who sacrificed everything to go to school, get a career, so she could buy stuff. Have a closet full of shoes, a closet full of bag, a closet full of wigs, right? She just works just so she can buy stuff. And it's not fulfilling. It is not fulfilling, right? So I was like, oh, so this is what it was about, right? So that's when you start seeing, even I'm sure, that's why I tell you, I've told you guys this. I'm like, that movie, Color Purple, yes, I feel like Color Purple was propaganda to like, see, look at this. The black man beat on the white woman, on the black woman, right? A black woman can't trust nobody. A black woman can trust a black man. Wumpty wump wump. And you see, like, if you study the history, Color Purple is such a monumental movie because they needed black women to be afraid of the black man. Then they start saying things, oh, during slavery. I'm like, oh gosh, the black woman suffered more than the black man. I'm like, how is that even possible? Like just saying all kinds of foolishness. And you know, the vast majority of people, they never actually studied slavery. Just saying all kinds of foolishness. But all of that is like because you start saying stuff, people can no longer separate the truth from a lie, from a narrative, from propaganda. People become so confused. And nobody says, oh, I got to go read the book. I got to make sure. Is that really what happened during slavery? And it's like, no, how can you even think that the black woman during slavery was working more, was suffering more than a black man? Are you actually okay? That doesn't even make sense, right? Like on average, you put men of all different ethnicities, like white man, black man, Asian man. Who's usually the bigger person? The black man. You put most black women next to most black men. Most black men are big. They are extremely big. So how can you think that a big creature like this, you think the white man is gonna take it soft on him and make it harder for you? Are you actually okay? Like during slavery, who was more likely to be treated like an ox, and who was more likely to be in the kitchen? Like, stop saying all kinds of foolishness. All kinds of foolishness, right? And they'll say these things. They've never really studied slavery. At most, they probably watched like Kunta Kinte, okay, or some goofy-ass documentary by none other than Oprah Winfrey, the manipulation machine, right? But I'm like, have you actually studied slavery for yourself? Have you ever actually set foot on an actual plantation? No and no. Okay. Just say all kinds of foolishness. But it's all intentional. These people are so good at creating division and chaos and confusion. It's giving the devil, huh? Okay? But that was the goal. You have to separate the woman from the man. And so you start having articles and movies and things like that, books, to just reinforce her fears. She needs to be afraid, because as long as she's afraid of this man, as long as she feels as though every man in her community means her harm, wants to kill her, wants to beat her, wants to get her pregnant, wants to control her, right? She will do everything the corporation wants her to do, because then the corporation, they position themselves as your savior. Oh, we have a job for you. We have money for you. But with the money comes the taxes. Right? Then you also got to struggle to get all these promotions. Oh, maybe next time, you know what I'm saying? Right? But you're not even realizing this right here is slavery. They will make you miserable. Right? They'll make you miserable because, like I said, you're going to pay taxes. You're going to pay taxes. And if you're by yourself, you pay more taxes. So guess what? They got to work more. Because when you're single and you're working, you pay more taxes. So you got to work more because you're not married. But it's all intentional. They need workers. They need workers. And not just that. If you encourage a woman to become a feminist, to be afraid of men, to believe in birth control and abortion, then most likely she's not going to need maternity leave. Come on, you guys, think. You gotta think, right? Because most corporations in America do have to offer you maternity leave, where a woman is now working for 3 months and she still has to get paid, and you still got to cover her benefits. Hey, Jenny, so you know a lot of companies are trying to pay that money, paying somebody for 3 months to stay home and their benefits and their insurance. You know damn well they ain't trying to pay that shit, right? So if we encourage women to be obsessed with work, to believe in casual sex and casual hookup, even being lesbians, because 2 lesbians, not to be offensive, but they can't get pregnant without the help of science, right? Yeah. So therefore what? So therefore she can work longer, because what usually takes most women out the workforce? Pregnancy, family. So you think that CEO, when he's looking at everybody that works for him, is like, oh, no. I can't afford to lose the workers, the pregnancy, the baby, the this, and I don't want to pay for maternity leave. So what is the man going to do? He going to find a politician. He going to give that politician some money. He going to say, you got to make these women believe in abortion. You're going to have to make these girls believe in birth control, right? Everything a politician says to you is what a corporate donor told them to say. It's just that the better politician makes it believable. Like, oh, I care about you, you know. I just feel like it's your body, right? Your body, your choice. No, the whole point is to sterilize your ass, that you might not take any days off from work because they need the workers, right? It could very well be that one day, if they are really successful with bringing as many illegal workers as they want, they will stop talking about abortion. Have the baby, who cares? Don't have it, who cares? Because now they have cheap labor. It's all about the labor. It's all about controlling the labor force. It's all about making sure that the people that you pay the least amount of money do not leave the workforce to go have kids. Because even after the 3 months, who's to say that she's just not going to quit her job? And you need her to work. So we have to find a way to sterilize these women, that they can keep working and working and working, that the man can keep making his money. Everything is about the corporation. Y'all know this? It's the corporation before people. It's corporation before family. It's corporation before humanity. It's corporation before ethics. Everything they pitch to you out here, there's always a reason. These people don't give 2 shits about your body, your choice. Get the fuck out of here with that. There's always a bigger picture. And your job is to understand what is the bigger motivation here. Because I know damn well that these people don't care about me. Right? No, they don't care. They care about money. They care about the corporation, and they care about the shareholders. So every time you lose employees, when you hire these women and they're leaving the workforce to have these kids and they don't come back, it's harder to find somebody to replace these people. But if we can get this woman to not believe in marriage, not believe in men, not believe in this, not believe in that, not believe in this, and believe in abortion, plan B, birth control, never get married, I don't want, you know, I'm like, when I see these women say things like, oh, I don't want to have kids, I don't want to have children, I'm like, yep, that's a corporation's dream. This is why they spend money on these politicians. They want to hear you say shit like this. Right? It's amazing. No kid? You don't want no children? Yes, because you can work. And they know if you ever get pregnant, you're going to have an abortion, or you're going to make sure not to get pregnant. So you're more likely to show up. You're less likely to take maternity leave. You're less likely to quit the job. You are less likely to take days off because you're sick, your child's sick, right? You're going to work. And not just that, you're going to pay more taxes because you don't have family. You ain't got no kids. You can't claim anybody, right? Then when you get older, because you don't have children, you're going to need more services. So they'll take more of your pension. They'll take your Medicare money. They'll take your Medicaid money. They'll take your Social Security money. They'll take your pension money. It's perfect, 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 right? You are exactly what they want. This is why they spend all this money. Corporations love women who don't believe in family because you are the perfect worker. You are the dream worker. And not just that, when it comes to taxation, retirement, and the kind of services that you're going to need, perfect, perfect. Hospitals will make a killing off of you. Hospices will make a killing off of you. These nursing people that come to your house, these home care people, they're gonna make money off your ass, right? It is amazing. Oh, they sure do. She has no kids, so she's gonna buy a lot of stuff. I mean, these people have thought about all of this. These people are smart as shit, right? White people might be evil, but nobody ever said they were dumb. Okay? White people, they have a long-term vision. They think really, really far ahead. And when they know what they want, they plan the marketing and they find the politicians, they find the celebrities, they find the influencers to start sowing the seed. Start sowing the seed. Start sowing the seed. Right? They're incredible. They're really, really intelligent. And I was like, wow. Like when it started clicking in my brain, I was like, oh wow. So this is why they made sure to indoctrinate as many women as possible into feminism. It's for the corporation. It's not about your empowerment or making sure that a man can't control you. Because think about it. Whether quote unquote the proverbial man, like the man can control you. Either way, a man will control you because most likely you'll work for a man, right? The IRS ran by a man. The president gonna be a man. There's always a man in charge. So you can never escape any of this. You can't, right? Right? And everything they tell people about the marriage, oh, marriage is so evil. Bye, Kevin, right? The same thing can happen in real life. Right? It's about control. It's about control. It's about control. Yeah, you know, but this is what they want. It was always about cheap labor. And now we're seeing that they're trying to replace the labor force because right now the American labor force has gotten too expensive and they don't want to pay those salaries. They do not want to pay these like highly inflated American salaries. So they need illegal immigration and they have to convince you that you have to be against it because you don't want to see the little families broken up. You don't want to see the families broken up, right? There's always a bigger plan and it's always diabolical. It's always so freaking evil, right? So my thing is Michelle Obama, unfortunately, she went to liberal college. She went to two liberal schools. Okay, that's my point. So ultimately, she is a staunch feminist. Like she was brainwashed into this. So I'm like, if you're a man and you know that you want to do good things, like great things, you want to be really ambitious, you want to compete and things like that, you need to go for a woman who was not raised at the church, the cult of feminism. You have to go for a woman that's a bit more traditional, right? Because she's not going to have scorn, resentment. She's not going to be bitter because she has to raise children. Oh, yes, I love my kids. I enjoy my kids. I love my children. You know, for her, it's perfectly normal. She's like, oh, all my life, I wanted to be a mother, right? This is who you have to marry. Now, if you're a man who's not ambitious, that's when you marry a feminist. Because she's so like, she has this need to prove herself, to be like a man, to make more than a man. She will give you an amazing life because she'll try to make more than you. She'll want to pay all the bills. So let her do it. So I think men who are not competitive, men who are not aggressive, men who are not ambitious, men who don't want much out of life, they should definitely marry a feminist. Now, if you are a man who's extremely ambitious, if you are a man who has big goals for himself, you have to go and marry a woman who's more traditional, right? Like she doesn't mind having kids. She loves children. She loves to bake. She loves to decorate her house. She loves to like host people over. She likes going to church. Like that's what you need. Unfortunately, people don't marry what they need. People marry what they're attracted to. So that's another big, that's a huge dissonance right there, right? People are more likely to marry what they're attracted to versus what they actually need, right? But if you marry a feminist and she can't work and she can't make the money that she's making and she has to take care of kids and she has to help children, she has to feed her children, she has to do homework with her kids, she will be so resentful because she hates kids. She's not going to like her kids until like they're 18 and they're away to college, right? Because for her, it's just like, ew, why would I sacrifice all these people? My life, my career. What are my friends going to think of me? My girlfriends are out there twerking on a yacht somewhere, right? That's her mindset. She's a goofy ass clown. Let her go. She needs to go find herself a lazy loser. Okay, she needs to go marry a beta man. That's what she needs. And a woman who's more traditional, she's the kind of woman that should be married to an alpha male because she's not going to try to be like him. She's not interested. She is comfortable in her lane. She wants to raise her kids, be at home, live a luxury life, decorate, take the kids to soccer games, do little fish braids, little French braids, you know what I mean? The little ponytail, like have the birthday parties, like, that's her vibe. That's really her vibe. That's what you have to go for. Okay. These career women, they belong with simps. Simps is exactly what they need. They don't talk. It's okay, honey. Whatever you want, honey. Yes, wife. Yes, wife. Okay, if you say so, wife. If you say so, wife. Okay, wife. What would you like me to do, wife? Okay, wife. Yes, wife. Yes, wife. Yes, wife. Oh, like that's what she needs. Okay, because she likes control. She gotta go with an idiot. Okay, that's what she needs. But you, that's it for you.
And for 10 years, while we're trying to build our careers and, worrying about school and who's doing what, I was like, oh, this isn't even.
But the light we
a feminist, right? She's a feminist, 50-50. It has to be equal. So if I do lunch today, you have to do dinner tonight. If I do dinner tomorrow, you got to do the lunch tonight. They want everything to be equal. If I give the children a bath today, you got to give them a bath tomorrow. This is their mindset. They're brainwashed. And it's not their fault. It really is. It's their culture. It's the education. Like, it really is not their fault. You have to leave them alone. Okay? You have to leave these people the hell alone. She will be extremely miserable. Don't do that to her. Right? She's like, no, but I do want to be married. Like, no. You need to go find yourself a man who's not ambitious. Because he's not going to mind being a stay-at-home dad and letting you be the lady who's the breadwinner. Right? Because that's what she wants to do. Let her do it. Let her do it, child. Let her run herself dry. Let her pay all the bills. Let her have perimenopause in her 30s if she wants to. Let her be menopausal at 35 if she wants to. Let her drive herself sick. Let her destroy every single bone in her body. Let her age herself. Let her run her neck, like her neck will start droopy, like be all kinds of droopy. If that's what she wants, let her do it. She wants to start going bald at 36. Let her do it, child. Let her do it. Because she's brainwashed. You can't save this person. It's a cult. It really, really is a cult. A lot of people are cultish. Don't even realize that they're part of a cult. It is a cult. You are in a cult. And don't even realize that. Because since they were little, that's what was sold to them. That image was sold to them over and over and over and over. Imagine, like, from the time you have any kind of like awareness, you're already being told that men are evil. You can't trust no man. Don't rely on no man. It's only you. You got to be strong and one. Like, by the time you're 30, like, you're done. It's a wrap. You're not coming back from the shit. There's no like undoing your indoctrination, unless it's God, maybe, right? But what else can you do? The person is gone. 30 years of hearing the same message. Why do you think it's so hard for these Ashkenazi Jews, like the Zionist people, to have any mercy for these Palestinians? Because from the time they're little, when they have any awareness, they are told that Palestinians are terrorists, that they're bad people, that they hate us, they want to kill us all. They're the seed of Amalek, right? They go to rabbinic school. They're told that. They're constantly being told that everybody hates you. Everybody wants to kill you. They hate us because we're Jews. They hate us because we're God's chosen people, right? You're told this crap for 30 years. You're going to believe it. You're going to believe that everybody hates you, right? It's the same thing with the people here that used to be white and racist, right? They didn't just become racist. They were told that since they were kids. Black people are bad. Black people steal. Black people are lazy. Black people, okay? And at the same time, you never really see any black people. But, oh, no, that's not true. You go to school, no black people. Your neighborhood, no black people. You barely see any black people. So when you're constantly being told black people bad, black people thieves, black people are rapists, black people killers, the shooters, okay? How can a person not believe this? If that's what you hear every day for 25 years, for 30 years, how are you not going to believe this stuff? How are you not going to believe this? Right? It's a real thing. Indoctrination is a real thing. It happens all over the place. TV, media, family, church, you name it. You're constantly being sold the same message. How can a person not believe this? Right? So it's like you also gotta have mercy for people. Like, okay, like that's how they were raised, right? That's how they were raised. That you can't trust anyone. You can't trust a man. You have to be strong. You're all by yourself. You got to survive. You got to fight. You got to raise your kids by yourself. Okay, whatever, right? How can a person not grow up to believe like this is what I have to do? How can a person not grow up and have hysteria and psychosis? Like, because they really, for some women, it's really psychosis. Like, are you actually okay? Right? They are so absurd. Like, you are completely absurd. Like, have you ever heard a person speak and you're like, girl, you are so irrational. You are just so hysterical. You're so irrational that you have completely rendered yourself completely absurd. You are absurd. You sound insane. You are insane. Everything is always extreme, extreme, extreme. There's never like any center. Like, you're never like in the middle just a bit. Everything is always so extreme because you are indoctrinated. You are part of a cult. You are in a cult. A lot of people are cultish. Don't even realize it, right? So it's like, you gotta have mercy for a person like that. So once again, if you are a man and you're extremely ambitious, like you're the alpha kind of man, you need to go for a woman that's more traditional. If you're a woman that's extremely alpha and this, that, my money, and you need to go marry a man that is a beta. Because then the marriage is going to work. Both sides is going to work. Because you need a man that you can lead, right? Because it's more natural for you to just want to rule everything, control everything, be in charge of everything, pay for everything. Like, that feels more natural to you because that's how you've been trained. You've been trained that way. The same way you train the dogs, that's it. That's what you're going to do. Your brain is wired for that kind of behavior, right? How can we undo this? Like, you've done this shit for like 40 years. There's no coming back from this. There is no coming back from this. If you're a man and you're alpha, you need to go for a woman who was trained like a dog to be with her husband, be a helpmate, not to, she's okay. She's happy. She's really happy. She loves her life, right? Got to do that. That's a real thing. Just like, like you have Tia and you have Tamara. Tamara, somehow she's more traditional. You see, she's happy being a wife. It just makes her happy. She wears these like prairie dresses and she frolicking and she's just frolicking in her garden. Okay. She's happy, right? You see Tia chose to be career, money, 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 money. Look at how that turned out, right? It is a real thing. It's a real thing. And I do believe that maybe that's why Miss Pauletta and Denzel Washington, they have a great marriage. Because most likely, maybe deep down inside, even though she went to Juilliard, Miss Pauletta is more traditional. She's more traditional. So she's not in competition with him. She's happy for him. Because she loves her life. She loves her kids. And we can tell that she loves her kids. Because even though she raised these black children in Hollywood, nobody's a drug addict. Nobody's a failure. Nobody's getting arrested. You've never seen their children in the news, on TMZ, on the Shade Room, do anything foolish, right? So they have raised successful kids in a very toxic place like Hollywood that is not even full of black people. So that's how you know that Miss Pauletta, she loved being a mother. And because of that, her kids, they're successful people. They stay out the way. They stay out the way. But you see Jada Pinkett, you know dang well this lady was not having being a mom, right? Because she was raised in Baltimore. Her mama's on crack, all kinds of foolishness. And you see how she raised her children. How can your child be emancipated at 15? What is going on? And you're okay with that? In LA, in Hollywood, with all this money, you gonna let a 15-year-old child live by himself? Are you actually okay? Because she did not want to be a mother. Right? But you compare her to the first wife, Will's first wife, the Trey's mother. You see Trey, you see how Trey is? Out the way. He ain't trying to be famous. He's trying to be a singer, a rapper. When you see Trey, he looks normal. He looks normal because he was raised by a woman who wanted to be a mother. It is a real thing. That's why I've come to realize, like, do not force people. If somebody tells you, I don't want to be a mama, and you know that you want to have children, she's just not the woman for you. You have to respect that. Because if she has kids, she will have a serious manic episode. She'll hate your ass, she'll hate your ass, she'll hate the kids, and she will intentionally sabotage those kids because she did not want those children. And it's not fair to bring kids in the world just to sabotage the kids or to make the kids all kinds of weird people because you're treating these kids as an experiment, because you're rebelling against your husband, because you feel like, well, I'm stuck at home with the kids while he's out there being famous. You see, that's the mindset of a feminist. It's never about we work together. It's always, well, he's doing this. Well, what about me? Well, he's doing this. What about me? You see what I'm saying? Small-minded people. Small-minded people, right? Instead of saying to yourself, being a mom is also something really important. Like, it's an important job. Everybody has their lane. Everybody has their task. Everybody has their responsibility, right? This is your responsibility. Be the very best at it. He has his job. He's going to be the very best at it. It is not a competition. It's what you call a family. Amen. It's a family. God is good. We're not competing. Right? But she can't do that because she wasn't trained to see life like that. And you have to respect that. You have to honor that. And you got to walk the fuck away. You got to walk the fuck away because you can't change people. And you yourself, I don't care how much you think you can love. Oh, but Marlene, I can love her. No. Somebody was raised like that for 25, 30 years. There's no love that you have that can change that person. She will not change. He will not change. This is who she is. And you have to accept that or you'll be miserable. And when you reach the peak of your career, she's going to act a fool and she's going to fuck everything up. Because that's what they do. When they can't have their way, when they can't compete, when they can't get you to, reduce your greatness, she will have to destroy everything you've built. Liability. It's a liability. Stay away. Stay away.
Harry author says pushing through the challenging times with her husband has been worth it.
10 years, we've been married 30.
Wow.
I would take 10 bad years over 30. It's just how you look at it, right? And people give up for the 5 years. I can't take it.
How
It
do
was
you
bad.
know? What is the, because sometimes
You got to know your person. Do you like him? I mean, you could be mad at him, but do you still look at him and go, I'm not happy with you, but I respect you?
Bunch of foolishness. Lady, you are petty. There's no reason to hate somebody for 10 years. Okay. Even 5 years to me is too much. If you could hold on to not liking somebody for 10 years, you are a petty ass woman. Let me see what her birthday is. I would not be surprised if this lady has horns. Let me see. Oh yeah, Capricorn. There you go. You see? How'd I know? Yeah. I would not. We saw a Capricorn yesterday, right? Who was that? Jeannie Mai. Oh yes. Jeannie Mai. Okay. So there you go. Almost an Aquarius, huh? Capricorn. I was like, you see? I was like, I would not be surprised if this lady has horns. She is petty. She's very petty. Okay? So, but girl, if you want to divorce your husband, more power to you, girl. Just know he's not going to be single for long. Next video that I saw. Oh, this one. Let me see. Let me see this one quickly.
And the people want to know, Michelle Obama, what is her future? Because last we checked, Democrats are in the desert, they're in the wilderness, and Michelle Obama, she is at the top of the pile. Choice for president. There's really no one else who is more popular than her in this party. What's she gonna do?
I think she's living her best life. I think she's doing whatever the hell she wants, wearing whatever the hell she wants, putting her hair in whatever shape she wants it. Look, I think that I've always thought that the messages and the shape of a political party come from the people. And when you see those people that are doing impromptu protests, or those thousands and thousands of people that are showing up to see Bernie Sanders speak truth, people who are showing up to Republican town halls and holding those folks accountable, I think that that's where the future of the Democratic Party is going to come from. Folks who think that there's going to be some sort of magic bullet, some sort of magic cohesive message that drops like manna from heaven or from the mouth of Michelle Obama or Schumer or you name it, are wrong. It's going to be about the people. They're going to set the tone.
I don't think the Democratic Party has a problem with the messenger. I think they have a problem with the messaging. I think that people aren't buying what they're selling. People don't want open borders. People want law and order. People want jobs. They want economic development. And I think basically that's why President Trump won. And I think that's why we held the majority in the Congress. And I think that basically it's not their messenger, it's their messaging. People don't like their message.
Who are better at being the messenger and the message than Michelle Obama. I mean, she just is a better communicator than most people.
And I think people see her as incredibly authentic because she always is true to who she is, right? And I thought what was notable about the podcast description is it's not politics, right? It's about life, how you deal with life and bringing on guests who are helpful with that. And we live in a time that's very uncertain. People are scared. There's division. And I think there's a lot of need for authenticity from Democrats and Republicans.
I got news for Michelle Obama. Nobody cares. We need Michelle Obama to say something that is going to make us feel okay with how things are going right now. If I give Donald Trump credit for one thing, he completely deprogrammed the right. He deprogrammed them, he reprogrammed them to speak to their constituency in a way that moves the people. There's got to be somebody that does that for the Democrats. Michelle Obama is the most trusted voice on the left by far. It's malpractice if the people that are wondering and uncertain about the trajectory of this country don't get something out of her podcast. She's got to do it. I don't like it. Just another lifestyle podcast.
She can't stay out of it. She can't just
stay out of
it.
She's making money and having fun.
We all are sort of all, it's like programmed to talk about how great she is and how smart she is. I mean, she campaigned a lot for Kamala Harris. She was a key speaker of the Democratic National Convention. Barack Obama was a key strategist for this whole thing that happened last year. And yet somehow Donald Trump still won. So I'm rethinking the premise of that she's the answer to the future, or that any politician is the answer to Democratic Party.
I mean,
She's not a politician.
She's so good that Melania Trump stole her speech.
I'm sorry, what?
She's so good that Melania Trump plagiarized her speech, or do you not remember?
And you like her,
at the
Scott?
Republican convention.
Scott, you like Michelle Obama?
Yeah, I think she's fine,
There
but
you
I'm
go.
just after the I thought she gave a wonderful speech as far as convention speeches go. I'm just looking at what happened last fall. The Obamas helped engineer Biden's ouster. They put in Harris. They ran the campaign. She campaigned for him, and it was a total failure. I'm just wondering how good they really are.
I think people like her because why she is staying out of it.
I think people like her because she's conducted herself with great.
Honestly, they should let Scott. Scott should have his own show. He really should. Because I'd be like lightweight. Scott should have his own show. You see, even Van, like he's like making all these weird faces. I'm like, he's not lying, Van. Like he has the point. Is that Michelle Obama has came outside plenty of time. Michelle Obama has had all these speeches, right? And what happened? The people still lost. So stop pretending that she has all this sway. She has all this influence. Like she doesn't. Michelle Obama is a celebrity. Just like Beyonce, Cardi, she's just a celebrity. But when it really comes down to it, most people don't trust that, oh yeah, she's the answer. Like, oh, she can fix the economy. She can fix this. She can fix that. No, she's just a celebrity. And also, I do believe that there is a part of white liberals, because I do believe that a lot of white liberals are racist. They love to turn a black woman into a mammy. Okay, just like when wasn't Drew Barrymore? Drew Barrymore said to Kamala Harris, "Oh, you should be Mamala. We need you to be the mom of America. You need to be Mamala." I'm like, what is this? Okay, no, you are insane. Okay, you are insane. You are truly insane. Slavery is over. Okay. It's over. Black women being maids to white people and white families, they don't care white children, those days are gone. You have to nurture and take care of yourself, okay? Thank you, right? But they have that thing, like they crave a black woman becoming the mother figure, like a mammy figure to them. They're so weird. They're just a bunch of weirdos. White liberals are so weird to me. Like, leave that lady alone. She has her own children. Where is your mother? Okay? Why didn't your mother you? Right? So I'm like, that's it. But it's like when it comes down to it, you think Michelle Obama has what it takes to fix the economy, to fix the bonds, to fix this, to fix the border. Like, no, she's never done that. Like, no, thank you. She's more of a celebrity. But what Scott is saying, it makes lots of sense because she has came outside plenty of times. She has campaigned for a lot of people. She put her name behind people. She even came outside and spoke for those people, and the people still lost. So she's not as influential as people want us to believe that she is. She's just not. She is the first black female first lady, right? First black first lady. She's the wife of Barack Obama. She's like a celebrity. She has a cult following because of that. But that doesn't move. That doesn't move anything. Beyonce has like 300 million people on Instagram who follow her. And I even think that Sacred is failing, okay? But Beyonce went outside, said, oh, yeah, she was to vote for Kamala Harris as her mother, right? And Kamala still lost, right? Taylor Swift also endorsed Kamala and the Cats, right? And Kamala still lost. People don't care about the celebrities like that. People don't care. It's nice to see them. People feel special. They love to scream. That's about it. Exactly. Exactly. And it's like, no, she cannot. Like I said, when she was in the White House, she chose to focus on childhood obesity and like the food and the vegetables, right? So it goes to show you, like, she didn't even want to tackle like real meaningful issues like poverty, childhood poverty, literacy, and things like that. She went for school lunches, and she went to Ellen, and she was going to push up on the Ellen show. No problem, girl. No problem. But nobody is sitting here like, oh yeah, Michelle Obama can really take this country where it needs to go. Michelle Obama can really sit there with Vladimir Putin. Michelle Obama can really, like, hold it down with what's his name, Kim Jong-un. Michelle Obama can really hold it down with President Ping. Like, we have to stop. Okay, no, thank you. Good, great fashion though. I love her braids, love the fashions. But
and since she has left the White House, and I think people on both sides of the aisle appreciate that, even though that she's partisan.
Okay, we appreciate that, but
yeah, y'all got to bench Elon, man. Y'all gonna have to bench Elon. Elon is not gonna be long for this world as a major American political figure. I watched his interview with Fox. He said during the interview, he said, "I don't know why I have to do this." He's annoyed at the perch that he is on right now and the way he's being perceived. He's opened himself up to a level of scrutiny that I don't think that he's going to be able to bear. I don't think so.
Well, his companies are certainly having a hard time.
And my problem, I didn't even see this clip since the clip is playing. The problem with you, Van, you're a black man. So you, black man, you fold under pressure. Elon is white. Like, in his bloodline is like the blood of like 1,000 colonizers, right? Like, he's from South Africa. Like, those white people who went to South Africa, they're crazy. He's not a random white person. I'm like, the man came from Africa as a white man, as probably an Afrikaan, as a Boer. I think he's Canadian. I don't even know, like, whatever he is, right? But I'm like, that boy came from Africa as a white man. And he's now the richest man in the world. He came to America and he made it bigger than most people. Even most white Americans can't even compete with this man. You think this boy, you think Elon is afraid of pressure. He ain't black, boo-boo. He ain't black. It's a lot of pressure. Yeah, because you would fold because you're black. He's not black. Okay, in his bloodline it runs the blood of, like, I don't know, Igor the Vunuk. Okay, I don't know. Give me some Nordic name, right? They don't fold. They do not fold. White people are crazy. I don't know what it's gonna take for a lot of black people to have respect for the obsession that white people have. White people is an obsessed people. When they want something, they will get it. Doesn't matter how long it takes. Doesn't matter how much it costs. These people, if they make up their mind, these ego wars, if they make up their minds to do a thing, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Right? So it's like, we're not the same. And you have to respect that. I don't know why people struggle with that. People have a hard time accepting people for who they are. And people have a hard time admitting to themselves that, you know what? There are certain things that white people do and they do it well, whether you like them or not. Right? That's why, even, like, for example, if you ever look at sports, right? If you ever look at sports, black people are extremely athletic, right? A lot of white people, you can say they're not that athletic, but they are extremely sharp. That's why, especially basketball. I'll give you basketball, for example, right? Basketball, if you have a few seconds left on that clock, give the ball to a white man. They are extremely calm under pressure, especially these Europeans, like them Slovakian people, Lithuanian people. They are extremely calm under pressure. Right? But some of the best, like, you look at the NBA, some of the best shooters in the league are white people. There's a reason for that. They are extremely calm under pressure. They are extremely, extremely calm under pressure. WNBA, same thing. The best player is a white woman, and it drives them crazy. Yes, because white people are precise. Black people are athletic. They do all the dunking and the this and that. Yeah. You love being performative. But can you actually execute with precision? No, you cannot, because you're more likely to be athletic, right? Everybody has a gift. And it's so much easier. It is so much easier when you recognize your strength and your weaknesses, and even the person you don't like. Just because you don't like somebody does not mean that you don't give people credit for what they do really well, right? There you go. So you can be athletic, they're going to be strategic, right? I remember when I was a kid watching basketball, there was this one European, I forgot, Lithuania, Slovakia, I forgot where he came from, child. Peja Stojakovic. You guys, it was Ray Allen. Because Ray Allen used to be like, before there was Stephon Curry, there was Ray Allen and Peja Stojakovic. You know, I tell you, that boy was sick as hell. Because Ray Allen, he used to be so good. Oh, he used to be good. Them threes like pop, pop, pop. You okay? One time they had the whole all-star game, right? So it was him versus Peja Stojakovic. When I tell you that white boy, He didn't flip. And, and then there's something like they come up so I don't know. They come up like, oh, they look so weak. I don't know how to explain it, right? It's like, what the heck is wrong with this kid? Child, better be careful. Better be careful. So it was Ray Allen and it was Peja Stojakovic. I'm like, pop, 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 pop. I'm like, what is wrong with this kid? But when you see these white kids, like when you see these white people, they seem so unintimidated. Like, what the heck? Like, you don't think that there's something to fear. You better be careful. Right? Because the thing about white people, what they don't have, like in terms of muscle and like body mass and being athletic, they make that up with their minds. They make that up with their minds. That's why they're powerful. White people are not powerful because physically they can just beat up people. No. They have powerful minds. Unfortunately, for the most part, their minds, it goes to evil. That's about it. Right? But these people have powerful minds. And we keep sleeping on these people. Like a lot of white people, they wake up every day studying war, politics, psychology, this and that. These people prepare themselves mentally. They look, you can look at Elon, like, oh, he's so discombobulated. He's so this. That boy, he knows exactly what he's doing. It's just to distract you. Elon be the type to act stupid, act confused. That boy is not confused. Confused people don't make it this far. It's just an act. This boy, I'm like, Elon's probably extremely dangerous. Okay? Be very careful. That boy's not stupid. He is not stupid. Right? You fall under pressure because we have a problem in that we're not excessively committed to what we want. We're not obsessed enough. White people are obsessed. They become so obsessed, they got to go on medication to stop being obsessed. It's an obsessed people. They are extremely obsessed. That's why they can go anywhere and take your land, take your gold, take your oil, take your whatever, and there's nothing you can really do about it. What you gonna do? They can be out here in DC. They can kill somebody in Syria. From DC, they're never gonna leave the state. They're gonna fly a drone and bomb your ass and bring that drone right back. These people are crazy. They are really crazy. White people are crazy. They're seriously obsessed. It's an obsessed people. They are obsessed. When they want something, they're not going to stop. Unless they die. But if they don't die, good luck. They're not going to stop. So I'm like, you're black. So you're going to fall under pressure because that's what black people do. Black people stay mad for at most 30 days. It's back to business because they don't have they can't sustain it. They can't sustain it because the people are not committed to what they want, right? White people are extremely different. And that's why anytime you see these crazy shit 75 hard, it's mostly white people doing that stuff. Boot camp, mostly white people doing that stuff. Climbing mountains, mostly white people. Climbing Mount Everest, white people. Climbing Kilimanjaro, all the crazy stuff. It's usually who? Denali, whatever it's called. White folks jumping out of plane. White folks jumping out of bridges. White folks trying to go into space. White people. Right? They're not, and the thing about them people too, what makes them so powerful in what they do is that white people are not afraid to die. They're not afraid to die. Black people are extremely scared of dying. So when they see death, they run. Oh, I want to die. So they run. White people are like, no, maybe I'm not going to die. It's 50-50. They're going to do it. They will do it. These people are crazy. They are seriously deranged. Right? They are seriously deranged. My thing is, I don't even know why you would hate the white person, but then again, it's weakness. I think sometimes also maybe it comes down to jealousy. I think maybe for a lot of black people, when they see how white people always get what they want, it makes them mad, right? Because to hate people, to me, when you have hatred for someone because you're a loser, you're a weak ass person, because hatred to me is a weak ass emotion, right? It represents that you feel defeated. Defeated people will most likely hate people because you've given up. You're a loser, right? When there's a winner in you, you don't hate people. You study the people, you study yourself, and you say, okay, how can I make a change? How can I change, right? Because I can do it too, right? But my point is, you have to give these people credit. But Elon is not going to fold. And if you think that this man did not think about all this stuff happening, he did. He doesn't care. And I even feel like that's why, compared to most black people, white people are rich. We love to say, oh, because of slavery, because of the colonization, because they stealing. Yeah, that's true also, right? But you can lose all that. You can lose all that money. You can steal and lose it all, right? But somehow white people, they took that shit and they still have that shit. And they have more than, they've multiplied what they stole, right? So what I tell you, it's not just about stealing stuff. They know how to sustain it and they know how to multiply it. And they know how to keep control because they are incredibly intelligent. They are incredibly strategic. These people are really, really smart. I was sitting there, and one day I was sitting here, I was thinking like, oh my gosh, because I discovered this one philosopher, the German one, Nietzsche, and I was like, it's so funny how you never really hear about Black philosophers, especially even like African philosophers who really sat there and thought about all these things like the way like Nietzsche did. I'm like, this man is crazy. But you can see like their mind goes really, really, really far. And they ask themselves really, really dark questions. Like, that's a really dark question, right? But they're not afraid of their own mind. They're not afraid. They will go somewhere really in their own minds. Like these people will go somewhere really, really dark in their own minds, right? Black people, as soon as it gets hard, oh, religion, I gotta go pray. Oh, I need to pray first. I gotta go to church. I need to pray. Like, what is this? Like, seriously, what is that? They're always afraid. Black people, the kind of people to scare themselves when they see their own shadow. Oh, gotta go pray. Okay, this is crazy. No. But I'm like, Elon, he thought about that. And I will also say, one reason why so many white people are so successful in business, because they don't do it for the money. Don't do it for the money. That's why Elon doesn't care. I mean, like, when you've had this much money, and the thing is, even if he was to lose it all, he can make it again. Even if he was to like lose all this money, lose all his companies, right? Elon will never need money. There's always going to be someone out here. Oh, you want some food? Oh, you want a place to stay? Oh, you want this? Oh, you want that? Because the stuff he's achieved, the man has like super fans. He knows a lot of very powerful people. So he will never be homeless. He will never be in the streets. Like he will never be destitute. Absolutely not. It will never happen. So they can go and try to like hurt his stock. But for how long? It's for a season. He's not stupid. He thought about all of this. Yeah. The vast majority of white people, especially these white men, the reason why they're so good at business and they make so much money in business because they're not doing it for the money. So when there's no money, they keep going. They don't care. Like even Amazon, look at Jeff Bezos, right? Look at how hard it was to create Amazon. He didn't stop because it was not about the money. Steve Jobs, it was not about the money. We do stuff for money because we're insecure. So I got to go make money so I can buy a car, buy shoes, buy clothes, buy bags. This is what we do stuff. We do stuff. We want to make money so we can impress other people because we're small-minded people. We just don't have enough like self-awareness to admit that to ourselves, right? We do stuff for all the wrong reasons. Not just that, we don't aspire for much. Like us, if we can make a little bit of money and impress people, we've made it, right? We're not like, oh, like I gotta do something revolutionary. No, look at tech, whether it's like renewable energy, robots, AI. Do you see any Black person there across the diaspora, right? Do you see any Black person there? No, right? Like, we don't do revolutionary shit. We just don't because it's hard. It's really hard mentally, physically, emotionally, financially. It is hard. We want to make just enough money so we can go impress people. And that's why whether it's scamming or drug dealing, you usually find more Black people because we like low-hanging fruits because we don't do stuff to change the world. We just do stuff to impress other people because we move from a place of insecurity, right? But we don't want to be honest with ourselves. Like we just don't want to do that because I guess it hurts to admit that, oh, wow, like maybe I'm not as, well, right? But Elon is not driven by money. If he really cared about money, I don't think he would have got close to Trump, to be quite honest with you, right? Because he knew they're going to react this way because he was once upon a time, he was a lefty. So I'm sure he knows those people, right? But if he really cared about money, I don't think he would have gotten close to Trump. If he really cared about money, like, nah, business over everything, whatever. Because he's not motivated by money. He was already making money. Like he was 22 years old out here doing PayPal, whatever. That man came into some money at such an early age. He has seen it all. He bought it all. Like, it's like, okay, been there, done that. Money does not motivate this man. So it's like, who cares? Burn the cars, burn the dealership. He doesn't care. Doesn't care. You're wasting your time and you're going to go to jail because you're emotional. So I'm like, he does not care. This man does not care.
Well, listen, I don't think we're going to have to pass the hat for Elon Musk. The guy's worth $300 billion.
Exactly.
Do the math. If he put his money in tax-free government bonds, he would get $15 billion a year without touching the principal. So these setbacks that people are so concerned about, I wouldn't worry about. I think it's patriotic.
I didn't even watch the video. What did I tell you? You see? Just interest payments alone is $15 billion. That's I'm like, Van, you will never understand. Like you're still, you gotta bench the man. You want to I'm like, and that's how you know you're Black. Even if I didn't even see his skin color, that's the Black person right there because they're quitters. White people, especially white men, them crazy white people, right? The harder it gets, the more they get turned on. Why do you think I love Nick Bayer so much? Right? Nick, the harder, this man, Nick Bayer, you have days. The boy will go into a competition. He will run 100 miles for the sake of running 100 miles. Like, what the fuck are you going? What the fuck? You don't have to do this. No, they don't care. They do crazy shit just for fun. And it's like the harder it gets, like the more excited they get. I'm like, these people are batshit crazy. They're fucking crazy. Okay? I told y'all, I was watching Nick Bayer so much, I started running my damn self. I was like, what the heck? A person I used to hate sports, y'all. I never played sports as a child, leave me alone, right? Did not even like sports. I didn't like to run. But just consuming Nick's content, I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. Nick ran 100 miles in like less than like 40 hours. The man is just running and run. I'm like, this is just insanity. And it's not just him. It's a lot of people. But every time you see these kind of sports, it's usually who? It's a bunch of white people running 100 miles for the sake of running 100 miles. Are you actually okay? This is crazy. When you look at most marathons, who's running a 26, whatever, who's running these crazy marathons or an ultra marathon? It's usually white people. Right? They love to challenge themselves. And with white people, the harder it gets, the more excited they become. Like the stakes have to be really high. The bigger the stakes, the more committed he's going to be. That's just how their mind is set up. We want things to be easy. That's why as soon as the people said, oh, we're going to remove DEI. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. My life is over. How am I going to make it? I need to go protest. I need to go do a blackout. Right? Because they don't believe that they can make it without government helping them. Right? There you go. You understand? That is a reality. But like I said, a lot of people, they don't take their time and study people. It's a lot easier to be hateful than to take your time and actually study people. But I'm like, you study these people, you study these white people, you start to realize the harder it gets, the more turned on they become. It just does something to their brain. The higher the stakes, the more they want to do it. If it's too easy, they're not going to do it. They need something incredibly challenging. And other people like that too, Chinese. Right? I'm like, right now, Trump is trying to move all these microchips over here so that the Chinese don't have access to it. But I'm like, yeah, these Chinese people, they're going to turn around and make chips that are even better than what you have. Play with these people, right? That's another people also who's obsessed. Chinese people, they're obsessed. Asian people are obsessed. But I do believe it also has to do with their religion, like whether it's Buddhism, Confucianism, whatever they do, Taoism, whatever, because you spend so many hours in like deep meditation, like you're so deep into it. So I'm like, that's how you can get to a point where you can become like a powerful manifester, because you spend so much time in like deep manifestation that you can actually touch your dreams. Like if I want something, if I aspire to be that, because I do all this crazy deep ass meditation, I can actually touch it. And once you know what it feels like because you've touched it spiritually, it's a lot easier to have the motivation for it, right? But that's how it goes. But Chinese people also, they're trying to stop these people from having these microchips. I'm like, give these people 10 years. They're going to find a way to make a microchip that's way better than anything that can be made in Taiwan. Right? Because I'm like me with President Trump, like trying to take that away from them. I disagree with that because convenience makes people not innovate. So I would let the Chinese have the chips, because as long as they have the chip, they're not going to have a need to try to make their own. But when you take that away from them, we know the necessity is the mother of invention. So these people, you take something away, they're going to work really hard. They're going to find their own. They're going to fail, but they're not going to stop doing it. Right? And the Chinese government, they're going to put money behind those chips. So they're going to try. They're going to fail. They're going to try. They're going to fail. But one day, they're going to get it right. And when they get it right, they will have a product that is superior to what we have over here. And then you're going to be in trouble. And why did that happen? Because you caused them to have to make their own. Right? I'm like, convenience makes people lazy. So like, if I was him, I would let these people have it. Because as long as they have those chips, they're not going to try to make their own. And as long as they're not trying to make their own, then you are more competitive. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense, right? Hopefully I'm making a lot of sense. But I'm like, you take that away from them. You're
what he's doing. I think that he's a disruptor. I think he is looking for fraud, corruption, and waste. And you know what? If we find fraud, corruption, waste, and we end it, then we have more money for hospitals. We have more money for education. We have more money for infrastructure. Is that a bad thing?
I'll tell you what
is
is
that
not.
a bad
Let me
thing?
tell you what is
actually doing that, but there's
not
actually not a lot of evidence.
I'll tell you what is bad and what is not patriotic is calling Mark Kelly a traitor. He called him a traitor today for having gone and visited Ukraine, which many Republicans and Democrats in Congress and in the Senate have done in the last several years. Mark Kelly is a naval aviator. He flew missions in the Gulf War. He has logged over 5,000 hours flying for the Navy.
Is he? And you have a lady right here. What's this lady's name? Ana Navarro, who comes from Cuba, a communist country, right? So she's about flight hours. Who cares? How many jobs has he created? No one cares. Does he create jobs? Does he hire people? No, he doesn't. Okay, we don't care. Right? Bunch of foolishness, right? Came from Cuba. What have you done? Right? She's on TV. That's it. Even Candace Owens, she also has a hard time with like Elon. But I'm like, Candace, you had your small ass podcast. How many jobs have you created? Right? I'm like, yeah, people can talk about Elon. The number of jobs this man has created, can you compete with that? Until you create the same amount of jobs, be quiet. People don't want to hear it. Right? People want people, especially politicians, they want people who can actually create jobs for people. Criticizing. What have you actually done? Nothing. No, but he said this on Twitter. He said that on Twitter. Okay, and who cares? Mark Kelly's a grown-ass man. He's not your husband. He don't need you to defend his ass, right? But if the president's saying that we're not going to talk to Ukraine until they come to the table and agree to stop all this foolishness, why is he going there? Why is he being defiant? Because he's being defiant. Because they're trying to get Zelensky to agree to stop this foolishness. So why is he going there? Why is he being defiant? Oh, he logged 5,000 hours. We do not care. Does he create jobs? Who has he hired? What has he done for the American economy? Right? So like this right here is just looking for clout. So I'm like, no, we don't care. Yeah, of course they don't like him. Because I think the thing with Elon, I think the problem is you have to also understand, like me, one thing I've come to realize when you're dealing with these white people is that a lot of white people, like not only are they like some are racist, but some are also xenophobic. And we see that with Russia, right? They hate Russians just because they're different. They don't even speak Russian. They've never been to Russia. Don't even know a lot of Russian people. But because, white people are tribal. It's a tribal people. So when you say bad things about other people, they're more likely to believe it because it's a tribal people. That's why they can be so dangerous because they scare themselves, right? When you're different, when you look different, you sound different, you don't believe in their goofy ass democracy, you don't believe in the same Bible they do, they get scared. It's a people that's extremely skittish. And you get that because it's a small people. They're very small, right? Most white people are not that big. So like when you have a small people like that who live in the cold for so long, I can see why they're so skittish. The brain does not evolve much, I can see that. So it's a very tribal people for their own safety. But unfortunately for other people, sometimes it leads to genocide, right? So I do believe like with Elon, when he came from Africa and he did the whole PayPal, the whole Tesla, for these white people, I do believe like up to a certain point, it was like, oh, look, we're not racist. America is a land of opportunity. You can come from Africa. You can make it. Okay, cool. But now he's coming but now it's gotten to a point, not only is he like the richest man in the world, even though he's not born here, right? But also he's involved in the government. He's responsible for exposing how much corruption there is in Washington, D.C., right? So now it's like white people are going to go back to being tribal as fuck. But Elon does not care because they can't do nothing to this man. It's too late now. He's already too rich. He's already too successful. It's over. Yeah, it's over. It's already too late. So they can burn the cars. They can try to play with his stocks, whatever. They cannot take this man down. And that's why I'm saying like this man, to me, Elon, even though he seems crazy, he says he has Asperger's, but I just feel like he's a man who's extremely strategic. Like in all this chaos and like his little clumsy, chaotic way, he has a very smart mind because he knows how to play these people, but he's not scared. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see? So, and unlike what's Vivek, see, Vivek, for example, he don't have enough money. He ain't broke now, but he doesn't have the kind of money that Elon does. So when they bullied him, he's like, okay, I'm going to go and run for governor, right? But Elon, he can take these people on because, first of all, he's white just like they're white, understand? He has way more money. He has way more success. He has companies that are part like the 7 top companies, right? in the stock market, whatever it is, right? So he fears nothing. He has like SpaceX, from what I've heard, even SpaceX is better than NASA. Like they do better things than NASA. They're more cost efficient. They can do way more than NASA can do. So I'm like, he has nothing to fear. So all they can do is be in the little tribal bag, their little xenophobic bag. But that's about it. He's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Right. And I even think that even for that, I think Trump is actually really smart. Because why not have the richest man in the world be on your team? And then you can control him better. Right? But the MAGA people, it is what it is. Like he's already there. There's nothing you can do about that. Like the man said, just his bond interest payments alone is $15 billion. So how between you burning his cars and him making money, you're gonna get tired of burning his cars. Anything you burn, he can replace it. You're wasting your time. And you're gonna go to jail. You're gonna go to prison. Because he's gonna press charges and you're gonna be locked up. Right? And he's gonna replace those cars. You can't stop his life. He doesn't care. Yeah, he doesn't care. He's really smart. He just acts he just acts like he's slow. He's not slow. He's not slow. I'm like, if you're slow and you're chaotic, you can't make it this far at such a young age. He's not slow.
He then went on to be the pilot for the space shuttle. He serves in Congress. Elon Musk has absolutely no right, who has never served this.
But when it came to Pete Hegseth, you didn't care that he served the country, right? When it came to Tulsi Gabbard, you didn't care that she served the country. So like now you care about whoever served the country. Girl, shut up. Like you make no sense.
Who serves a precedent, who made up a story about bone spurs so he could avoid the draft, has absolutely no right to call Mark Kelly, who is a patriot, who has served this country to the point of risking his life, and calling him a traitor. That is something we should all condemn.
I don't like that kind of language from either side, and it's gotten out of hand. I think that the discourse now.
I've had to do this a lot of times on the show, but like, I guess it's very easy to say either side to every single thing, but in response to what she said, what do you say about what Elon has to say?
Well, first of all, I would never denigrate somebody who served our country and call them a traitor unless I had material evidence that they were actually a traitor. So I think that Elon Musk is not a politician. He's not somebody that is what we would say politically astute. But I think he serves a great purpose in uncovering fraud, corruption, and waste. And I think it's a patriotic act on his part.
Look, I spent 5 years in City Hall working on government efficiency projects. And here's my advice for Elon. It's one thing to talk about efficiency, but what people actually care about, as you know, sir, as a local official, they care about efficacy. So if you look—
It sounds stupid. You work in the public sector. Like the government is always bad. The government is always slow, delayed, bad, and horrible. Elon built PayPal. I think they did eBay and PayPal, right? That was extremely efficient. Nobody had thought of that. Coming up with PayPal, extremely efficient. Nobody had thought of that before because people used to be afraid of putting their credit card on these websites back in the day, right? Did you have encryption? Did you have HTTPS, right? All kinds of foolishness like that, right? This boy's been doing this. The boy was probably like a multi-millionaire. Like he was like 22 or like 21, whatever, like making all kinds of money. I don't know how old he was when he sold PayPal, right? You probably couldn't even afford to like pay a full sub at Subway at that time. Like, come on, you probably have student loans. Like, be quiet, right? Then he goes on to build Tesla, right? He makes it a success. Then he goes on to build SpaceX. So how can you tell a man who's worth $500 billion about efficacy and being efficient? You sound silly. Oh yeah, I work for the public government. So I was working for the local government. So let me give you some advice. Are you actually okay? Do you actually hear yourself? You sound hella silly. That's just crazy to me. How can you give advice to somebody who's worth $500 billion? Like, I'm like, this is so insane. Like, this is just so crazy to me. How can you give business lessons, efficiency lessons, or efficacy lessons to a man that is not even 50, that is worth $500 billion? Like, what? If anything, he needs to give us lessons so we can know how to get out of poverty. Okay, like, how do you do this? Like, how do I even make my first billion? Okay, that makes no sense. Like, just saying things just to be silly, right? Like, even in real life, the vast majority of people on this panel, you would never have access to Elon. You probably fly a commercial. He flies a freaking space shuttle. Like, do you understand? You're like, it's like Flintstones. Like, there's levels to this. Like, okay, the Flintstones, right? The man has space shuttles, right? You probably still have a car note, okay? He has a space shuttle. Like, he has like space rockets. The man has rockets. Like, what the heck? You got to give this man a lesson? Are you actually okay? He's doing things with SpaceX. They're doing things that even NASA can't even do. Are you actually okay? How, like, you don't get more efficient than that. Make it make sense. The man bought Twitter. It was all these goofy ass, woke ass, crazy liberals who worked at Twitter. He fired so many people. He got the workforce to be so lean. And guess what? Twitter is functioning. He even told all these advertisers, F y'all, I don't need your money. Right? He cut down the workforce. He doesn't need advertisers because he wants people to be able to speak their mind. And guess what? Twitter or X, whatever it's called, is doing just fine. Like, they're so unproductive. I'm like, I don't know how you can even have enough like audacity or like, I don't know, be so pompous to say, I'm going to give business advice to a man who's worth $500 billion. I don't even know what that looks like. What does that even look like? What the fuck? What is that? Okay. Have you ever even seen like $500,000 cash for you to give somebody lessons? Like, go sit down somewhere. Like, you're crazy. You're insane.
Look on the Doge board. It just shows how much they're cutting from the federal government. How about a board that shows how long passport times are taking? That shows how quickly people in the Veterans Affairs are getting.
But that's not his job. You're such an idiot. So he needs to tell you how fast passports are going to be made. No, that's the duty of the State Department, you idiot. Okay, that's the whoever's in charge of State Department. They need to be responsible for how fast passports are being printed at the State Department. They are responsible for that, okay? Or at the post office also. Like, make it make sense. Like, this is so stupid. Elon's job is to find the corruption. It's not for him to make people be faster, move faster. No, they have managers for that. You sound crazy. You sound hella crazy.
Fits. That's what people actually care about. And if he does that board and shows that he's making progress on that, that's showing that government is actually working for people. I think everyone here can get behind that.
No. What are you?
I think on the entitlement issue, which you played, the president is in charge. He has made it perfectly clear he is not touching Social Security, Medicare, and even Medicaid, other than to say if there is fraud in any program, he'd like to root out the fraud. That's period. He's the president. The buck stops with the president. He's been clear about that since he started running in 2015.
I mean, Republicans are getting ready to cut a lot from Medicare.
Well, you call it cuts. They're calling it could be slowing the growth of the program or rooting out fraud, but that's different than cuts.
Well, here's the reason I have a lot
$880 million worth of fraud.
Yeah, and I have a lot of reason to doubt what you're saying because
let me tell you something. There's a huge able-bodied population in this country that should not be on welfare. That is a true story.
Okay, first of all,
that's actually not true.
Hold on a second.
That's actually the biggest. That's actually true. Actually, you sound stupid with that big old head. You sound hella stupid. You think because you worked at TMZ and you checked Kanye West on his delusion that now it makes you master connoisseur of all things. Like, sit down, Van. This Central Arena, boo-boo. You do celebrity gossip, okay? You worked at TMZ. Like, your claim to fame is checking Kanye when he was fat before he had his little BBL. Like, boy, go sit down somewhere. You are crazy. You are really crazy. And the thing about this whole Medicare conversation is that people have it really made to feel as though they are owed Medicare and Medicaid, that they're owed, like, oh, the government has to give me health care, the government, and you see, and that's why a lot of people are not mindful when it comes to planning for their retirement, right? And this is why also a lot of people are also not mindful when it comes to self-care, right? Taking care of yourself, making sure you exercise, make sure you walk, make sure you take your supplements, make sure you eat accordingly, make sure you stop drinking, make sure you stop smoking. When you get older, you can't do the stuff you used to do when you were younger, right? But when you tell people, oh, no matter what, when you get older, the government gonna pay for your medication, the government gonna pay for your this, right? People say to themselves, I don't have to worry about that. The government gonna do it. The government gonna do it. Oh, no. No. You have to be responsible for self, right? The government, I think the way people should understand, whether it's like Social Security or Medicare, Medicaid, is that people should understand those government help, those government programs as like in addition, right? So like you'll have your own plan for retirement, but like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, it's in addition to what you've already prepared for, right? Because no elderly person can live just on Social Security. It is not possible. The average person gets only $2,000 from Social Security. How can you live with that kind of money? Just groceries alone for the month, the money is gone. The money is gone, right? When you get older also, the healthier you are when you're young, the more you take care of yourself when you're young, you're not going to be as sick when you get older, right? It's a human body. You have to take care of your body, right? You have to take care of your body, that when you age, you have a solid body. So that way you just go for your yearly checkup. So that way your bills are minimal. Your bills are minimal, right? Because it's not a lot of money. I don't know why people think oh, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, it's all this crazy money, like it's a boon. No, it's not. No, it's not. And if they don't have enough workers to tax, I think a lot of people, by the time they get to retire, it's not going to be any money there. You don't wait for the government. Nobody should ever wait for the government. Why are you waiting for the government? Okay? It is your job to plan your retirement. It is your job to think about and plan how you're going to age and how you want to age. But if you're out here, especially if you're a Black person and you eat like most Black people, lots of sugar, lots of carbs, lots of butter, lots of processed food, lots of this, and that, you're going to be extremely sick. We really have to rethink the way that we eat. You have to eat like you want to live a long life. Sometimes I'm on TikTok, especially on Instagram, you'll see all these Black cooks and these Black chefs, the way they make that food. It's like they want to give Black people heart attacks. Like you'll have people that make a burger, you guys. The burger has like 25 different patties. Hey, Goldie, what's up, my love? The burger will have 25 beef patties. Are you trying to kill someone? Well, we have aunties who make sweet potato pie. They grab, when I tell you they grab, y'all, listen to me. Listen to me. They grab the entire bag of Domino sugar. They go like this. Okay. Right? Hold on. Okay. They grab the entire bag of Domino sugar, the sweet potato pie. They go like this. Okay. The sugar. I'm like, this is insanity. And they think it's normal. Right? I'm telling you, Black people, y'all, I know when I talk, I sound anti-Black, right? I know I really do. But I'm telling you, Black people don't age well. They don't age well. One time when I was in New Orleans, because I used to live on the West Bank, I had to go to the hospital. I went to Ochsner. You guys, when I tell you the Black elders could not move, I said, oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay. The elevator was not working. They were all stuck. It was so sad. Everybody was stuck because the elevator was not working, y'all. The Black elders are not aging well. They're 60, 65. They already need a cane. 70, like 68, 70 wheelchair. My God, are you okay? People have to stop. People have to change the diet. People gotta change the diet. It is a real thing because Medicare, Medicaid, it is not going to be enough money. You understand? It really is a human body. Like you cannot eat any kind of way, all kinds of belligerent for 30 years and 40 years and think that by the time you get to 60 or 70, oh, everything's gonna be just fine. Oh, no, it's not. Because you've been torturing your body. It is a real thing. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. It's like you have to think about those things as supplemental. Like, oh, this right here is an addition to, right? But I got to do my part because you see, it's you guys, you had to see it. I was so sad. They were all stuck. They were stuck because the elevator wasn't working. I'm like, why aren't these people walking? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I know when I talk sometimes, I get it. It sounds anti-Black because I'm extremely critical. I get it. But have you not noticed that Chinese people, Korean people, Japanese people, the old Asian people, have you never seen them in the neighborhood? They walking. How often do you see a Chinese person with a cane? How often do you see an old Korean woman or old Korean dad with a cane? How often do you see a Japanese granddaddy with a cane? Right? They're always walking. They walk like this. They walk like this, okay? They're always walking. Asian people, they wake up in the morning, they go walk. They have breakfast, they go back, they walk again. They eat lunch, they're walking. They have dinner, they walk. Right? You've seen it. Right? Asian people are always walking. Or they go, and then they go swimming. Right? And when they eat, they have small portions. Everything is a little bowl like this. Everything's like a little bowl. Right? But have you ever seen an old Asian person that's actually really fat? Not really. Do you ever see old Asian people who need these canes and these? No. Even in Japan right now, the people are not dying. Like the old people are living forever. Like, well, how are we going to pay for this? They're not dying because they're always exercising. They stretch their bodies. They walk a lot. You know, they meditate a lot. It is a real thing. We eat horribly. We eat, we drink, we smoke, we like, shut up. And I'm like, it's not going, the kind of healthcare issues you're going to have. You're not going to have enough money for this. Like, that's not a joke. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, huh? I ain't trying to be mean. They're always walking, you know, because walking is a great way to burn body fat. You just walk, you know, like take a stroll, whatever. Like they're always walking like this. They have a little hat and they walk like this. They walk. Hi. Huh, huh, huh. Look, where are these people going, right? But the vast majority of old Asian people do not use canes. They have low body fat. They have low body mass. They can hold themselves straight and they're always exercising. We have a horrible way of eating and we don't like to exercise. So I'm like, this whole notion of, oh, Social Security, Medicare, it's not going to be enough money, especially if you don't change the way you eat. If you don't learn to exercise, if you don't make it like your lifestyle to exercise, right? Over here, if you say to a sister, you say to a brother, oh, you got to lose a little bit of weight. Oh, you're body shaming. Oh, no, I'm not body shaming. I am bringing your attention to a problem. Because if nobody says a thing, you will never do anything about that. Yes. They just eat. Do you not? I'm saying they don't know how to eat. They just don't. I'm telling you, when I say black people, I mean this, right? I don't mean like black American. When I say black, I mean all people that are black, right? That's what I mean. When I say black, I mean black diaspora. I mean like people of African descent, right? This right here, right? But have you ever seen like African people when they do a plate of rice? They put the whole pot of they grab the entire pot of rice. They put the whole rice on the thing. People, like, they just don't know how to. I'm like, this is just madness. They don't know how to eat. I'm like, it's a thing. It's so crazy. I'm like, this is utter insanity. I remember one time James served me food, right? And I was like, Daddy, I said, these are not lady portion. He was like, what you mean a lady portion? I'm like, this is not a lady portion. What is this? I'm like, oh, he's like, but you're going to eat it. You're going to have more later. I'm like, yeah, but I'm still a lady. You cannot put all kinds of food on my plate. This is not a ladylike portion. This is ridiculous, right? This is ridiculous, right? But people just eat. I'm like, what is the rice? Like the rice is just so ridiculous. Meanwhile, like, you know, African people love rice. Asians also love rice, but it's like Asian people, they have a bowl, like I guess like 1 cup, right? This is it. And I also feel as though because they eat with the sticks, they eat slower. And I feel like when you eat slower, you get fuller. Do that make sense? Right? When you eat rice with a fork or you eat rice with a spoon, you eat really, really fast. So because you're eating so fast, you're not even being mindful of how you're eating. You're probably not even chewing your food. You're probably just swallowing your food. So therefore, you feel like you're still empty because you ate the food too fast. Hopefully I'm making sense, right? But I do feel like when you put your rice in a bowl and you got to grab these little chopsticks and you can only get like 2 grains of rice or like 3 grains of rice at a time because it's like grab the food, you know, it takes you a lot longer to eat the rice. So I feel like you have time to actually chew, you swallow, you pick up more rice. So I feel like all of that, it just makes you eat slower. And when you eat slower, you're going to feel fuller. And they always have rice with something else. Like Asians will have rice with like vegetables. They'll have like, you know, everything is like really, really small, but they always have some kind of vegetable with the rice. So they're not just consuming carbs, right? Move that over here. You take an African person, for example, the rice is just belligerent. They take the entire pot of rice and they will put the pot on the actual plate. They're going to eat all that rice. Then you add the stew. So the stew will have like all kinds of oil, vegetable oil. It can have palm oil. I mean, you name it. Like there's oil all over the place. It's like, what is this? Like, what is going on? And they eat super fast because it's either they eat with the spoon, a fork, or their hand. And you know, a hand will take the food like this. It's like, and I'll whoop, whoop. And I'm like, oh my God. Okay. But the thing is, people don't know how to eat. Black people don't know how to eat. It's a real thing. Black people in portion control, I don't even think they know what a cup of, like, if you say, okay, you got to have a cup or 2 cups of rice, I don't think they know what a cup looks like. I think most Black people, if you told them, okay, show me what a cup looks like on a plate, it might actually be like 5 cups of food. We don't know what a cup looks like. You know, we just don't. Yeah. You see, it's no longer healthy. And there's like even the vegetable. Oh, but we put tomatoes in there. But yeah, but by the time you're done cooking all of that, to me personally, I feel like all the nutrients are just gone. They're gone. You know, it's just gone. It's just carbs. It's like chat, this is just crazy, right? And then when people eat these big bowls of rice like that, it's so much food and it happens so fast. Your blood sugar goes up really high. So what happens? They want to go to sleep. They want to go to sleep, but you're going to sleep while you have raised your blood sugar, right? Whereas like the Asian people, when they eat rice, because rice is a carb, so carb, it goes into your body, it becomes a sugar, right? When they eat the carb and now they have sugar in their bodies, they go and they walk. So they burn off that sugar. An African person, they'll put the entire pot of rice on the plate with the stew and the oils and the meat. They'll eat all that, drink some water. They don't exercise. They go to sleep. They go to sleep, right? When you put that much carbs into your body, you have to burn the carbs. You don't consume all these carbs and go to sleep. But the food is just so dense. It's just so dense. Like we here too, same thing. Is this thing right here? Black people are just into extremely dense food. And usually it's full of carbs. It's a lot of carbs. Sometimes, and I will also say there's very little protein. And even the protein, it's not even high quality protein. Like it's a lot of carbs. It's a lot of carbs. And there's a lot of bad fats, processed fats, multi-saturated fats, right? It's usually the stuff that clogs your arteries. It's a real problem. And that's why for most Black people across the diaspora, you have issues with like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, things that really are taxing the heart, the arteries, because the people don't eat right and they don't exercise. They don't want to exercise. Even just walking, don't want to do it. Right? So it's like, so then imagine like you do that for like 30 years, 40 years, 60 years. And now you think in your 70s that you're going to have this great, aging period. You're going to age horribly. And there's not enough money in Medicare to save you because you did not take care of your body. Right? And I feel that's the problem. When we tell people that the government will take care of your retirement, the government will take care of your health care, your whatever when you get older, people say to themselves, well, I don't have to worry about it. Like, no, you still do. Because whatever the government's going to give you, it should be supplemental. Matter of fact, you should plan your life as if the government is not going to give you anything. Right? And that way, maybe that will give some people more motivation to be more active. To say, oh, you know what? I gained too much weight. Let me cut back on the sugar. Let me cut back. Let me try not to eat after 9 o'clock. Let me try to do some intermittent fasting. Let me try to be more active. Let me try to move a little bit more. Right? Because you're planning how you're going to age and you're not waiting on the government. Right? But I'm like, when I was in New Orleans, I'm like, oh my God, people love food and all. People love the food. People love food, but the food is extremely rich. It's extremely rich. It's a lot of rice. It's a lot of gumbo. It's a lot of this. It's a lot of stuff. It is a lot of stuff, y'all. It's a lot of stuff. But I'm like, you still have to be mindful how you eat. But it was so sad because the elevators were not working. Most of them were in wheelchairs. Some had their canes, so they couldn't walk up the stairs. So they had to wait for a technician. So I walked up the stairs. I went to my appointment. I came back down. They were still there just waiting. And I'm like, that is crazy, But that's what happens when you don't take care of your body. You're not going to age well, and you're not going to be as mobile when you get older because your body's just worn out. You've worn your body out. And that's why we have to be against obesity. Not because we want to shame people and make them feel bad, but it's a real thing. Because the older you get, the harder it is to lose the weight. So you have to, not try to eat as much. And like I said, people get mad when I say it, but just because there are companies out there that have a size 24, a size 26, a size 30, right? Doesn't mean that you should give yourself permission to be a size 22, to be a size 24, right? It's okay to go down. You don't have to go up. You don't have to, right? Just because they make a size that big doesn't mean you have to wear it. You're like, no, thank you. Right? No. Oh, but Marlene, it's true though. Because it doesn't stop. If you let yourself be a size 22, in less than 6 months, you're going to be a 24. And in a year, you'll go from a 20 to a 26. Because you're like, oh, well, they have a bigger size. They have a bigger size. There's no reason for that. Okay, y'all, let me show you something. Let me show y'all. I'm like, bro, you so damn stupid. Let me show y'all something, right? Tell me why I bought shapewear from TikTok Shop. Y'all, TikTok Shop and it's a bad relationship, y'all. Okay, I even bought shapewear, y'all. I was like, I need to like snatch myself up. Shape was like, Martin, I'm like, yep, I gotta. You guys, like a lot of my friends, like from elementary school, we linked up back on WhatsApp, right? And one girl was like, oh, ladies, like, it's time for us to start planning for perimenopause. I said, Perry, what the what? I said, oh, no, Nino, don't speak over my life, okay? Perimenopause? Child, when I heard perimenopause, the way I started buying waist trainers on TikTok Shop, you wouldn't even believe it. I was like, oh, my gosh, give me all the waist trainers. Perimenopause. Matter of fact, let me go take my vitamins. I'm like, no. I was like, girl, you don't speak that over us. And I'm like, don't speak that over your life, okay? You have to start taking your supplements. You don't have to accept everything, okay? You have the right to say no to aging, okay? What's the rush? Like, seriously, what is the rush, okay? But you guys, you have to go on TikTok Shop. But you have to get these people when they have a live. Like, don't just buy this stuff. Like, when they go live, they have all these crazy discounts, like these crazy codes, right? Y'all, I was out there just buying all these like shapewear stuff. A time was had, okay? But you gotta be very careful, though. You really have to.
For this, actually. But what I'm saying is that Doge has put all this money on the board, and they've said, oh, this is waste, fraud, and abuse. And when you really look at it, they're just programs that Elon and the president and random 20-something-year-olds don't like. So when you say fraud and abuse, there's not a lot of evidence.
The first word is usually waste, and they consider it to be waste.
Do you think
they are not actually doing that? When Congress authorizes money for a program, or a program is duly authorized, that's not waste, fraud, and abuse. That's just something you don't like.
Abby, everybody wants to find waste, fraud, and abuse until somebody actually does it.
Do you think people?
This is the problem. This is the problem. They're actually saying, okay, maybe this is waste.
Hold on for a second.
And then Washington goes crazy.
That's untrue. It's been done. The Clinton administration was able to put together an
30-something years ago.
Right, but the point of it is the way that
never happened.
It's been done. But the way that they went about it was to study for 6 months and then to take a longer time to understand which government jobs needed to be rooted out. He fired a bunch of people. He ended with a budget. It's been done. It's just the way that you guys are doing it.
I know. And the way that we're doing it is that you don't want us to do it. In 2019, we spent $4.4 trillion as a government. Last year, we spent $6.2 trillion. The government's gotten more expensive and much larger over the last 5 years. The only question Republicans have is, does it have to be this large and does it have to be this expensive? That's the question. And Elon's finally trying to cut into it, and the Republicans in Congress need to help.
Well, you guys should start it in your own house because your president drove up the deficit as much as anybody ever has, maybe more than anyone.
And why?
So
what happened at the end of Trump?
So then,
any memory of it?
I do remember. Even before then, though. Even before.
Van, this is the problem with like coming on the thing because you're emotional. You do celebrity gossip. You spend most of your years at TMZ keeping up with Kanye before he had a BBL. Okay. And now you want to come here and talk politics. Like, this is crazy. Scott, this is what he does every single day. He never did celebrity news chair. So I'm like, you have to know your stuff. Right. But the government is just way too big. I was talking to somebody this weekend and the person was getting super emotional. And I'm like, nobody cares. Okay. The government is just way too big. How can a government be bigger than the private sector? That makes no sense. That really makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Everybody's got Google. So the reality of it is this. If no one that I know is against finding waste, fraud, and abuse in the government. However, the way that you go about doing it, you don't play with Americans' lives. You don't play with their jobs. You don't do things haphazardly where you have to fire people. Then
can you name one thing you do differently?
I think
like what you say.
You're gonna make me in charge though.
No, I'm asking.
No, he's asking you since you have all this. You know he's sweating. You see, he's just saying stuff. You see, and then crazy how when you people actually meet intelligent people, why are you sweating for? Van, answer the question. You have all this criticism, so how would you do it?
You say you're against waste, fraud, and abuse. What would you consider the government to do that's wasteful today?
Okay, well then what I would do if I was looking for waste, fraud, and abuse is I would start in the Defense Department and at the Pentagon. I would start with the defense industrial complex of America, and I would look there.
I think Elon and you were in agreement on that.
Well, he hasn't. So the question is, when are they going to get around to it? Because they're starting off with park rangers.
But hold on. One of the other
They already
things,
started looking at
you
the
started your
opinion.
comment by saying the president's in charge. He's not going to touch Social Security, and Medicare, and Medicaid. That's where all the money is, Scott,
true.
which is why
We're fighting over 28%.
No, wait, he said
Okay.
he said he wasn't going to cut entitlements.
No.
They
I'm
are going to
telling
look for
you,
fraud in Medicaid.
Bruce,
They are going to look for
I'm
fraud
telling you
in
what
Medicare.
Scott said. Scott
Okay.
said that he wasn't going to touch it. Elon said, correctly, that's where all the money is. So if you guys actually want to produce.
No, he didn't even say that. He said all the money's at the Federal Reserve. Just saying all kinds of foolishness. All the money is not Social Security. The money is with the Federal Reserve. But anyway, sis, it's the difference between saying he's not going to touch it. People who are entitled, like the rightful people who are entitled to their payments will get their payments. People who are not meant to receive that stuff, they're not going to receive it. That's it. Like, what's the problem? Like, what's the big deal? Make it make sense.
Do savings, you are going to have to touch it.
Actually, we started this.
We
started this segment. Wait, we started this segment talking about the fact that the president's closest aide, the guy who's attached at the hip to him, Elon Musk, called an American hero a traitor today.
Girl, we have big.
Okay, but you said that already.
No, because you haven't
What is
condemned
that?
it.
What does that got to do with?
Because that's what this segment was about, actually, and you haven't condemned it. Because you want to talk about something
Let's
else.
get to a woman like talking about small things, missing the forest for the trees. Lady, oh gosh.
Instead of condemning what is condemnable.
I will say that Bruce did, well, maybe I shouldn't go so far as to say condemn, but you said that you do not condone that kind of language.
Bruce basically said chill.
So he did say that, but
Let's talk what this is actually doing. I think the people who are paid to ID bodies of people killed in action who can't work right now are not waste, fraud, and abuse. I think that these kind of things that we're seeing, the people who oversee our nuclear stockpile are not waste, fraud, and abuse. These mistakes can't happen. It's too critical to our
The
country.
veterans who we promised we would protect.
We
when they
will never spend unless some administration has the guts to see this through. We will never ever spend less. We will never have a smaller government.
I take
everything
your
has a
point.
constituency
I take your
in
point
Washington.
about finding the spending that you want to cut, but I think there's no question, even Republicans agree. We talked about this last week. This has been done in a haphazard way to the point where the president himself had to hear it from his cabinet secretaries who were asking, what's happening at the VA? Why are you cutting all these people? The transportation secretary said they were trying to cut air traffic controllers.
I hope the cabinet. I hope the cabinet and Elon.
Yeah, but you, Amy, what's maybe at Abby, right? When Buttigieg was giving $7 billion or like $8 billion to build these electrical charging stations, and with $7 billion, he only built like 7 charging stations. I'm like, okay, so it's like, is it $1 billion per charging station? Did you care about wasted fraud? That's why people don't take people seriously. It's like you just don't like Elon because he's with Trump. If Elon was with what's that lady's name? What's her name? Kamala Harris, you wouldn't have a problem, right? But Pete Buttigieg, he was in charge of transportation. He had over $8 billion to build a lot more charging stations for people who drive electrical cars. He only built 7 charging stations in 4 years. So to sit here and be like, oh, well, you know, no. Where was this energy for Pete Buttigieg? Okay, you didn't have any. But they have all this smoke for Elon because you just don't like the fact that Elon is the richest man in the world and he chose to be on the side of Trump. Okay, you're gonna be just fine.
They had to speak up
work well together. The
it
cabinet
wasn't
just
being
got
done
there.
well.
But ultimately, this is not a conversation that can be put off forever. And I feel like this is what Washington does. They try to just push it back as far as they can, and then we'll get the next guy in, and maybe it won't happen. That's how you go from $4.5 trillion to $6.2 trillion.
Republicans have begun saying that it needs to be a scalpel, not a sledgehammer.
Yes,
and it has been a sledgehammer.
So let me play the video.
So the president
seem to believe that being single is the greatest threat you could impose upon a woman.
Nisha Carter's been harassing me for the last month and a half. Let's talk about it. Over a month and a half ago, we matched on a dating app and I regretfully hooked up with her. Since then, I realized that she not only lied about her age, but she also lied about being pregnant in an attempt to coerce me and emotionally blackmail me into sleeping with her again.
Yo, I saw the story today. So,
of course, you guys know it's your girl River. I was scrolling through the wonderful world of TikTok and I just so happened to see this video. Did not know anything about the situation, but saw this man exposing this woman in 4K, okay, with receipts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press play. Then I'm going to pause and play and give you guys my thoughts, my feelings, my opinions on this entire situation.
Denisha Carter's been harassing me for the last month and a half. Let's talk about it. Over a month and a half ago, we matched on a dating app and I regretfully hooked up with her. Since then, I realized that she not only lied about her age, but she also lied about being pregnant in an attempt to coerce me and emotionally blackmail me into sleeping with her again. That sounds crazy, but I'll show you all the screenshots. But before I address that, I want to address all these comments that your followers are leaving me.
You moving too fast. Okay, hold on now. It says they're cheaters and liars. Busted having affairs. Do the affair lore. Is this the car you use to cheat on your girl? Just going on what's word on the streets. You cheated on your girlfriend. This is all the comments, I guess, that he's saying that he received from her supporters and stuff on his page. So I guess there's a backstory. I don't know, but we're gonna listen.
You keep spreading claims that I cheated on my girlfriend with you. Whole time I didn't meet the woman that you're referring to until after we hooked up. So let's not get it twisted. And trust and believe, if I met her first, I would have never to you. Me and Denisha hooked up on the night of January 9th. In the days following that, being a true Angelino, I was volunteering with fire relief effort. Because I was volunteering, I was not texting back quick enough for Denisha's liking, which led to her being very rude to me through text message. Pause to read.
Okay, we will. Okay, we will. And now, before I even get into more depth, the reason why, you know, what he's doing, this video has gone so viral and so shocking is because of the type of content that the woman he is accusing, you know, puts on her social media platforms.
Men truly seem to believe that being single is the greatest threat you could impose upon a woman. And again, I really think it boils down to projection, them being petrified of being alone.
So obviously this person speaks and stands 10 toes down behind feminism.
Wow.
So this is the text message exchange between the two of them, and she's in the gray, he's in the blue. So it says, hey, I feel like I've been bothering you or am more interested than you are, so I'm going to pull back, but it was nice to hang with you. Again, hang is slang for sleep with because he said that that's what happened, okay? Wow. Allegedly.
Wow.
Now he says, hey, my bad, this morning has been all over the place. We're out doing mutual aid, but you're not bothering me, LOL. She then responded and says, LOL, now I see why you're single at 25, chronic fumbler. That's shots fired, okay? He says, now why are you being mean? LOL, unnecessary. Aren't you single at 27? She said, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. He said, what? LOL, I literally don't have an issue. She said, no, the issue is mine. I know better than to give groupies a chance, LOL. And I wasn't mean to you. I just never took you for the type to get weird after spending time with someone. But like I said, I should have known better. You sound like you're in your feelings because you gave the kitty away and you were insecure thinking that maybe that changed him. And so now you're trying to, I don't know, first him or do damage control just in case. So it looks like, you know, he didn't dump you. But you're the one who's been trying to get in contact with him. He wasn't running you down. Now you're talking about don't cry, you know, smile like it just because it happened. Wow. You sound like the one who's a little flustered with this situation. Wow. This is crazy.
Wow. In response to that, I just explained that I was busy, but she kept berating me, so I just left her on red and stopped responding. She messaged me 2 or 3 days later apologizing for what she said. And
she says, hey, I want to apologize for calling you a groupie. It was OD and very mean. And the comment about chronic fumbling, also OD and also very mean. I am very sorry. Are you okay, ma'am?
Wow.
Again, it sounds like you were insecure because you done gave, you know, the cookie away prematurely. Wow. You felt some type of way because, you know, now you misjudging everything. You see, this is why women can't do what men do.
They really can't.
And operate.
Yeah.
Okay, because we are emotional beings. What happens is maybe he normally takes a little bit longer to reply. Okay, maybe he normally gets busy doing other things, but your mind isn't overthinking because you didn't get a kitty away.
Yeah.
But you see, once you do, all of a sudden you start overthinking everything. Is it because of me? Is it because, oh, see, that's all he wanted. Oh, all men are trash. It goes down this whole, you know, molehill of problems for no reason.
I still didn't respond. A week or two later, Denisha messaged me saying that we need to talk. We spent over 30 minutes on the phone in which Denisha refused to disclose what we needed to talk about. And she said that we could only talk about it in person. Remember that for later. I expressed to her since she was rude, I did not feel comfortable coming over to her house, especially because she was saying I needed to come over at around 9, 10, 11 p.m.
And him sitting 10 toes down saying, I did not feel comfortable coming to your house after you flipped the switch on me. I agree with this man because women be lying.
I told her we could meet at a cafe and talk about it. She refused, so we ended up getting off the phone. Later that day, she messages me saying that I need to send her my address so her attorney could send over paperwork.
Please send me an address I can send paperwork to. He said, dude, what? He like, what's going on? She said, what is unclear? He said, you asked me to meet up. I said, I don't really want to come. I don't really want to come over to your place. And you had an issue with that. I asked to meet halfway somewhere neutral. And you said that it freaked you out. Now you're saying you want to send paperwork. Like, I have zero idea what your issue is. And you're being difficult. Yeah, like, tell me what it is. Because what's the problem?
Wow.
Remember that for later. Obviously, in response to that, I tell her that we can hop on the phone. Again, we talk for about 30 minutes in which she refuses to disclose what she wants to talk about. And at the end, she tells me that she's pregnant. At that point, I realized that maybe we do need to talk in person. Because our schedules weren't matching up, we ended up just hopping on FaceTime. On that FaceTime, we talked about a lot of things, including her father working in finance and her mother being an Egyptian national who works in counterterrorism programs in America. Mind you, I don't even know if that's true. And by the end of this, you'll realize that it's really hard to believe anything she says. We spoke about what the plan was moving forward because, frankly, I don't want to have a child with anyone right now, especially not her. Mind you, all the times that we've spoken so far, she's made an attempt to try to get me to come over to her house to talk about it in person.
All right, let me stand here for a second, though. It's 2025, okay? It is 2025, not 1995, 85, 75, 1905, okay? It is 2025. When two grown people hook up, there needs to be ramifications in place so that you do not procreate somebody and so that the other person does not, have to make a decision of if they're going to keep, not keep, trap, not trap. Like, y'all too grown for that. Also, there is stuff out there that you can catch, not a baby, that can stay with you for a lifetime. And people act like that stuff does not exist. It does. Not because you see somebody on social media means that you know them, you know their health background, you know anything that they got going on. I don't understand why people act like that stuff is not real.
Yeah.
It is.
Of that phone call, she said that she needs more time to think about it, and honestly, that's fair. 2 or 3 days later, she messages me saying, actually, I'll have my attorney contact you. Please send me your address. At that point, I'm like, hey, have your attorney contact me because you're being very weird. Now, this is where it gets juicy. I'm actually making this into a part 2, but I'm going to post it right now. This is part 2 of
I'm like, it's really crazy how people meet on dating apps, right? And just have sex the same night they meet. And on top of that, they have unprotected sex the night they meet. All of this is after one sexual encounter. Like, they just had sex once, right? And all of this is unfolding. I'm like, and I wrote Denisha, the kind of content she creates on TikTok, you would never think that she'd be the type to behave like this. You would not.
How Denisha Carter has been harassing me for over a month and a half. You need to get caught up. The first video was posted right before this.
We saw it, bro. We saw it.
Pretty much Denisha crossed her friend, leading to him outing their entire text message thread. And if you want all the receipts to read yourself, I will link them in a Google Drive in the comment. These messages are in response to her telling me to come over to her house.
Okay, so it says increases the fear, ? No, I don't know what that says.
And me saying that I don't feel comfortable doing so.
Okay, so it looks like this is a conversation between her and her friend talking about this guy who is talking to us, right? So it said she had said to the friend, increases the fear, no. And the friend says to Denisha, allegedly, maybe he can't afford an Uber. Then she says that I may tell ? And then the friend says back to her, it needs her to think it's work. No, I think it's irrelevant. Give it 18 hours to build tension. Then she says, it's irrelevant that he was hooking up with me while he had a girl and got me pregnant, ?
Her friend said maybe he can't afford an Uber, and you can read the rest. This is where it gets juicy. Why would Denisha message her friend, but it's very on brand for the WAG trying to trap an athlete, quote unquote, suddenly pregnant, pissed athlete wants proof, I had a miscarriage.
So she then says to the friend, but it is very on brand for the wife and girlfriend trying to trap an athlete, suddenly pregnant, pissed athlete wants proof, I had a miscarriage. And then the friend says also that happens all the time. Practice your pregnancy gate. Overthink, in my opinion. He has nothing you can take, so that narrative isn't relevant. She said, do you think he knows that? Not being sarcastic. Then the friend says, of course he does.
And her friend tells her to practice her pregnancy gate. Pause to read the rest. First few messages are a bit unimportant, but it's pretty much Denisha and her employer/friend who outed her talking about travel accommodations. But then if you look right here, I don't know how to play this now that I'm not saying I'm pregnant, laugh my ass off. Or screenshots, do I actually tell him I'm pregnant or do I make the reveal that I just want to him? And her friend tells her that, hey, the reveal is good, but don't over.
This is wild. Okay. So this woman texted this man talking about, let's start from the beginning. She texted this man allegedly, again, this is all alleged, you know, I don't know, this is what he's saying, this is what we're going with. She texts this man, she says, hey, I noticed that we hooked up the other day, I haven't heard from you, what's up? He says, oh, sorry, I'm busy. She's like, you ain't got to worry about me, it's okay, sweetheart, you ain't got to worry about me, I'm cool, you're lame, you're whack, da 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 da. Then he's like, all right, this is weird, no longer contacts her. She contacts him again and, you know, apologizes. He doesn't respond. She contacts him again. Okay. And in her contacting him again, she's like, oh, this is super important. They're on the phone for 30 minutes. She's running him around in a circle, not telling him nothing. Contacts him again, says, oh, my attorney needs to contact you. He's like, oh my gosh, what's going on? She's like, call me right now. She calls him, says she's pregnant. Now he's like, you know, they're going back and forth. She says she needs time to think of what she's going to do. Here she is allegedly telling her friend, do I actually tell him I'm pregnant or do I make the reveal that I want to sleep with him?
Play your hand. Nisha then says, so don't say I'm pregnant, and her friend says to save it. Then she says, okay, he won't hate me for lying to him just to him. And then her friend responds, he's a man, Denisha, and says, I'm also a man who hates her and a man who has a mother. She says, laugh my fucking ass off. I mean, if some girl is yapping about being pregnant, wouldn't he tell her? Then I'm attacked from all sides, the Compton commie. Let's just overlook the racial undertones of calling me some kind of Compton commie. The whole time I'm not even from fucking Compton, bro. Her friend says, no one tells their main their side is pregnant. It's like you never listened to confessions. Mind you, there was no main, and Denisha could not be a side if her name was onion rings. Her friend tells her that by lying to me about being pregnant, I will come over and the emotions will be high, the intimacy will be high, we'll lock eyes, and then the end.
Disgusting. Disgusting. So this is the, again, I don't know who wrote these messages. I don't know her phone number. I don't see the phone number on the screen. I can't verify. I'm just going off of what this man is saying and the post that he's putting. I don't see the reason why he would have to create this whole narrative. I don't really know. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. I don't believe nobody. I'm just going off of what he's saying. He is alleging that this woman created this whole entire narrative and then lied to this man that she was pregnant just so she could be with him again. After she ruined it by being disrespectful, something that is not uncommon with things that women do.
Wow.
Then it says she's going to tell him tell him I went to the doctor, got a blood test for thyroid, and that she's pregnant. What if he doesn't believe it? And she's saying the reason why he didn't believe it is because she knows that in the act, he really didn't do anything that would have gotten her pregnant to begin with. This is foolishness. Foolishness, manipulative, crazy, toxic.
Wow.
Police.
Wow. And then she says, what, do I appear worried or scared, nervous? He says, yes. She says, then I tell him that I went to the doctor and got a blood test for my thyroid and I'm pregnant. And if he doesn't believe it, we pulled out. Sorry, this is so many details. And she's right. This is so many details. I'd rather not have to share this, but you keep harassing me, so here you go. Now that we got the screenshots out of the way, let's dive into the next issue. The reason she kept asking for my address to send over attorney paperwork is because she was trying to dox me. Her friend exposed her for trying to dox me in the same Discord server where she's telling everyone that I'm a cheater. The same Discord server where she got another man doxxed a few years ago for saying she's like fish. Now let's really talk about it. Denisha is poor. There's nothing wrong with being poor. She puts on this facade of being some kind of rich upper class girl, and that's not true. Told me she had 2 houses in Los Angeles, but really one of the houses belongs to the person who outed her. He pays her $2,000 a month to manage the company's social media just to keep her afloat. And the other house is just a roommate situation with a girl who she continuously talks about. And her TikTok's not even monetized. You're literally just being a capitalist shill for free.
The reason why I think this is all crazy and also necessary, right, is because one, I think that other people need to see that, you see, when people come out here and they be especially when it comes to the whole feminist, oh, you got to be like this, you got to be like that, men are trash, men are this, men are that, men are beneath you, oh, you know, who are these people who are talking about this and all that? Like, some of these people are just saying whatever. Here we have a woman who is standing 10 toes down. You don't need a man, you could do battle by yourself, all these things, and is going to all these alleged desperate measures to get this man to be with her.
And if you need more proof, I've got roommates who could corroborate the entire story. If you're watching this, Denisha, we hooked up one time. I don't know why you're crashing out over it that bad. The fact that it went from just berating me in my DMs to straight lying about pregnancy to now harassing me on the internet, on all the dead homies, you're a weirdo. Now, please, don't ever contact me again, or I will just continue to spill receipts. Thank you.
How are you so, you know, stressed out, and you called him a groupie and you should have never given the groupie a chance and all this kind of stuff when you were so, you know, got it going on? I'm confused.
This is the last thing I'm going to address regarding this entire situation. I never cheated on my girlfriend. I don't even have a girlfriend. I met a girl a week after me and Denisha hooked up and we started hanging out. The girl did my nails and posted them on her story. I shared it. Denisha was stalking me and saw that and then assumed that I had a girlfriend. So everyone calling me a cheater, go yourself. Here's the screenshot showing our first date. The girl who I had met and hung out with, we met on January 16th for the first time in real life. These messages from the day I met Denisha are from January 10th. I was saying I would avoid this if I didn't cheat. Whole time, I never cheated.
So the same day that she met him is the day that she was intimate with him. That obviously that's why she was tripping. Okay, obviously that's why she was tripping, and she should never did it.
I said I was done talking about it, but I'm not, because one thing you're not going to do is call me a liar. Firstly, to the people who are like, oh, you're lying, you fabricated those screenshots, that's why you cropped the name, da-da-da. When you green screen on TikTok, it crops the top and the bottom of your photo. So there's that.
So here's the thing, right? She obviously, he's, you know, talking in response to people calling him a liar and stuff like that. She alluded to the fact that it was, you know, AI or whatever, basically by when she posted this video.
It's genuinely terrifying how people just believe everything they see online without critical analysis or examination of what they're being presented. People can barely decipher real from fake screenshots. Imagine how much danger we'll all be in when AI and deepfake technology progresses so far that people can falsify video footage of words coming out of your mouth that you've never said.
So that's what he's, you know, responding to.
Here's all the full screenshots for you. Here's the rest of the screenshots. Everyone was saying, oh, why would you bring her drama to the internet? She tried to dox me. She tried to run a smear campaign on me. She was lying about being pregnant to coerce me into having sex with her. And it's been going on for a month and I haven't said, well, how do you know she's trying to run a smear campaign? DJ Soulchild sent me these screenshots from an email that he got from an anonymous account a week ago.
The TikToker Khalil you have beef with cheated on his girlfriend with a famous TikToker and is scared of the secret going out. I had the screenshots of him on Raya and all of his messages with her. So yeah, this is, you know, going to someone and telling all this, like, you know, anonymous information.
I have been getting harassed about cheating on my nail tech girlfriend for a month. The person who stalked my nail tech girlfriend was Denisha. While on FaceTime with her friend who exposed her, he literally asked me, oh, are you talking to the blank girl with blank features? The only reason he would know that is if Denisha is stalking the people I'm talking to. Also, Raya is exclusive. If you caught me on Raya, that means that you are someone who is also on Raya. And guess what? We matched on Raya.
Yeah, yeah, because Raya is, I know about Raya only because of Simone Biles, right? And that whole story with her husband. And she talked about the fact that it is a paid subscription. And so only other people that can be on there are people who also pay for that subscription. So who would catch you besides the person who you talked to when you met them on that same app?
Like an anonymous person caught me on Raya. Meanwhile, you have to get approved to even be on the app. Whoever caught me on Raya is someone who has some level of influence. People are like, oh, why don't you screenshot her on the dating app? It's Raya. You cannot screenshot on Raya or you will get kicked off. You will literally get banned from the app for screenshotting people. Also, I'm just not lame. I'm not going to screenshot people who are popular, who match with me, because that's fucking lame. And if you don't believe me, I literally called her Uber. Here's a screenshot.
Meeting Denisha. Unless he knows somebody else with the name Denisha, which is not a necessarily common name. It literally says picking up in 2 minutes, meeting Denisha at pickup point. She said KK. He said, he's there. She said, on the way, still awake. He said, no. She said, here. Then the next message was, nice to meet you. Now she a sneaky link. Ciao.
Jesus.
Everyone wondering why she's not giving her side of the story. It's because it's fucking embarrassing. This whole thing is fucking embarrassing. She's not going to post her side of the screenshots because all the screenshots are the same. Because why the fabricate a story like this? Like, do you think I'm Tyler Perry? Mind you, I really did not want to post about this. I literally texted her saying,
not Tyler Perry.
You think I'm Tyler Perry?
Saying, yo, I have screenshots showing that you're lying. Please leave me alone. She continued to go. So guess what?
So he says, he sent me everything, dude. It's been read and shared. She said, okay. And if you read them, you'll see it's very clear I'm not lying. He said, I told my mother, who is very well off and will aid me in legal troubles, especially when the case is this cut and dry. Please don't contact me again. She said, happy to litigate. He said, love that. Or we could just take it to TikTok.
Oh,
To play that game. She literally was having people harass me on Instagram and TikTok for months. People were literally at her behest contacting people that I work with. To be fair, she does have some narcissistic personality quirks, which I feel like led to her not truly believing that her friend would out her so bad just to get back at her. I sent her one screenshot asking her to leave me alone, and I don't think she believed that her friend would out himself so bad and send me all the screenshots of their conversation. Because yes, shout out to him for sending me the screenshots, but the screenshots still make him look very bad. Everyone who's like, oh, how could you be around someone with drastically different politics? I need you to realize, I don't be on the internet like that. To me, Denisha is just the AI girl who talks in the monotone voice. I was not familiar with her Twitter. I was not familiar with her takes regarding texturism and colorism. I was not familiar with any of this. I genuinely have not seen her on my For You page since like 2022. All the takes I've seen from her have given progressive liberal. And yes, I don't like liberals, but we have to also realize that liberals make up like 80% of people who are not staunch Republicans. But yeah.
He said, I don't like liberals. You are funny, but you still smash the liberal. You are.
Yeah, that's all I got for you. This is pisses me off because I came on here and was like, yo, someone tried to coerce me into sex, attempted to dox me, and has been harassing me online for almost 2 months. And the one thing y'all took away was, oh, you use Raya? Like, yes, newsflash, smartass, the 25-year-old photographer in one of the most expensive cities on the world where houselessness just keeps increasing with no degree and no support in this city is on the app where the models are at. I'm surprised that I'm on the app where my peers and other creatives are at. Like, are y'all dumb? What do you think my job is? Who do you think my clients are? Talking about, oh, Raya is exclusive. So is Tinder Gold. So is Hinge Plus. What the f are we talking about? Like, wait until y'all find out that all dating apps are pay to play. Wait until y'all find out that pretty people are granted privileges on all dating apps. It's like, oh my God, you're on the app where the famous people are. Oh, you use Raya, but it's diametrically opposed to your politics. I'm making this video on iPhone. I'm literally in a house on stolen indigenous land. And the real kicker is I'm political on Raya too. I'm political everywhere I can go. Anyone who knows me knows you bring me on set, I'm going to start talking about politics. If we can get a little class conscious going while we shoot the editorial, we're going to do it. Oh, but there's conservatives on Raya. Oh my God, spooky secret. There's conservatives on every app. And I hate discourse where it's like, oh, if the roles were reversed. But if I was a woman who came on this app and said, yo, this creator has been harassing me, and like, oh.
Yeah, did y'all know about this app, Raya? You have to apply for membership? Is that serious? Did y'all know about this app? Raya. I'm like, what is Raya? What is Raya? Apply for membership? What? No, this is crazy.
But you were on that app, so
I 100% agree with him, right? And this is what I was hoping that he was going to say when we move forward in the video, because there's a lot of videos, is that what I find so interesting is that a lot of these women are getting exposed and they cannot take the pressure. They can't take the heat. They can't take the highlight being on them doing something negative. They'd rather just act like it's not the truth or it's not happening.
I discovered the story today. I was doing my little TikTok stuff, so I discovered the story today. Because that girl, Denisha, whatever her name is, like when she's on TikTok, she gets off this like, I don't need a man. I'm this. I know it all. I'm so smart. I don't care. So for me to find out that she met this boy in the same day she had sex with the boy, then she kept calling him, texting him, where are you? Talk to me. Then she's like planning a lie that she's pregnant. I'm like, what is going on? What is all this? Men are the prize. What is going on? Like, I mean, he's a little cutie, but I'm like, it's never that serious though. Like, what is going on? What's all this fuss?
It is, right? And I 100% agree with the fact that if the roles were reversed and a woman came out and exposed all these texts and said that this man did this, that, and the third, people would 100% believe.
You have to apply for membership? Like, what? That's crazy.
the woman who is saying these things and would just stand with her and agree with her. Right? I wouldn't, but a majority of people would do that. And in this situation where this man is literally providing as much receipts as he possibly can without, exposing this girl's phone number, people are still trying to nitpick the situation, clown him, make fun of him, say whatever the case is, just to negate from the fact that a woman could actually be wrong. A woman could actually be doing vindictive, manipulative, things to force a man to be in a relationship with her. Like a woman could actually be behind, falsifying certain information and be toxic. Like women, they would rather, fight you till they can't fight you no more than to say, yeah, there's a woman out there who stands for this, but is actually wrong or is lying or is toxic. Because if women expose other women being toxic, they no longer feel that they have the ability to be toxic themselves. They want to keep that blanket there just in case they want to, pull from a manipulation tactic or two. They don't want them to be fully exposed. I think this is crazy.
This is serious.
I'd like to know what you guys think about this in the comment section down below. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
That's why I was really shocked. I'm like, what she gives on TikTok, I'm like, how is she involved in this mess? Like, why is she running after this? What is going on? Okay, you guys, we almost have to go to bed. But before we go to bed, let me play this. Because this girl, AD is back, y'all. AD is back. And AD got engaged to a man named Holly. Is that how it's his name? I don't know. I'm like, child, let me show y'all this real quick, okay?
Excited to announce that this guest is my fiance.
That's right.
I'm here with Ollie, and I couldn't be more excited to have you here, honey.
Thanks for having me. It's nice to meet you at last.
You're so silly.
Yeah, no, it's good to be here.
Yeah, hi.
Bring your fiance to work day.
Yeah, how you feeling?
Good. A little bit nervous. It's like our first time.
Why are you nervous?
Showing out and being us publicly at last. But yeah, now I'm excited, obviously.
You put a ring on it.
Mm-hmm.
How you feeling about that?
Best decision I ever made. As you know, we already discussed this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been engaged for how many days? Has it been a week?
Something like that. Wait, is it? Yes.
So
Yes,
today
that's
is
a week.
1 week engaged.
Mhm.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations
I won the
to
lottery.
you. So we can't tell. I mean, they know we met on Perfect Match. We
Mhm.
can't talk too much about it. We can't talk
Mm-mm.
about it at all, actually.
No,
But we can talk about how much we love each other.
of course we can.
We can talk about our journeys to each other.
Mm-hmm. They have to
okay
just
with
tune in for Perfect Match.
Yeah.
But we can talk about the rest of it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about how you tricked me for 2 months
Oh, yeah.
and talk about how you set this whole surprise proposal up.
Mm-hmm.
Get into it.
So, like I said, I said this at the reading. I can't take the full credit for it. I had an amazing team working with me to equally trick you and deceive you. But yeah, it was kind of my idea to do the whole.
Don't make that a habit, by the way.
Only if it's going to be a good outcome, which it was. I think it was worth it. Like, I'm not going to trick you for any bad reason. But yeah, I can't promise you there's not further surprises down the line.
Okay.
I haven't planned any yet, but there will undoubtedly be more fun trickery ahead. But yeah, so I came up with the idea to be like, let's pretend there's some Perfect Match promo going down, get you to the beach. I think I always,
Mind you, you did all this from London.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. During the long distance relationship, I did some long distance planning.
Yeah.
So I said, let's get her to the, I always envisioned proposing to you at the beach,
Mm.
and whether it be Jamaica, Mexico, or
Yeah, because
whatever.
we did have plans to go to Jamaica.
We did that same week. So,
Yeah.
and they had to be cancelled, but it was well worth cancelling.
Yeah.
So I was like, let's get her at the beach, let's pretend it's promo. And
I blame Esther for this. I was minding my business yesterday, and Esther sent me a video, a reel on Instagram, right? That showed that this dude proposed to AD. I'm like, AD's back and she's on TV again. Like, what is going on, right? So exactly, Goldie. You see, I didn't want to say, I was like, Goldie's here, child. Goes up, I'm gonna stomp on your neck. I didn't want to say it, but you said it before I did. I'm like, how convenient. I feel like this right here is a money grab. I feel like this right here is a money grab, y'all. I'm not buying this. And I'm like, I've lived in London. I don't know if Sylvia's still here, but I guess all my London girls, but they're probably at work, right? But I've lived in London. You guys, when I tell you them London boys be some F boys, believe me, okay? They be some F boys. They be some F boys, okay? But I'm like, AD, you went back on the TV show to find love. Girl, you're just mad because what's his name, Clay? Y'all didn't get married and you guys didn't have all the sponsorship you were supposed to have. Like, money was left on the table, okay? But I really don't believe that this is real, you guys. I don't. Okay, don't come for me, but I don't believe that this is real. I feel like this is for TV. It's to give her the happily ever after, to get all the girlies excited, all kinds of promo, all kinds of sponsorship, right? Maybe even make 7 figures. So like, hey, it's show business. So I'm here to be entertained, right? But I'm like, no. And even this guy, I don't know. Is he straight? I don't know. But I'm like, what is going on here? This is crazy. This is insanity. Okay, you don't know how to meet people unless you go on a TV show? No. This is crazy, y'all.
And then unveil a big surprise. And then obviously have the ring, have the flowers, the candles, all that. Yeah, it was hard. It was hard work. Like, as you know, there was a point when we was out shopping, I was literally on the phone to the set designer.
Mm-hmm.
And you was chasing me around. I had to try and pretend I was on the phone to my manager. But yeah, we made it work and it came together beautifully.
Y'all, I had been to London.
He has a manager. You guys, I think this guy doesn't want to work. I think he don't want to work. I think he just wants to be famous and get the money, like get the sponsorship. Because he sees it, like, Love Island UK. Like, there's a lot of money to be made. People become really famous from these dating shows. Like, they make money from these dating shows, right? Because people want to see people in love. People want to see people in relationships, right? So I'm like, maybe he studied the show. You see everything that Clay did wrong. You try to be like the perfect 10 out of 10. Like, Trev. Yeah. Because I'm like, it's a lot of money. Because if her and Clay had actually gotten married on that show, they could have made a lot of money. It could have been a lot of sponsorship, right? But it didn't happen. So a lot of money wasn't made. But London boys is some fucking, okay? They're a hot mess. They're a hot mess. Right? And I'm like, you gonna tell somebody you love somebody long distance? Like, y'all don't even live in the same city. So how do you really know her? How do you know her? Child, please. Stop being silly. We can watch this tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, like in a few hours, because it's already tomorrow, but.
Like, when he was planning, I was in London.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as in, like, we had started it before you came. Well,
yeah,
before
the second time you came to
London
the second time.
So we had to kind of get the Zoom calls and the phone calls in before you came, because there was going to be no hiding from you when you was literally staying in my apartment. But yeah, we made it happen.
So I get this email about we're doing Perfect Match promo together, and I'm like, okay, I'm no genius, but I've been in this industry long enough to know that, like, we shouldn't be like doing anything together before the show airs. So I'm like, this is so silly. Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, and I had to pretend I didn't know what it was.
Yeah,
what? What's all this? Promo? You having a laugh? I don't want to do this. But that was part of it. Because I knew if I was too much like, oh yeah, no, this sounds great, let's go, let's get, like, you'd be like,
Yeah.
he knows more. I had to pretend I didn't have a clue.
So I was so nonchalant about the whole thing that I didn't buy my dress until the day before the promo. And we're shopping around. I'm just like, oh, this is cute. And he goes, like, maybe pretend that this is a dress that you'll probably see or be wearing for the rest of your life or something special. And I was just like, okay. He's like, well, it is promo and it's our first time being, shown to the world. So maybe you should dress up a little bit. And I was just like, okay, mind y'all, I had peeled off my nails the night before. So I had no...
It was listen, that was one of the most frustrating parts, was trying to get you to take it seriously without telling you what it was.
In jeans
I was like,
and a tank top. Like,
I was like, maybe envision this being one of the most important days of your life. I mean, it's just promo, but maybe just pretend it's like gonna be one of the most memorable moments of your life. No pressure though. And then you was like, yeah, I might get a dress. I'm like, yeah, that was hard.
Yeah. So we get to the beach and I'm still in my promo brain. I'm just like, I don't have any lines. I don't know what. I'm not prepared for this. And then they start feeding us lines, and I'm like, perfect match, like, from the pots to the beach, and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, they're like, we got to check your mic, AD. And I'm like, okay, bet. Checks my mic.
Meanwhile, I'm being passed the ring, all part of the plan. Because if I'd had the ring on me, it'd have been too bulky in my beige linen pants, innit?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, Yeah, it came together. I love it when a plan comes together. It was very A-team.
Yeah.
We made it work. Like, and it's funny because one of the producers pulled me and says, like, do you really think she has no idea? I was like, I genuinely think she has no clue.
Producers
So that just made it even more perfect. Like, if you
I'm like, this is just entertainment. This is crazy. This guy don't want to work. He doesn't want a real job. London is so expensive. He probably pays like 45% in taxes. He's been struggling. Like he don't want to work. He doesn't want to work.
Because bear in mind, for months she's been like, when like asking when I think I'm gonna put the question. I'm like, listen, let's relax. Maybe June, July. Let's wait a little bit. Do you know what I mean? So I had to really throw you off the scent, and I did.
You did.
I tricked you.
You did. So then we walk up the hill, and I'm just like, dee-dee-dee, doo-doo-doo. And I look to the right, and there is this display of beautiful white roses and candles. I'm shaking. Every time I tell the story, I get nervous.
Every time you tell the story, you get better at telling it. I can't lie.
Yeah, okay. Because I've been like telling it like 17 times a day. And then there's a heart carved out. I'm shaking in the sand with rose petals. And I'm just like, what is going on? What's happening?
I think you knew at that point.
I did.
Yeah, which was kind of the plan. I always said, because we went back and forth with the design for like the setup, and I was like, I need her to see it and know what's happening. I didn't want you to sit and be like, huh, what's that? I wanted to have that wow factor where you knew it's time, and it did. It was beautiful.
Yeah. Did I say yes?
I don't know if you did, to be honest. I think I kind of just took your like hysteria as a yes. I kind of just like, do you know what I mean?
I just remember being like,
but I didn't want to formalize it like they do on the planes. Like, we're gonna need a verbal yes. I was like, nah, that'll do.
I'll take it.
Do you want this ring or not? And then there we go.
I think eventually I said yes.
Yeah, I think when we were in the car on the way home, but I don't think you actually said. I don't know. I have to look back at the footage, but you were just screaming and jumping, and I was like,
look how this is just ridiculous. This is why I'm saying like this has to be for TV. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous, right? And once again, this is just me, y'all. You know I'm an asshole, but this is just me. Once again, it does give this notion of like men are the prize. Because I'm like, AD, did Clay not propose to you already? So I'm like, this is your second engagement. Like, you're doing too much, right? It's your second engagement. So by now, even let's assume this is real, right? If it was me, honestly, second engagement, I'm not gonna be like, oh my gosh, I'm so giddy. Like, child, make it to the altar and make sure he says yes, okay? Because Clay said, I think Clay proposed before. You moved in with him, you lived with him, and then you went to the altar. It didn't go right. So it's like engagement. Like, what is that, right? But from like the other show, Love is Blind, whatever it's called, like the other show she was on with Clay, right? There were some issues that she had brought up, and I'm like, I would love to know how she fixed any of these things, right? Because otherwise, this is just giving entertainment. Like, even the way he looks at her is like, it's giving business. Like, we're gonna get married. That's when, oh, it got to be so perfect and perfect. Y'all, it's giving Mike Hill. Like, Mike Hill, I felt like he watched a show. I felt like he watched Cynthia, and he watched the thing with Peter, and he tried to be everything that Peter was not. Mike Hill was too perfect. He was just too perfect when he came on Housewives of Atlanta. Just too perfect. Of course it was too perfect because he wanted to sell a book, right? And as soon as Cynthia gets fired from the show, he breaks up with her. He's like, oh, I don't even know if this marriage is going to last a year. Sir, what? Yeah. You know, when Cynthia was on the show, he was so obsessed with her. And if you remember with Mike Hill, right, it was during COVID. So he was trying to get Cynthia, like they were trying to push the date because they wanted their wedding to be on TV. Do you remember? And then Kenya said to her, like, why does it have to be on TV? But I'm like, because he wants to be on TV. Because he was planning on selling a book about relationship, right? I'm like, yeah, because he's friends with Steve Harvey. If you remember, Steve Harvey's the one who connected Mike Hill to Cynthia, right? And if you also know, Steve Harvey, the vast majority of his money comes from the book, How to Think Like a Man, right? He was so performative. He was just, I'm like, this man is just too perfect. He was doing, it was icky. Like, do you have any flaws? But it was so bizarre to hear somebody be in his 50s, 2 baby mamas in his 50s, talk about he's never been in love and he's never proposed to any woman. And all his friends are female. I'm like, hold on, this is just way too many red flags. But the day you fall in love, it happens to be with Cynthia Bailey of the Housewives of Potomac, one of the #1 syndicated TV show on national, on TV, on cable. Yeah, right. where the vast majority of the demographic is Black women. Like, what do you think it's for? Like, we're not stupid. Like, I hate when people try to insult my intelligence. I'm not dumb, right? Because you know how much money you can make from Black women. There is a video of Will Packer, right? Will Packer is a director, producer, whatever. And he was like, I've made over $1 billion with Black women. I'm like, you see? Black women is a money that it's just like they just take advantage. They take advantage. Keita came out here and told us the late night conversation with what's his name? Ace Metaphor, right? That he makes like 500,000, 600,000 with his goofy ass little podcast of a show, whatever it is, right? Going from city to city. She said like he has a card game and the card game makes like $300,000 a month. I'm like, a card game? What is going on? My Lord. Like, this is insanity. This is crazy. A card game. And now you see Anton is trying to do the same. Because there's so much money to be made just lying to Black women. It's a real thing, you guys. I'm just an idiot. But I don't know. I feel like part of me is idiotic. And I also feel like part of me is like ethical. So I'm an ethical idiot, right? Because otherwise I could lie too and get rich, huh? You hear me? There is so much money to be made just lying to people. Like, it's so crazy. I just can't do it. Yo, I fear God, right? But I'm like, the kind of numbers that Keita was talking about, I'm like, what the freak? How can Ace Metaphor make all this money? And now you see Anton has the same show on YouTube. They also go on tour. Anton is also selling cards because he has that girl. What's her name? Randy. So I'm sure Randy told him everything that Ace Metaphor is doing. So Anton is copying this man like down to the T. There's a lot of money, you know? So it's like Mike Hill, he was trying to sell books. He was going to sell these books about Black love. Why do you think Devon Franklin proposed to that Black girl that looks just like Megan Good? Right? Because he has not been able to sell books since he hasn't had a wife. Do you really believe that Devon Hill loves that girl? No. If there's no marriage, he can't sell the books. He didn't think about that. Because you know, like when you think about Devon Franklin, like when he got with Megan, because let's be so for real, right? Megan introduced Devon Franklin, right, to mainstream black people. Right? Nobody knew that man. Okay? Nobody knew that man. Right? You understand? And that's why I feel like this dude right here, I think he's a sociopath. Okay, April 13th. Okay, so what is he, a Taurus? Yeah, so he loves money. There you go. I think this man right here is a sociopath, right? Because nobody knew him. Hey, Generation Love, where you been? I haven't seen you in a while, right? I hope you're good. He's a sociopath. Nobody knew this guy, you guys, right? He intentionally goes after a girl that for a lot, like, you know, Megan Good is like the old school, like Lori Harvey. Like a lot of people had crushes on her, very cute. I mean, little promiscuous, okay, whatever. Okay, fast forward, right? But still, a lot of people have love for Megan Good. Like she's part of the culture. We didn't know this man. So by being married to Megan, it gave him legitimacy. I'm good. It gave him legitimacy. Do you know how many books he wrote in that marriage? I'm like, how do you have time to write these books? Okay. He was married for less than 9 years and 363 days because he made sure to file for divorce like on Christmas Eve right before it got to be 10 years of marriage because most likely he didn't want to part ways with his money. He's sick as hell. Okay. He's a sociopath, right? He pretends that he's a pastor. He has Megan in these weird conflict with church people because he knows who she is. He knows how she wants to dress. He knows it's going to be a conflict, and then he's going to position himself like her Prince Charming. Like, oh, let my wife wear whatever she wants to wear. Y'all, all of that was manipulative. He's sick as hell. Because all of that, it makes him look good, right? Because he knew it was going to be a problem. He knew that. But then guess what? Let it be a problem. Let it be confrontation. And he's like, oh, that's my wife, and I stand by my wife. It was all fake as hell. You love her, so you can fight against the church for her outfits, but you can go divorce her 2 days before Christmas and let her find out on Instagram like the rest of us. Go sit out somewhere. Like a man who loves his wife will never do this. Like even if you're done with her, you would tell her to her face, Megan, this is not working out, and I'm going to file for divorce. You would at least have the decency, the courtesy, especially call yourself a freaking Christian. How can you be a Christian and you don't have enough courage to say it to her face? Right? Because he's sick as hell. It was all, let me tell you this, right? I really do think this man's a sociopath. But then again, most people who become pastors are sociopathic. Okay, most people who want to be pastors, especially these black people, most people who become pastors, who have these big old Bibles, who want to preach all the time and empower people all the time, they have control issues. They have control issues. They have lots of insecurities. They have small people complexes. They have problems, y'all. They're sick as hell. Look at Jamal Bryant, okay? The vast majority, look at Keon. The vast majority of people who want to be pastors are trying to control other people. Okay, they preach a good game, but their personal lives look nothing like what they preach. It's a hot mess. You understand? And I do believe because of Megan and her, she has a very sexual image, and also her past, like what I'm saying, like the foolishness of the rap music. Cool. I do feel like it was, I'm sure, because Megan also used to date the bad boys, right? The rappers, the foolishness. Okay, cool. So it never worked out. So I'm sure to some extent she is a woman. I don't care what they say, feminists, I don't care. Most women do not want to be by themselves, right? So I do believe like Megan, she probably was at a spot in her life where she was like really she was really vulnerable. She had really low self-esteem. She was really confused, like breakup after breakup, like something like, what I'm saying? So this man is like, oh, I'm a pastor. I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna be different. I don't want you to smoke no more. I want you to drink no more. We're going to try to breathe celibate, all that kind of foolishness, right? And also, it was giving like, oh, even if you had a crazy past and you were promiscuous and you messed with a lot of rappers, right? There's still a man out there who can find you worthy. There's still somebody out there who will make you his missus, right? So he's coming like, I'm the pastor who's coming to redeem you like the blood of Jesus, okay? That's what he was about. He knew she was insecure. He knew she was vulnerable. He knew that she was not mentally in a good place. That's why when they explained their story, like you see, she's trying to change everything. Like, oh, she stopped smoking. She stopped doing this. Of course, I'm not against her stopping to smoke, but I would prefer that you stop smoking for yourself. Like, you know what? I'm too beautiful. I'm too blessed. What do I look like even smoking, right? I don't like it when people do stuff to change just for a man. You should change because you see that this is not healthy. Like, there's no reason for you to be a smoker. Right? If you practice celibacy, it should be because, like, you know what? I've done this before. It never yielded any good results, so I'm going to stop doing that. You should do it because it's right for you, not because, well, this man, this is what he's looking for. So therefore, I'm going to change for him. Like I said, men are the prize. So she changed herself just for him. But he's extremely controlling, right? You understand me? So I feel like he felt as though, well, I was married to Megan. I acted like I was her savior and her prince. I was always stepping up for her. So I feel like he thought like if he filed for divorce, her fans were still going to stay. The bookings were still going to be booking. Okay. The money was still going to come and the books were still going to sell themselves. No. The fact that you were married to Megan is why the books were selling. But how can you sell books on love when you ain't got no marriage? Right? So I do feel like he's been going through a really rough patch financially. I really do believe that. He's been going through the desert. Right? So now what does he have to do? He needs to find a new wife. Because if he has a new wife and now he's married again, he can talk about marriage and he can have more books. How much you want to bet that in this year, some days, some month, a book will come out? A book, he's going to release a book this year, right? How I Found Myself. It's never over after divorce. Love after divorce. The renewing of the mind after divorce, right? He's going to write y'all a book, right? That's what he does. He takes advantage. He's a predator. He's just to me, he's a sociopath. I think it's extremely dangerous. Okay, he takes advantage. But I'm like, that's why he wanted to have a wife. He needs a wife to be invited to certain events. He needs a wife to be booked for all these kinds of seminars. He needs a wife for him to be able to sell his goofy ass little books. Okay, but if there's no wife, it's not the same. You cannot sell these books, right? But if you have love and you have a marriage, it makes it more believable, right? So I'm like, that girl that he proposed to, I don't think he loves her. I think it's all about his sick mind, trying to have the clout again, trying to write the books again, trying to sell the books again. He misses the high. Like that kind of like, I don't know, that kind of fame he had when he was with Megan. I feel like he really does miss that because Megan means a lot to the Black culture. Like she means a lot. So I'm like, good luck. So let's see how he does. You know what I'm saying? Like Keon also, he left his wife because Shawnee is more popular. Right? And the problem is he left his wife, but it's not like Shawnee's giving him money. Shawnee is costing him more money because she's not paying for stuff. Right? I'm like, if she was paying for stuff, there's no way for him to come outside and ask people for $4 million. She got it. Why don't she give it to you? Right? So he leaves his wife for Shawnee because she's more famous. He's trying to be in these fancy circles. As you saw, Bishop Jakes was the officiated their wedding or whatever. I'm like, what the heck? Like, what is going on? Right? But you see, he had to get a bigger house. He has to spend more money. He has to buy more designer clothes. He has to get all these private cars. No, I mean, like, yeah, but no, let me tell you why I said that. I get what you're saying. I really do get what you're saying, right? But the thing is, these women, they deserve better, right? These women deserve better. They really deserve better. For me, honestly, I feel like Megan Good, she could have had better than this fool. Because I'm like, a man who comes into your life, right, babe? A man comes into your life and he wants to change everything about you. There's a problem. There's a problem. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this. Okay, like, child, it's a lot, right? Changes everything about you. But then he says he's a pastor, but he's trying to have sex with you. Something is bizarre. And she put up with that. And now he used her name to write all these books and build a name for herself. He makes all this money because the whole marriage, I think they're like married for 9 years. I think he wrote about 7 books. He wrote 7 books. So I'm like, was she like your guinea pig? Like, was it like an experiment? Like, was this whole marriage like for you to have content for your books? Like, what is this? Like, this is just so bizarre. How can you be married for 10 years, like less than 10 years, almost less than 10 years, right? And in 10 years, you wrote 7 books. I'm like, what? Was she a guinea pig? Like, were you observing this? Like, oh, okay. So in the wild, the species named Megan. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, writing a book is a lot of work. Look at me. I just do like TikTok posts. I'm like, I'm tired, right? So I can't imagine like being in a brand new marriage, like less than 10 years. You already sold, like you wrote 7 books in 10 years. Were you even in the marriage? I'm like, yo, this girl was like, she was his guinea pig. Like she was under observation. Okay. He was looking at her like, oh, so this is the Black woman. This is the Black woman that is career minded. And this is how she can be vulnerable. And this is how that I'm like, wow, 7 books. That's crazy. So you were not there for her. You were there to study her, to understand. Yeah, he preyed on her. You guys, it's sick as hell. It is so sick. I'm like, every time he was talking, oh, don't talk about her outfit. Don't talk about this, right? You guys, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. If this man was real like that, if he was really real, he would have left the church. Like, you know what? Because she's who she is. You can't say him like, oh, wow, Megan dresses too sexy. She's always dressed that way. That's who she is. I'm like, you trying to change everything about her. And I'm like, that's crazy. And then you know dang well, like her culture and church culture, it's going to clash. It's going to clash. Why would you put her in that? Why would you put this young woman in that predicament? Right? Church people will never go for that. It's just too much. It's just too much. Right? So if you really love her, then you got to step away from the church. That's it. Yeah, because you can't do it. It's not fair to her, and it's not fair to the church. Because you can't be mad at church people for not liking her outfits. It's the church. You have to be demure. You have to be modest. It's the church. So you can't be mad at them. At the same time, she never said she was a Christian, right? She's always been in Hollywood, so we know she's secular. So it's also not fair to her. So if you want to be with her and you still want to go to think, then you got to step away from the church. Oh, you know what? I'm no longer in the church because, hey, child, I'm just going to be a motivational speaker. Boom. You don't have to be a pastor. But he wants to have the best of both worlds. And by doing so, he put this woman in a truly, truly unfair situation where she was being criticized for being who she is. And then he's like, oh, don't talk about my wife. Oh, shut up. You wanted all this conflict so that you can come up and be a savior because you're a malignant narcissist. He's a sociopath. This dude is sick as hell to me. Like, I think he's sick as hell. I really think he's sick as hell, right? Because when you love people, you don't put them in situations where you know they're not going to succeed. It's not going to work. Anybody who grew up in church knew, like this right here, if you take Megan Good to church, it's going to be a problem. It's gonna be a problem, and she will never be good enough for the church because she didn't grow up in the church. It's not her culture. It's not her culture. She grew up in Hollywood. She grew up making movies and doing music videos, whatever. That is her culture. She likes being sexy. She likes being herself. That's it. Right? And she's not gonna stop doing Hollywood. You guys, there's one movie she did. When I tell you, I don't know if it's Michael Ealy, he grabbed her, he put her on the thing on the kitchen counter, busted her legs wide open. I said, but damn, the wife of a pastor. And she was like, yeah, and he told me to do it, girl. He was like, yeah, enjoy yourself. I'm like, so a pastor man gonna tell his wife to give her all for a sex scene? I said, nah. This man right here, he's studying you, sis. He's using you as content for his books. That is crazy. Even if a man is not a pastor, most men will be extremely uncomfortable with their wives doing a sex scene, especially with Michael Ealy. Yeah. Okay? He grabbed her, y'all. He grabbed her by the ass, and then he dropped her on the kitchen counter. He opened her legs and he flipped her over. Her legs were like this. Oh my gosh. And the pastor husband said, give it your all. Good. Shane, that's crazy. This is a lot. This okay? This is crazy. You know? So it's like he has one foot in the church and he has one foot in the world. And you have this woman in it, but you know the church people gonna see this movie, they're gonna go crazy. They're gonna go crazy. So why even do this? Just take a step back, like, you know what? I'm just gonna be a motivational speaker. That's it. Because at that point, it doesn't matter. Like, no, I got to be a pastor. And then I have to make her go through all this crap and be extremely criticized and this, and that. Right. And then there was the scene because then she went to another movie, the series on Amazon, with Amazon Prime. She has this show called Brooklyn. Right. So in the show, y'all, there was a scene where Megan eats the man's salad. You guys, I kid you not. I said, oh my gosh, the wife of a pastor. Right. But the man is in the bed. The man is laying on the bed. His legs are up, and then Megan's face is in the man's butt cheeks. I said, oh my gosh, how can the wife of a pastor, by eating another man's salad on TV? Y'all, that's Lord Jesus. I was like, oh my gosh, Megan. This is too much. This is too much. Oh my God. Megan, no. Okay. This is crazy. And then like a few months later, he filed for divorce. So I'm like, you cannot be a pastor, right? Because you can't tell the lady, oh, stop being an actress. How's she going to pay her bills? That's just crazy to me. It's just too crazy to me. No, I can't talk about it. No, I don't have to know him, but I've seen him on the internet. But I think it's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. If you are married to someone and because of that person, you've been able to build a mainstream career, you've gotten booked, you were able to sell many books, you wrote 7 books, right? And because you live in California and you know that the laws after 10 years, you're going to have to split that money up, you make sure to file for divorce on 9 years, 363 days. Who does that? Who does that? And then you don't even tell her that you're filing for divorce. You sneak into the courthouse and you file for divorce. And she finds out like the rest of us. No, we're going to talk about his ass. We are going to talk about his ass because he's up to no good. How does that make you a man? How can you call yourself a Christian? You want to divorce somebody? You need to have the courage to look at her in the face and say, I'm divorcing you. But who waits for 9 years, 363 days to go file for divorce? Like, who does that? Because in California, once you're married after 10 years, you have to split the money 50-50. And the money that you made during the marriage and using her as observation for your content, you want to make sure that she gets no money from that? You are insane. He's insane. So we know we're going to talk about his ass. We are definitely going to talk about him. So I'm like, yeah, he needed content. He needs a wife. He needs a wife because when you don't have the wife, it don't sell the same. Right? Like even look at Latarius, like Dear Future Wifey podcast, right? This whole notion of, oh, I'm looking for a wife. I'm looking for a wife. Do you know how much money he makes for his podcast and his show and this and that? Just selling marriage to Black people. Like, oh, I'm here looking for a wife. I'm doing a podcast so I can learn. I'm doing a podcast so I can be a better husband for my new wife, right? You know, I'm doing a podcast so I can learn. So you see, every time he starts Dear Future Wifey podcast, he writes a love letter to his future wife. I'm like, Latarius, it's almost 5 years. 5 years. How many guests have you had? You still haven't found your wife? Like, boy, go sit down somewhere, right? But it's all a grift. It's all a grift. Because there's so much money to make from these Black women. Hey, Mark, what's up? Well, I've been here for like 5 hours. I'm crazy, right? Like, it's all a grift. How can somebody have a podcast for 5 years? Over 200 different guests. Over 200 letters you have written to your dear future wife. You haven't found your wife yet? You don't want a wife. You don't want a wife. Right? He don't want a damn wife. But as long as he says that's what he wants, the ladies are going to keep watching the show. And he's going to make a lot of money from these ladies, right? But I'm sure Latarius has made over like $1 million with his podcast by now. Right? But where is the wife? It does not take you 5 years to find a wife. I'm so sorry. Especially like a second wife because you've been married before. So it doesn't take 5 years. It is not that hard, right? But he does not want a wife. Because it's all about the grift, right? That's it. You got to sell love to these women and you could take all their money. But Keita told us, Ace Metaphor, VIP, $600. And you barely even get a chair, right? And in regular admission is $200. I'm like, these women are paying $600 for VIP. And there's not a single person on the panel that has a PhD, even a master's degree in psychology or therapy or counseling. Nothing. Bunch of charlatans. And these women are paying all this kind of money like this. This is insanity. Of course he's looking for hookups. He's not serious. And that's what that girl came. That girl, Lonnie, she was like, Latarius, you're old. Because I guess he told her he was attracted to her and he was interested in her. And Donnie was like, yeah, sure. She was like, Latarius, one thing I cannot stand about you is that you're always in somebody's DMs. That says a lot. He's not looking for a wife. Like, please, it's not that hard to find a wife. So I'm like, this guy right here also, I really do feel as though he's also trying to be famous. Right? What Clay was not, he's going to be just that. Tell her what she wants. I remember, AD's a Cancer. So, I think if I remember correctly, she's a Cancer. So that water sign, they're the Lulu, okay? And one thing about water signs, especially Cancers, like you have Portia, it's all about show me, materialism, that's it. It's never something that has actual substance to it. But I'm like, from watching the first show, AD had lots of issues. So I'm like, did you work on that? Your job, your finances, your credit. Like, what have you done that makes you ready to be a wife? And my thing is, how do you know he's the one for you? Right? It's easy to say you love someone that lives all the way in the UK that you barely see. Of course, you know what I'm saying? And it's a TV show and you have producers, right? Like, girl, you're looking for a fairy tale. But I'm like, what kind of woman you can only find love on TV? You can't find love in real life? What is the problem? Does she still work at the club? Like, is she going to be a wife that works in a nightclub? What is going on? I have lots of questions. But I do feel like this right here is just Hollywood. Like, it's just performative. It is just performative. You see Clay missed out and this and that. Like, child, this man right here could also be an actor because life in the UK is extremely expensive. He's probably a little soft boy. He doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to compete. So he's going to do things the easy way. Go on a TV show, find a girl who's desperate for love, do a little fancy proposal BS, right? Be proposed, make all the rounds of the blogs, build up your following, get all the sponsorship, right? Pretend to be in love for like 2-3 years. And then once you have enough money, you separate, right? That's usually how it goes. And I'm like, I personally, I'm not buying this. As somebody who's lived in the UK, when I tell you these London boys be some, okay? No, we're not buying this. No.
Steady on. But now I think you did enough positive
Look at hobby shit.
body language to make me think it's probably a yes.
Consent was given.
Yeah.
Okay. It was beautiful, baby. You did really, really good. How do you feel about it? You feel like it was executed well?
You see?
I don't think it could have gone any better. Like, as in, I love the fact that we was able to, it was a beautiful location. We had the sun setting. You looked amazing.
You see this?
It just felt really, really right. And like, I could tell as soon as I could tell that you knew, the way your face lit up, I was like, okay, I've done this right. Do you know what I mean? I knew I'd done it at the right time in the right location. And it was beautiful that we were able to have the team with us, like part of the team that you started this whole journey with, there to share it with. Because bear in mind, I've been on my knee. I barely got off one knee, and then she's run to the producer to celebrate with her. I'm like, you haven't actually said yes, but cool, do your thing.
I think to me, AD, she's like Thanos. Like, she's just chasing a ring. She's just chasing a ring. She's just chasing rings. Because if you remember too, right? If you remember when she was out there with Clay, and Clay would say, "Oh, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about it. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's fine. Although it's fine." Because I do feel like, even though I do believe that Clay could have been more explicit, like, you know what? I don't want to do this. Okay, I think Clay could have been more explicit. But Clay was playing like he wasn't trying to say no. He wasn't trying to say yes. He's like, "Oh, I don't want to be like my dad. You know, my dad cheated, so I don't know if I can be that kind of husband. And when I watch the show and that previous couple and I see the guy and the girl, I don't know if this." I'm like, Clay, listen, baby. If you don't want to do this, just say I don't want to do it. You know, that was my main issue with Clay, is like, be explicit. If in your gut you don't feel like that's the right thing to do, like, AD, I don't want to do it. Right? But he went along with this crap. Right? But he was trying to tell her, though. But I do feel like, you know, with these women, they're extremely delusional, especially when there are diamonds and rings and parties and gowns involved. Women are greedy. They want it all. They want the party. They want it all. They want the jewelry. They want that. So you got to be really, really explicit. I don't want to do it. That's the part I feel like you should have done that. Even his mom, she was like, "Oh, I'm so happy for you." But then when he said he's not going to do it, she's like, "Well, you know, if you don't feel it in your gut, you know, don't let anybody pressure you." But I'm like, "No, auntie, you should have told it that from the jump, because even you didn't feel comfortable. But you don't want the sisterhood to come after you." I'm like, who cares? They're always chasing somebody. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, you know. But I'm like, you have to be honest. Even I think as a parent, F the sisterhood and F all these strangers. That's your son. If you feel like this is kind of weird because, are y'all actually okay? But like, son, you don't have to do this. But I do feel like Clay, as a man, he should have said, "AD, I'm not comfortable because I'm not ready to stop having sex with other people." Because he kept saying, "Oh, my dad, my dad, my dad." I'm like, Clay, if you feel like you have to sleep with more people, just say that. Don't waste people's time. But then again, she was like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't think you'll be like him." And you know, if you say no at the altar, I'm fine with that. I'm like, don't say things you don't really mean now. Don't do it. Don't do it. Right? We have to say things we actually mean. But I'm like, the way she's so giddy like this, I'm like, this girl just wants a ring. She just wants a ring. Like, that's it. She just wants people to say, "Oh, I'm a fiance." That's it. So I'm like, this is crazy.
Come back to me. But yeah, that was beautiful because, like, do you know what I mean? Technically speaking, you've known her longer than me. So it makes sense that you're going to want to celebrate with her and share it with her. Even like, you know, again, I won't name her, but the mic lady, do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, it was actually really, really beautiful the way able to not have the video crew there, not only so that we have it in 4K now, immortalized forever for us to look back on whenever we want, but also share it with people that we started both our journeys with. Because obviously I know a lot of them from Perfect Match as well. So yeah.
Yeah. You did good. I'm really proud of you.
So yeah, thanks once again to the team, because I could have done it without them, but nowhere near as elaborate and as beautiful as that. So I'm very, very grateful that I had their support and their help.
Yeah. And we do both come from the Love is Blind.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
So let's be open and honest and candid.
Mhm.
We haven't really watched each other's shows.
Nah.
We've seen clips, and I'm not gonna lie. I've fast forwarded to the important parts of yours. Like, I haven't watched your show in its entirety.
You watched enough though.
But
You've
yeah,
seen
whenever
enough.
you popped up on the screen, I was like, "What? Huh? Who?"
Can I put you on blast right now?
Okay, go ahead at your own risk.
But then I'll blast myself as well.
Okay, yeah, at your own risk.
Hold on. Was he on a different show before? Because he's here with this one. This girl, she gives so thirsty sometimes. She gives thirsty vibes. So was he on a show before? I don't get it. That was 6 months ago, right? Hold on. Hold on, you guys. Did he do a show before? Child, you know what? Men are the prize. So he was on a TV show before. He did Love is Blind UK. Where are my UK girlies at? So he did a TV show before, another dating show before. What in the world? And he's over here kissing this girl? What? Hold on. I'm confused. What? You guys, what is this? Ollie and Demi? I told you he don't want to work. I told y'all this dude he does not want to work. He does. Y'all see this? But that was August 23rd, 2024. Right? September, November, the 4 months, right? So 6 months ago, he was in love with somebody else. Hold up, wait. So in 6 months, he's already proposing to somebody else? Please, this is ridiculous. Hold on. Let's go to TikTok real quick, y'all. Hold on. What? Because y'all, we need the background of this stuff.
I didn't know.
Oh, so he was left at the altar. Oh, so he was left at the altar the way AD was left at the altar? Oh. Okay.
Like me and Ollie are cool. Okay. But out of respect to my future husband, I don't want to label it as like a friend. I would, because like it's really hard to say that someone that you fell in love with is your friend. And I think I've been really naive in the past to think them kind of relationships can work on that level. But I think in terms of me, you know, now moving on to my next chapter, that we're good, we're in a good place. And if we're in the same vicinity, we're cool. But I wouldn't say we're like besties or anything like that.
What? What?
Ali is not being all the way respectful to Demi on this show. Are we watching the same show? Because there are so many people who are unsure of why we are suspicious about Ali's actions. And the interesting thing is, I can read a comment right now. There's a comment that says, I think people are suspicious of Ali because they can't believe a guy like him would be genuinely attracted to Demi. It speaks more to their internal bias against non-skinny people than Ali's intentions. I keep seeing comments like this. First of all, what do you mean a guy like him about Ali? What puts him in a realm that he wouldn't be attracted to Demi? They look perfectly suited. I actually feel like the people who make these comments are holding onto that internal bias and projecting it out into the world, saying that's the reason why the rest of us are suspicious, and it's causing them to be blinded from the red flags that we are seeing. For example, the conversation between Ali and Catherine, it included flirty banter. He went and told Demi that it didn't, but it did. We saw that. We may not have saw the whole conversation, but the little pieces we did see did include flirty banter. Ali didn't need to ask Catherine what he thought of her appearance. He also didn't need to run back to Bobby when Demi wanted to speak to him about things because she was feeling uncomfortable, and go and get excited to talk about Catherine being staring at him, and then say to Bobby, well, you know, at least your situation is definitely the right situation, insinuating that his is not. Another example is when they're at the mixer and Aaron comes over and asks Ali, if another woman came in here and she was your type, how would you feel? And Ali says, essentially, my head wouldn't be turned, right? Bobby is standing there, though. He's already told Bobby things, which has gone back to Jasmine, and now he's been called out on it. So Bobby is not a trusted source in this moment. He doesn't say anything, acts cool, right? Then he goes to Aaron separately and says, you know, honestly, keeping it real, Charlotte is berserk. With all of the enthusiasm in the world, he says, Charlotte is berserk, Charlotte is sublime, and then he catches himself and then he says, Demi's fire as well. Demi is the fiance, Charlotte is not. If anything, Demi should be the one he's excited about, and Charlotte should be there as well. Finding people attractive is not the problem. People are attractive in this world, but the way you go about it, behind your partner's back, these are the reasons why people are suspicious. These are the reasons why people would think that he has attractions to other people, not because Demi is not beautiful, she's gorgeous, but because of the way that he acts about other people in comparison to his fiance. I understand that he has ADHD, so we're not going to talk about body language and eye contact and things like that because he said that he struggles with them. But when he's overwhelmed to the side for a moment, There are ways that he's showing himself to Demi, which seem really sweet behind closed doors. And then behind her back, he is showing us a different version of himself. And that version of himself he's lying about when he goes back to Demi. That's the concern. That's why many of us are suspicious of him. If we're talking about attractiveness, Ali and Demi are equally attractive. They look like they are perfect for each other. If we're talking about the level of attraction that he is displaying on the show, the first time he lost himself was to do with Catherine coming around and him making comments to Bobby of, him essentially not really being sure of the situation. And if there was a turn of fate, things would be different. The second time he lost himself was when Charlotte came around and he acted in front of Bobby like things were cool because Bobby went and told his wife. But then when he got Aaron to the side, he doubled back.
Okay, says calm down because you're talking a little too much. It's a little too fast for us. We got to keep up. Okay, so this is Catherine. Okay, so y'all, this is Catherine right here. Okay. Okay, so we've seen Catherine. Okay. Okay, so here's Catherine, and then here's Demi. So here he is. Okay, here's Catherine. And here's Demi. Yeah, I mean, hold on. Can y'all see this? Y'all seeing this or not? Hold on, I gotta share again because it's tough. Do y'all see this? Okay, so here's Demi. Here's Catherine. And here's Holly. So she said he lost himself around Catherine. Okay, she's skinnier. She's more fit. She got a 6-pack. Okay, here's Demi. She's a bit round. Okay. I mean, yeah, Demi's pretty, but it's like there's something about like when you're fit, you get more points for that. So you also got to be honest about that. So he likes somebody that's a bit more fit. Because I feel like that those kinds of show, also Love is Blind, is like you have to find someone that you can attach yourself to so you can stay on the show as long as possible. Because I don't believe that on those shows, like the vast majority of people, including the guys who go on those shows, I don't think they're really going there for love. I think they want to be famous. They want to start their influencer career. But I'm like, I don't believe this crap. I don't believe any of this. Okay? What serious person goes looking for love on TV? Like, nah. Hold on.
Ali is not being all the way concerned. That's why many of us are suspicious of him. If we're talking about attractiveness, Ali and Demi are equally attractive. They look like they are perfect for each other. If we're talking about the level of attraction that he is displaying on the show, the first time he lost himself was to do with Catherine coming around and him making comments to Bobby of, him essentially not really being sure of the situation.
Okay. And then this is Charlotte. Here's Charlotte over here. And then here's Demi. Okay, Demi. Okay. I get it now. Thank you, sis. I got it. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see this.
The moment Miss Charlotte walked down those stairs, this was Freddie. So it really was Ollie this entire time. And this was his face the moment that Charlotte walked downstairs.
Okay.
And just look at that smile. Look at the way he was looking.
Okay.
At her. Now, clearly, he thought she was beautiful. He said it. Mad, berserk, sublime. But respectfully, we all...
Yeah, because I'm like, the thing about Charlotte, okay? Y'all still here, y'all sleeping. The girl about Charlotte, she kind of looks like that girl Maya Jama, whatever her name is, okay? So here's Charlotte, okay.
What really left to this Stacey?
The moment Miss Charlotte walked down those stairs,
We're gonna have
this
to
was
get
Freddie.
tomorrow.
So it really was Ollie this entire time. And this was his face the moment that Charlotte walked down the stairs. And just look at that smile. Look at the way he was looking at her. Now, clearly, he thought she was beautiful. He said it. Mad, berserk, sublime. But respectfully, we all were drooling over Charlotte, y'all. And watching their wedding, it was very clear that she was going to say no, y'all. Sis was literally staring down the entire wedding. And I'm actually happy she said no to Ollie because I do not think they were a match. Also, Ollie's face when she said no, he genuinely looked confused. He looked perplexed. When they announced they were together on the reunion, I truly was not expecting that. And he was pretty straight up when he said that he was attracted to her and they wanted to explore things. But what do y'all think about this whole situation? I did not want these two together. I didn't think the relationship worked, so I'm not really mad at this. And this means that Freddie is still single, so Ricky can shoot her shot. The moment Miss
So did he dated Charlotte after the girl said no? Yeah, I need to watch this now. Ah.
Now, I don't like to be right, but I ain't never been wrong. On Love Island UK, I can already tell that the black couple is not going to make it. First of all, when she came on the set with her insecurities screaming through the wall.
Okay.
That's A. So here's a piece of advice. If you are insecure, I'm going to need you to mask it until you can heal that, or don't date at all. Because at the end of the day, men can sniff that out. Not only can men sniff that out, at this point, I can sniff it out. Most specifically, when they were in the pool and it was their first night, meeting each other, whatever, it seemed like, he said all the things like, oh, she's my type. She's got curves in all the right places. And leading up to him proposing, she kept saying when they were in the pods, like, he's going to have to love me for me. Like, this is what you get. Bada, bada, bada. I knew we were going to be in for some trouble. Fast forward, like I said, they're in the pool on their honeymoon. First day, like they ain't even been there a whole damn day. And he just asked her a very blanket question, something like, are you enjoying the view? Because they're literally in the hills of Greece. Okay. And she responds something very cringe-tastic along the lines of like, yeah, like looking at you. A bit of advice. You need to follow his lead when it comes to them compliments, babe. He looked like he didn't know how to respond. And if he was completely head over heels, he would have easily been like, flirted back. But instead he was like, no, stop. It was hard to watch. It was hard to see because I know that she's probably saying that, fishing for a compliment herself.
Wow.
That's just not the way to do it.
Oh, wow.
Like, no. Yeah, I don't like to be right, but I ain't never been wrong. And Love Island UK, I can already tell that the...
Oh, now I want to go see this.
No, I don't like to be right, but...
Well, I'm so sorry, but...
Ollie and Demi from Love is Blind UK are my Roman Empire. I could cope with the way that everything else turned out. I could cope with it. I could handle it. But with Ollie and Demi, they were such best friends. To not get any closure. It's one thing for them to not want to get married. That's fine. But for them to their relationship's over. We don't get any information. There's nothing at all. That has haunted me a lot.
You gonna be okay.
I think I have proof that Demi and Ollie are still together. Spoilers if you don't want the finale of Love is Blind UK to be spoiled. I feel like a next level internet spy, but on Ollie's Instagram, you could see that he was in Jamaica this past March. And just today on an Instagram Q&A, he was asked about his Jamaican roots, where he goes on to explain that his dad was born in Kingston, but his family now live in a Spanish town. Well, what do you know? Demi is in Jamaica, where the water right here looks oddly familiar to the water here. It looks like it's the same place. Unfortunately, this was in December of 2023. So I have 3 theories. One is that they made it to the altar, they didn't get married, but they still felt there was a connection and proceeded to date after the show. My second theory is that they did get married and they're still together, and there is a possibility that they're no longer together. I'm not sure. These two honestly do not give me passionate love vibes. I definitely get more of a friendship.
Wow.
Ollie and Demi. A lot of people have been saying that Ollie and Demi's altar was staged. Ooh. I don't know whether to believe this or not, but they just feel like they made an agreement before the wedding to basically both say no. Now, obviously, Ollie's reaction to me when he was like, why?
was so hilarious. Like I actually giggled. It was so funny. But to me, my impression was, okay, was he going to say no anyway and was just surprised that she said no because he was so sure she might say yes? Like, you know, I was going to say no. Why'd you say no? Like that kind of vibe. But people are thinking that he was just acting. Now I don't know what to believe because obviously later on he said he kind of felt like he was relieved that she'd said no.
What?
And he said he was sad but happy because it basically was the right decision for both of them. So I'm going to have to go and watch this back because if this is acting, then why didn't I pick up on this? And
Se você, assim como eu, achou que a reunião do casamento às cegas deixou a desejar e ficou faltando muita fofoca para ser contada.
Portuguese.
Okay, you all are pissing me off. Not these two, but why? Tell me why every time I come across a video on my For You page about these two, everyone wants to undermine his attraction to her just because he's not looking at her in the eye. You all now know that he has ADHD.
Oh, girl, shut the hell up. You think because a man has ADHD, he can't look a woman he loves in the eye? You sound stupid. You sound hella stupid.
And yet...
You people sound crazy.
To protect him and forsaking.
Ollie is green flags all the way. I love his relationship with.
That's nice. Yeah, you had fun.
I'm gonna watch this now. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that. Oh, so like less than 6 months ago, he was at the altar with somebody else. Now he's here with you, girl. This is crazy.
Why? What are you gonna do to me?
No, put me on blast. Go ahead.
Wow.
Should I do this now? I want to do this now.
No, go ahead. Put me on blast.
Yeah, let's do this now. So, all right, cool. Two
Is
things.
this a blast that I'm a...
It's not crazy.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not crazy, but I was never gonna tell you I knew this unless we were on camera because I thought it'd be funny, innit? Yeah. I saw you watching my stories way back when, you know. Yeah, she was checking me out from time ago. I remember like this is like I don't even think the season had started, you know. I think this was just the cast announcement. And I'm going through my because these times I didn't have that many followers, so I can see who's watching. And I'm like,
The fact that you had this in your back pocket.
The whole time.
I feel so
I was like, oh yeah. I probably still got a screenshot because I was excited. I can't lie.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm putting out my story at some point. When your TV crush is watching your story. I love that.
TV crush.
Okay, this brings me on to my second point, yeah? So you know when we was going through the like
Wait, hold that because I have to defend myself for a second.
There's no defending this.
No,
you was feeling the boy. Don't try it.
Let me tell you what happened. So I was doing these things last year with Ale, and we were doing like Instagram lives, and we were doing like dating and stuff.
Research and, you know.
We were doing like a dating thing, like a speed dating. It was kind of bizarre, but anyway. And then they announced the cast of your season.
Mm-hmm.
And so I literally pulled up my iPad, and we went through all the men, and was like, let's rate them. Let's rate them.
You're making this less special than it was 5 minutes ago.
Because you thought you had something. And so then I pulled you up and I was like, who the fuck is this man?
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And I was so attracted to you.
Is that live recorded?
I don't think so.
We'll find it somewhere. It's in the archive somewhere.
But yeah, I think that might have been the day that I was rummaging through your IG.
Possibly.
Possibly.
It was like we were meant to be together, really.
Yeah, well, that's without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember.
You know, we're gonna finish this later. This is too much. I'm gonna watch this stuff. I'm gonna go see who he is because that's just crazy. Like 6 months ago, he was on a TV show proposing to somebody else, trying to get married to somebody else, and now he's proposing to her. I still didn't tell me all this. This is crazy. This is really crazy. All right, people, I love y'all. This will be up. You can catch the replay. See you in a few hours. I gotta go do my little duties. Okay, love you. One more time. It was like 2:30. Oh my gosh, it's so Lord. My days are just packed. So enjoy the show. If you're catching the replay, love y'all. I'll try to come outside early tomorrow so we can see this because this is crazy. This is crazy. And I'm like, he could be the type. I don't know. I could be wrong, but he could be the type that likes them people. He likes his people a lot like this. Okay. He likes them like this because he probably has a type. And you have to respect it. Don't try to change people. Probably has a type and you have to respect it. Or you gotta probably sleep. You're so tired. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize. Okay. You know I have a baby, so my hours are crazy. Love y'all. See you guys later. Bisous. This live will stay up. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired.